What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Issei left the Gremory and married Sona. I believed my mistress's love for me existed. But it was only an illusion I created when I mistook her affectionate behavior toward her servants for love. I decided to live in the human world to try to forget the love I felt for her. I thought I would never love again. But a certain woman with violet eyes and black hair opened my eyes. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 1. We are in the underworld, specifically at the initiation ceremony for Razor Phoenix and Ria's Gremory's wedding. My name is Haidu Issei, a 16-year-old boy reincarnated as a low-class devil. My position is pawn in Ria's Gremory's retinue. My master. I have come here to interrupt this ceremony in order to save it from a man who does not want. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, I'll sum it up. I was a pervert who liked to spy on girls in their locker rooms, which is why I got beaten up once in a while. Once in my second year of high school, when I was returning home after classes at Kuo Academy, which is where I study, for some reason I decided to go another way and stop to think about a bridge to what I would do in the future. That's when I saw her. Black hair, violet eyes, good physique, and she was wearing the uniform of an academy I didn't know. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma. She proposed to me on that bridge, telling me she loved me, that she'd been spying on me for a long time. I was desperate to get a girlfriend. The situation didn't seem strange to me, and I accepted. The next day, I introduced them to my best friends, Mitsuda and Motohama, who were envious of me seeing such a pretty girl. She invited me out on Sunday, and I obviously accepted. I took her places, tried not to be perverted, and tried to respect her as much as possible. I bought her a pink cloth bracelet that had caught her eye. It was the best day I'd ever spent in the company of someone who claimed to love me and who wasn't my parents. That same evening, before dusk, she asked me to accompany her to the park where our date would end. I didn't see any problem with that, so I agreed. In the middle of the park, there was a beautiful fountain. I sat on the edge of the fountain while Yuma-chan stood a couple of meters in front of me and looked at me with a smile. I wonder if I could do him a favor. I was hoping he'd ask for a kiss, the first in our relationship, but when I agreed, I never expected to be pierced with some kind of luminous spear. I felt my stomach burn as my breath drained rapidly, and I could see Yuma's glow for a moment before falling into the fountain. It wasn't deep enough to drown me, but I could clearly see the crystal clear water beginning to turn scarlet. I saw my end coming, but I saw long, straight hair a color even darker than my blood in that fountain. A crimson red. It was Ria's Gremory, whom I knew as a third-year student at the academy. My main doubt was what the heck she was doing there, looking at me with a cute and confident smile. If you don't wish to die, then become my servant and my family. Become my pawn. After hearing those words, I woke up in my room, completely naked but unharmed. How was that possible? I couldn't accept that it had only been a dream, so I grabbed my phone and searched for Yuma's contact information. But he wasn't there. He wasn't in my contacts. Neither were the photos we took together. And it was highly unlikely I'd dreamed of them all those days. It was unthinkable, and I needed answers. But from whom would I get them? That was my question, and the answer came naturally. Gibayudo, the pretty and polite boy at school, the perfect boy, the prince of the academy to the girls, and a loser to a minority of the students. And by minority, I mean Mitsuda, Motohama, and me. Kiba was a second year like me, but not in the same class. When I saw him, I found him curious, and I was greatly surprised to hear from him that Ria's Gremory had summoned me. When I arrived at her club, they explained everything that had happened, my resurrection as a demon, and that Yuma's real name was Rainer. And that she's a fallen angel. They also explained the resurrection process to me. Every high-class demon possesses a set of chess pieces, with which they can reincarnate beings of any species into low-class demons. Depending on how strong, agile, resilient, or fast a revived person is, the king will assign them a position in his retinue. He explained to me that there was a non-aggression pact with the celestial angels and the fallen angels. Battles couldn't be fought between the two sides because the old war could break out again. They didn't explain much about that. They told me they'd go through it piecemeal. And that now they would introduce me to the members of Ria's nobility, my companions in the retinue. The pretty boy occupies the position of knight, his piece is the knight. The Neko Taoju, a white-haired lowly, short but quite cute despite her seemingly permanent stoic gaze, was in her first year and occupies the rook position. And finally Akeno Himejima, a very attractive black-haired woman who was in her third year of high school like our king and held the position of queen, basically second in command. Ria's is the king, our leader and mistress, and we are her servants. They also explained to me that we demons made contracts with humans through leaflets, and with that we received monetary income. If we reached a certain score for effectiveness in the contracts or did something that convinced at least 3 clan leaders, we could request a test to be able to rise in rank or request to be a free piece. I still don't fully understand this. Time passed, and I began training with Riaz to try to unlock an artifact I was born with. A sacred gear. This is a magical object, created by God and given to humans by him. Riaz told me it was so humans could defend themselves against the other factions. 2 weeks after I became a demon, I met a girl. Her name was Asia Argento, a messenger from the church. I found it odd. After all, she told me she was going to the church on the outskirts of the city. That building hasn't been inhabited for 10 years. I decided to follow her as closely as I could. As a demon, holy places weaken me. Besides, it was the least I could do after colliding with her and scattering her luggage, simply because I hadn't been paying attention to the breasts of the sportswoman standing a little far away. On the way to church, we became friends. I told her about my life, and she told me about hers. On the way to that building, we heard a boy crying. He seemed to have hurt his knee when he fell off his bike while playing. Asia immediately went to tend to him, and I discovered that he possesses a healing sacred gear. Once she finished healing the boy, his mother arrived to take him away. Obviously, the woman was grateful for helping her son. As time passed, we became closer friends. I invited her out for burgers and to play at an arcade. This had to be done behind Ria's back, as she feared for my safety. Getting involved with someone from the church was dangerous. Things could be misinterpreted and harm not only me, but Asia as well. One night, there were multiple signs. Apparently rogue demons were attacking humans in different places. I heard there was another high-class demon in the area and that he would help us, but the vast majority were concentrated in one place. Except for one demon who acted alone. Rogue demons are demons who choose to abandon their homes for power or greed. Some kill their masters before fleeing, but others simply disappear. Those who kill their masters suffer a deformation of their bodies. They transform into monsters. That's what we're dealing with this time. I offered to go after that demon alone, but they refused. They let me go, but with the pawn of the other high-class demon. The fact that it was an acquaintance, Saji Genshiro, the student council secretary, is quite curious, and it gave me an idea of who their king might be. The fight was tough. That demon knocked out Saji just as the fight began. I was left alone in the fight. Thank goodness I wasn't alone, or I would have ended up like that guy. All I could do was trust that I would win the battle. I won, but I was badly injured. I was about to lie down on the ground and rest. But I had a bad feeling. Lightning struck the mountain near where the old church and Asia were. A storm started. I sensed a bad feeling. I didn't hesitate for a second, and I started running as fast as my battered body could go toward that place. I knew something wasn't right, something bad was about to happen. Upon arriving at the church, I immediately looked for Asia, but I ran into a priest named Fried Zelzen. I had a fight with him, but I won by a hair. He was human, but he was trained to hunt us. He was a demon exorcist. But his attitude made me think he no longer belonged in the church. He had wounded me with light bullets in both legs and in the abdomen near one of my lungs. I felt the pain of being in contact with and exposed to holy territory, but Asia was in danger. I could hear her screaming in pain from the church basement. Upon descending, I found several monks performing some sort of ritual. Asia was in the middle. Crucified like the one who gave his life for us. I was about to be impaled by a spear of light. Made by Rainer. I didn't hesitate and screamed to try to distract her while I lunged at one of the priests, killing him. I didn't care. I wanted to save Asia at all costs. I managed to distract her. She commanded the priests in battle. I don't know if it was divine punishment for the priests. But I managed to finish off every single one of them. Only Rainer remained. But suddenly, she plunged her spear of light into the side of Asia's torso. As she pulled the spear out, I could see the rings of Asia's sacred gear emerging. Riaz told me that when a sacred gear is pulled out, the person who once wielded it will die. A strong shiver ran down my spine. I had long since stopped caring about my own safety. So I went after her, intent on ending her life, or at least retrieving the sacred gear. That's what I did. I managed to snatch the sacred gear from her. I was expecting the counterattack, but it never came. For some reason, Rainer decided to escape. With what strength I had left, I pulled Asia down from that cross. I tried to do it as gently as possible, but I was so exhausted, I couldn't help but make her feel pain by pulling out the nails in her hands and feet. When I put her down, I lost my balance and fell backward down the 3 steps. I swear I'd never felt so much pain in my life. I could feel my blood gushing in and out of my body. I was sure I had a couple of broken ribs and several internal bleeds. With all my might, I crawled over to Asia. I wanted to give her back her sacred gear. Upon arriving, she took the rings while breathing heavily. I could already see my end coming, and I didn't care. I had managed to save Asia. And that was the only thing that mattered to me. Suddenly, I felt something strange rise up inside me. I felt warmth surround my body as the pain from my wounds faded. I looked at Asia, who was just smiling at me, but her gaze was lost, and I could feel her hand on my chest. She was gone, and she had left me her sacred gear. She left in silence. I knelt beside her body. And I hugged her. In the end, I hadn't been able to save her. Dry eye. ACII. With that scream that represented my pain, I awakened my sacred gear. I buried Asia far from the church. Near a small river and under a cherry tree. A secret place I swore to defend. Because it was Asia's favorite resting place. I practically dragged myself into town, where I fainted at the entrance. I'd been depressed. Before, I'd considered my biggest failure to be not being able to see Cadis's breasts. But this failure, not being able to save my only friend, was taking the spotlight. I didn't leave the house for a while. I wanted to be alone, and my mistress helped me create an excuse so my parents wouldn't force me to go. She would take care of my absences. As time passed, I had to go back to school even though I wasn't ready. But Riaz, she helped me get back to how I was before. Although Asia's wound was still in my heart. Little by little, I fell in love with her. I fell in love with my master. My sacred gear is called Boosted Gear. It's a dragon-type sacred gear. It has the soul of the Issei, the red celestial dragon. And one of the 2 dragons considered celestial. It has the ability to double the user's initial power every 10 seconds. Riaz explained to me that I can reach the power of a god, even surpass it. She helped me train my physical endurance to increase the number of boosts I could take before passing out. Everything was going well until I met her fiancé, Razor Phoenix. He appeared to be self-centered, proud, and conceited, but he was quite the opposite. He was a good person, gentle, and very kind. I asked him about his entourage. He kindly introduced me. 15 maidens appeared from a magic circle in front of their king. I was amazed by the beauties Razor had in his entourage. But I only had eyes for Riaz. On impulse, I looked at my companions and saw their expressions. Kibba looked at a girl from Razor's entourage in particular. It was evident that she was a knight like him. Both looked at each other with great affection and shyness. It seemed that they had seen each other before. If so, there was no doubt they were completely in love. Akeno and Kaneko looked at Razor with hearts in their eyes, although Kaneko continued with her characteristic stoic gaze, and Akeno's eyes were overflowing with lust, although she tried to maintain a neutral expression. Both were a little blushed. It was clear that they were in love with him. Riaz was a different case. She looked at him with disdain, but also with affection. It confused me. I don't know how we went from one thing to another. I don't quite remember who started the argument, but I had to go to the underworld to train. In the Gremory territory, to participate in a game called the Raiding Game. A raiding game is a game created by the 4 great demon kings who rule the underworld and is used as a way to settle disputes between clans, form or break commitments, or simply pass the time by fighting. It became so popular that they even keep a counter to determine who the raiding game king is. The game is based on 2 high-class devils fighting each other along with their servants, and the only way to win is if the opposing king surrenders, if all his servants are eliminated, is eliminated first, or is discovered cheating. Well, Riaz had challenged Razor to a raiding game to escape that forced marriage. She wanted to prove that quality is better than quantity. The Phoenix gave us 10 days to train and assured us that he would also get stronger. The training was tough. I had to divide the days between training with each of my teammates. The first 2 days I trained with Akeno in the use of my magic, being the possessor of a dragon-type sacred gear. My magic was very compatible with fire, and I improved a lot in that aspect, but ice magic caught my attention a lot. It is a magic capable of creating and destroying. A magic with many secrets, at least for me. Although Akeno told me that it was not advisable to use that magic in battle without perfecting it, since I can hurt myself or my companions, I decided to obey her warning. I then trained with Kaneko. She was stricter and colder than Akeno, offering no hesitation or warning when attacking. Even so, I greatly improved my melee attacks and my endurance in battle. She taught me not to hit with all my might if I am not sure I'll land the blow, as I'll only waste energy that could potentially be helpful later in the battle. And finally, I trained with Kiba on how to use the sword. He wasn't as cold as Kaneko, but I didn't want him to be as gentle as Akeno either. Somehow, it made me feel uncomfortable. To my surprise, Kiba said I had potential for using a sword. He told me that despite it being my first time using a sword, I could handle it at a decent level. For that reason, I asked Kiba to get me a sword. But I never expected Kiba to bring me one that, in simple terms, was a monster. It was over 1.30 meters tall and 15 centimeters wide with a very good edge. I spent the last 4 days studying the Phoenix clan's abilities with Riaz and training on my own. I even researched Asia's sacred gear, and all I could find out was that it's called Twilight Healing. It has the ability to heal illnesses and injuries of all kinds, though it can't regenerate lost limbs. But I couldn't find anything on how to activate it. My companions don't know I have this sacred gear, and I prefer to keep it that way. At least until I can master it better. The day of the raiding game had finally arrived. I was standing in a large room in Ria's house, wearing the academy uniform. They told us to wear clothes we felt comfortable in, and to be honest, those clothes made me feel very calm. I was holding my sword and looking out the window, feeling a little anxious. Ria's called us over and we went to the battlefield, which turned out to be an exact copy of Kuo Academy. To make a long story short, we lost the raiding game. We'd managed to defeat almost all of their players, and in the final moments, I was facing Razor. When I tried to use my full power, for some reason it wouldn't work. And that moment of confusion and hesitation was enough to knock me out. The attack was so powerful that I was unconscious for a little over a week, or so I was told. Tonight, the night I woke up, I was alone in my room. There was a note saying that if I wanted to save Ria's from her engagement, I should use a pamphlet with a magic circle that would take me straight to the wedding. Obviously, I was going. If my mistress was going to get married by force, I couldn't just sit idly by. But I couldn't go without an ace up my sleeve. I had to have a backup plan. So I proposed a deal to the most powerful being I knew. The dragon inside my sacred gear, Drake Gotch. In one of my dreams he explained to me that I could sacrifice a part of my body so that he would give me all his power for a time limit. I offered him my arm and left eye, and in exchange I received 10 minutes. I entered the ceremony hall after defeating some guards who wouldn't let me pass. I made a lot of noise. When I entered I was the center of attention. I got very nervous with everyone looking at me, but I still shouted. Razor Phoenix. I've come to challenge you to a one-on-one battle for the hand of my mistress Ria's Gremory. Upon saying that, many people were confused by my appearance. Behind my mistress and Razor, a crimson-haired man along with a silver-haired woman dressed as a maid, approached to be more visible. This is a little show I put together, he said as he looked at all the people there. Surzich's Lucifer Sama. Is that man one of the great kings? And Ria's addressed him as brother. Now I understand the similarity they have. Surzich's Sama, what do you mean by spectacle? Razor asked the same doubt I had. It was interesting watching you fight my sister in the raiding game. But unlike you, Ria's had half of your pieces and, well. Do you have any complaints about the fight? Razor asked in his typical manner. Not at all. If I had them, the raiding game would be useless. Not to mention the circumstances involved this time. If I had any complaints, my old family would be dishonored. As he answered, leaving several people in the room stunned, he looked at me and smiled. I wanted something interesting for my sister's engagement. You, that boy over there. I wanted to see the dragon power you possess personally, so I asked Grafia to arrange this. Dragon versus Phoenix. Whose fire will burn hotter? Surely I'm not the only one who thinks that matchup will be great. A fight between two possessors of legendary powers will make this interesting, don't you think? I just looked at him seriously. I knew this was a trick and that the Demon King wanted to free his sister. Dragon boy. Would you like to show me and the nobles present your powers once again? I didn't need to think about it, I already had my answers since I got here. Sekiryuite. I am the Sekiryuite, Lucifer Sama. And a dragon is never afraid to show its power. Drake had lent me his power. The least I could do was make him respected. Well, Sekiryuite. What do you want as a reward if I win? At that moment Lucifer was interrupted by Grafia, who whispered something inaudible to my ear. But I could see firsthand how the Demon King's expression changed completely. Although it only lasted for a second. How could I grant a bounty to a low-level demon, Lucifer Sama? The Demon King took his time to answer. As he said. His title is Sekiryuite, that title is above his position as Ria's Gremory's pawn. He deserves a reward, it's the least for a celestial dragon. The confident tone the king had disappeared and replaced by a serious tone. I agree Surzich's Sama, but let's let him decide what he wants after the battle, even if victory isn't his. Because the title of Sekiryuite is even higher than his, said Razor looking at me with respect. He knew I had to win in order to win. Although I didn't want to use Drake's power. He wanted to see how strong I had become. I accepted the proposal and now I found myself standing on a kind of platform, which was like a giant chessboard. After a moment inspecting the place, several meters away Razor appeared with a very peculiar battle suit. I don't think I can describe it. I assumed my battle stance as I summoned my sword and began counting down my sacred gear's power boosts. I had to be careful. Phoenix's fire burned hotter than normal fire, but I don't know if it's hotter than mine. Time passed, I already had wounds and burns on my body caused by the wind and fire magic that Razor used against me. I was not far behind, he was also injured, but to a lesser extent. I cut off several of his limbs several times, but he regenerated them every time I did it. I had learned that phoenixes were immortals, since they had incredible regenerative abilities, as well as mastery of fire and wind. Just like the legendary phoenix. It was impossible to defeat them with ordinary methods. But I realized something. Her magic was stronger than it was in the raiding game. Her motivation. Her magic was stronger, as was her motivation to win. If I can lower her motivation, I'll be able to weaken it a little. Looking at Ria's, searching for strength. All I found were her tears. My heart knew I wasn't crying for me. I was crying for him. To see him hurt. To see him hurt. I wanted to see my mistress happy. I had finally discovered that it had all been a deception. I realized now that I was the only one who opposed the marriage. None of my classmates supported me. But I knew they had their reasons. Akeno and Kaneko loved Razor, and Kiba loved Carloman, one of Razor's knights. I put aside my battle stance. Ria's always loved Razor. The fact that she's affectionate with me was always her way of being with any of her servants. I looked at her sadly and said out loud. The king's wish comes first. I surrender. I said, staring at the floor, trying to hide my sadness. We were instantly teleported away, but I found myself in a dark room. It was very dark, but despite that I could see my mistress, Lucifer, and that maid who was always with him. Issei. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. I voluntarily became engaged to Razor. I never meant to hurt you or cause any misunderstandings with you. I know. I was the only fool who misinterpreted your pure intentions, my king. I hope you are happy in your new life, here in the underworld, I said while bowing like a knight. I'm truly sorry. I never meant to make you cry. I had bowed my head to hide my tears. But she came up to me and lifted my face. It doesn't matter. A pawn's duty is to fulfill the wishes of his king, I said, trying to maintain my composure. You'll also live in the underworld. You don't have to stay in the human world, he told me, but I couldn't accept his proposal. I can't, Ria-sama. I have my family there, my mom and my dad. Besides, I love you, my king. If I'm with you, it'll make it much harder to forget that feeling. Please. Understand, I said as she hugged me. What do you want, Sekiryuite? What do you want to do now? The crimson-haired man approached. He didn't look at me badly or angry. He looked at me with understanding. I stood up and looked seriously at King Lucifer. I wish to be a free piece and to be taken out into the world. I want to get away from the supernatural for a while. And I don't want my companions to visit me. I want to be alone, I stated my wish, without looking at my king. It was painful enough knowing that he wasn't my match. A free player is capable of doing whatever he wants, obviously without harming anyone or getting into trouble with other factions. He is free to choose how to live his life and is accountable to no one but his own convictions. He can live wherever he wants and is free to choose whether or not to participate in the raiding games with his clan. He also has the option to continue making contracts with humans. This gave me a new opportunity to try not to lose what little humanity I had left. To better take care of my parents, who have always supported me. And to tell them the truth once and for all, so their constant fighting would stop. Those fights that started long after I became a demon. Issei. You. Then it shall be, from now on you will be a free pawn. I hope you achieve ease in the human world. Graphia will take you home, Lucifer interrupted my mistress and said those words to me. I only gave a short bow, while Graphia created a magic circle to return to my home. The light of the circle caused me to close my eyes. After a few seconds I opened them again and was already in my room, the same place where I woke up and made the decision that I would open my eyes. Sorry for insisting that you interrupt the ceremony without knowing that Ria's feelings towards Razor were pure, said that maid looking at me and bowing. Don't worry, Graphia-sama. You didn't know, neither did I said as I approached the window of my room to observe the beautiful full moon that was crowning the highest point in the sky. Indicating that it was already midnight. But why did you give up? With your request, you could have made her marry you, you would have been happy, she asked me with a tone of sincere doubt and curiosity. I just smiled at the sky again. I'm just a pawn, I'm no one to interfere with my mistress's wishes. A pawn must ensure the happiness of his king and companions. If I forced her to marry me, she would only be unhappy. And I don't want to see the person I love the most suffer, much less my friends, I answered sincerely. Seeing my companions and my mistress suffer for a selfish desire is not my purpose. But you love her too. And the same kings and retinue also have to ensure the happiness of their servants. Ria's made a mistake by deluding you. You could have gotten revenge, his words took me by surprise. It was true, I loved her and yes, that was the duty of a king. But I want her to be happy. And I know perfectly well that for that to happen, I don't have to be there, I said as I turned to look into her eyes. Holding back my tears. You sacrificed your own happiness for your mistress's. You've changed too much since the last time we saw each other. I could hear the first part perfectly, but I didn't understand what she said to me next. I've known her since before. I'll come visit you from time to time to check on the demonic contracts you make and give you the rewards for them. I wish you luck in this new stage of your life. Hi to Issei, I nodded, ignoring what she'd said earlier. I watched as she left through a magic circle. I sat on my bed, thinking about everything I'd done up to that point. I needed to think and relax. And there was only one place at this hour where I could do that. I headed into the woods. To visit my friend. I didn't want to think about anything along the way. I didn't have the heart for it. But I knew I'd pull myself together. I could do it before. And now I can do it again. I know I'm strong. I just need to find my courage again. When I arrived, I started cleaning the area as a few branches and leaves had fallen. I wasn't in a hurry and I took my time cleaning it. I promised to come visit you more often, Asia. Forgive me for not coming before. I will keep that promise forever. I will keep my promise no matter what happens, no matter what. I will never break my word. Are you still crying over that nun's death? I know that voice. The one who caused all of this. Why I turned into a demon and why Asia died. Rainer, that fallen angel who took my friend's life, was here. I quickly turned to look at her and discovered I wasn't alone. There was a middle-aged man with short black hair and dark blue eyes. He was dressed in a grey trench coat, a white shirt, black pants and shoes, and wore a pair of gloves and a black hat. I knew him perfectly well. He's Donasik. He tried to kill me a while ago, but Riaz saved me. Next to Donasik was a woman with hip-length blue hair, wearing black jeans, white sneakers, and a red blouse, and covered in a pair of armor plates. I also know this woman. We had a run-in in the past. I didn't sense any ill intentions that time. We had just bumped into each other by chance. That's why I was intrigued to see her there. If I recall correctly, her name was Kalwerner. Next was Middled, who looked like a young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a black gothic dress with white ruffles, a large black bow in the front, and a green jewel embedded in the neckline. She wore white thigh-high socks and black shoes. What do you want now, Rainer? Isn't what you've already done enough? It bothered me to see most of them there. I was surprised by Kalwerner. Seeing her here is disappointing. It really hurts you that we killed her, right? It's a shame you don't have your mistress here anymore. After all, she's getting married, right? But you loved her. And she tricked you into believing she wanted your affection too. That makes her a bitch, don't you think? He said, smiling cynically. I don't justify my king's behavior. But I don't believe your words either. I have no reason to believe a damn woman who gets my hopes up and then kills me. What have you come for, Rainer? I asked without hesitation, in addition to keeping her from filling my head with ideas. I could tell they were scanning me with their eyes. I couldn't do that. But Drake was helping me. Rainer was the most powerful of the four, followed by Kalwerner, Middled, and Donasik. Isn't it obvious? I've come to retrieve the sacred gear from the little nun you now possess. She didn't just stand by and watch Asia and I die. Someone gave her that information. And it was clear she came to kill me. You know perfectly well that I won't hand it over to you just because you asked. It was clear that he had brought his friends to make the job easier. That's clear to me, you disgusting demon. That's why, this time you won't get out alive. Hearing his words, I put myself in battle stance and summoned my sword. Asia sacrificed herself so I could live. I won't let her sacrifice be in vain. I'm not going to die here, Rainer. Tonight I'll make you pay for what you did to Asia. I unleashed my power and the pain I felt with those words. Losing Asia was a huge blow to me. But what affected me the most was that I was too weak to protect her. It was the first time I couldn't keep a promise. And I swear on my life, it will be my last. The underworld was intrigued by what had happened to the Securitate. After all, he had not returned to the ceremony hall and had apparently left again for the human world. Serziches was upset with Riaz, as was Grafia. They had planned for Issei to rescue Riaz from that supposedly unwanted marriage. But finding out that it had all been a ruse. For Riaz to see how focused Issei could be in battle against pretty girls annoyed him, and he knew he had to find some other way to repay the Securitate for the trouble they had caused him. Grafia. The boy, did he have eyes like that? I mean, was he born with heterochromia? King Lucifer asked with clear curiosity while deducing something. No, Serziches Sama. When I left you the pamphlet, your eyes weren't like that. They were both honey-colored, the maid replied, looking at the ground. She seemed to be trying to remember something related to the brown-haired young man. I'm really sorry for everything that happened. I didn't want it to get to this point. Riaz apologized to her brother for the umpteenth time. Riaz. That young man made a huge sacrifice. He gave his arm and left eye to the Welsh dragon, surely for power. Riaz looked at her brother, completely perplexed. She hadn't realized it a moment ago. Knowing that her pawn had made such sacrifices to save her broke her heart. You must take better care of your servants. Make your feelings towards them clear. You still have 3 pieces left. Don't make the same mistakes as with the young Securite. He is someone with a noble heart. If it had been anyone else, he would possibly hate you, said Lucifer looking at his sister seriously. Suddenly, Grafia had summoned a magic circle on the ceiling of the building. She looked at it with concern. This caught the attention of everyone present, who also began to look toward the circle. In it, they could see the Securite standing in front of 4 fallen angels. They were apparently having a conversation, but they weren't listening. Grafia had decided that only the images that were happening at that moment would be seen, and nothing would be heard. My familiar has been watching him ever since I left him in his room, Serzich's Sama. That's why I was able to detect that he was about to start fighting, Grafia explained before one of the underworld's highest authorities could consult her. Issei. Riaz trembled with fear as she saw how her pawn was in great danger. Serzich's Sama. Send me there, I offered to help the Securite. Razor offered to help one of his fiancée's pieces. No, I want to see how capable this boy is. Said Lucifer, looking closely at the image. Human world. Forest outside Kuo. Issei was about to face Rainer, the fallen angel who had murdered him and his friend, Asia Argento. Rainer wasn't alone. She was accompanied by Kalwerner, Middled and Donasik. The young brown-haired boy didn't want the area where his friend was resting to be destroyed. So, taking advantage of the fact that most of them were confident, he decided to try to take the battle elsewhere. He began to concentrate the energy in his body towards his legs so he could get away from the area as quickly as possible. Fortunately, by taking them by surprise, he was able to escape from them and start heading for the mountains, trying to get as far away from the city as possible. What the brunette didn't notice, and apparently the fallen didn't either, was the presence of the former's parents. They had decided to follow their son to find out what he was up to, since he was coming home later and later or leaving in the middle of the night. They never thought they'd hear that their son was a demon. But now they had a convincing explanation for why he came in late or left in the middle of the night. He answered to someone. They assumed that if he didn't comply, there would be a punishment, and that's why Issei always had to fulfill those supposed requests at the last minute. From one moment to the next, their son was no longer before them. Even the fallen angels seemed confused. Seeing those beings moving, cutting and destroying everything in their path, made them understand that Issei had apparently moved at an impressive speed. Determined and worried for their son, they began to cautiously follow that trail of destruction. Issei had reached a clearing between a mountain and a forest. It was quite far from the city and his friend's resting place. There he could fight without any worries. Looking into the distance, he could see a bunch of small lights. At first, he thought they were fireflies that had been scared by his arrival, but when he saw that the lights intensified, he realized they weren't fireflies. They were arrows and spears of light headed for him. He was barely able to dodge them all. Be careful, partner. They outnumber and outpower you. If you use your cards well, you can get out of this alive. I'll help you in any way I can, but I'm working on a way for you to defeat them without using that. Drake spoke inside the mind of the brown-haired man, who watched as the fallen appeared in the forest. What's the problem with using it now? Issei asked, putting on his battle pose. It would be a waste, my friend. Activating it for a minute will be enough to defeat them. Once you defeat them, you won't be able to stop the countdown, and you'll lose all that useful time. The celestial dragon explained to his young wielder, who was preparing for battle. I see. Then I won't use it, thanks for explaining it, partner, said Issei, understanding that the battle would last too long. Donasik was the first to approach the brunette, looking to attack him head-on. Issei was patient and waited until he was close enough to dodge and counterattack with a knee to the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to kneel. And with a kick to the face, he sent him back to where his teammates were. Before, this would have taken me by surprise. Now I can see how much I've improved, thought the young Securite, ready to attack. Seeing his enemies creating their spears of light, Issei decided to summon his sword to fight on equal terms. In addition, he enveloped the sword with Dragonio power. Kalwerner and Middle began attacking Issei, Kalwerner going head-on and Middle from a distance. Rainer stayed back looking for an opening to attack, and Donasik still couldn't recover. Since they were fighting so close together, Issei took the opportunity to question Kalwerner's behavior. Why are you doing this? When we first met, I thought you were different from those three. Issei said, causing Kalwerner to stop her attacks. You don't understand what's at stake. But that moment where he stopped his attacks didn't last long. After saying that, he attacked again, but with even more ferocity. It was clear that Kalwerner was experienced in hand-to-hand combat and close-range weapons. Such was his skill that Issei had to resort to his sword to protect himself from attacks with sharp weapons. The difficulty of simultaneously parrying and dodging the attacks of both fallen angels made him forget his surroundings. Onasi took full advantage of this, enraged, attacking Issei, grabbing him by the torso, and slamming him into the mountain. Taking advantage of this, the fallen angel tried to impale the brunette with a spear of light. But the young Sekiryuite moved faster, falling behind Donasik, who was perplexed by his enemy's swiftness. The brown-haired man, firming his grip on his sword, spun around and cut the fallen one deep across the back, severing his wings. Ah. Damn it. Donasik didn't have the chance to fight back. Issei was faster and drove his sword through the fallen one's chest, who just stared at him in bewilderment. Blood gushed from the blade of the sword, Donasik's chest, and his mouth. Where that fallen one had once been, only particles of light now remained. Angels, demons, and the fallen have one thing in common: how they die. Being supernatural beings, they leave no trace of their existence behind when they die. You can point to body parts, but these will disappear only when the being they came from dies. While concentrating on watching one of his rivals fall by the edge of his sword, Issei failed to dodge a double kick that Kalwerner and Rainer landed in his stomach. As if that weren't enough, Middlet unleashed a sphere of light magic in his face. In addition to causing internal injuries and minor burns with these attacks, the blast wave sent the young man several meters back, colliding with some trees and knocking them down. They were very effective and precise attacks. When he tried to get up, the brunette vomited blood. It wasn't his first experience with pain or the taste of his own blood. However, he could confirm that the pain he felt in his abdomen and face was excruciating. It was an unbearable pain, but despite that, the young man got up. He knew he didn't want to die there. As soon as he looked up, the brunette was surprised to see his last three enemies closing in to kill him. He had lost his sword in the previous attacks and knew he had to get it back if he wanted to stay on top of the fight. He quickly created a fireball and threw it in a desperate attempt to distract his hunters for a moment. Fortunately, it worked, and Issei had a clear path for a couple of seconds, enough time to retrieve his sword. Upon recovering her, he didn't wait for another attack and decided to attack the weakest of the group, Middlet. She couldn't even turn to look at him as she felt her chest burn and her organs turn to ash. She couldn't even scream in agony, as her lungs were no longer useful. At least it had been quick. The fire had consumed the little fallen's body completely, and in just seconds, nothing remained of her. Issei had covered his sword in fire and pierced the blonde fallen's chest with it. Killing pained him greatly. No matter if they were enemies or not. He's never liked killing, and that's why he tried to do it as quickly as possible. But he wasn't used to using magic. Using fire had exhausted him considerably and made the situation worse considering his injuries. Rainer and Kalwerner quickly approached their enemy with spears of light in their hands, unwilling to let him recover. He had proven himself an enemy of considerable power. Poor Issei was taken by surprise and managed to dodge Kalwerner, counterattack, and send her flying. He almost didn't count against Rainer. But he was able to dodge her attacks. Maybe you can dodge our attacks. But they can't, said Rainer, confusing Issei with her words. Partner. You have to get that damn girl away from there. Your parents are behind you, hidden in the bushes, warned the celestial dragon, surprising the brown-haired boy, distracting him from the fight and causing him to look back. Rainer took advantage of that moment of surprise, seeing that her enemy had let his guard down and pierced him with a spear of light. Her plan had worked. Now she just had to finish it. Issei could feel the spear of light beginning to burn his organs, but luckily for him, Rainer made it disappear. When that happened, the brunette fell to his knees while he grabbed the affected area. Kalwerner took the opportunity to try to knee him in the face, but he protected himself using his sacred gear. The force of the blow was such that Issei straightened up, exposing his wound. Both fallen took advantage of that to land a double kick in the stomach of the poor wounded demon. And once again, the injured Sekiryuite was sent crashing, although this time against the mountain where he had been before. I'll take care of you later. Children first. And thank you for giving me the chance to kill your son, Rainer said that, smiling evilly, looking at the bushes. Underworld. Phoenix territory. The demons had watched in amazement as a low-class demon faced off against 4 fallen angels. They were shocked at how he had taken out 2 of them. And they watched seriously as the fallen angels gained the upper hand. They knew that demon had recently caused trouble for this important marriage, but they didn't want to see the fallen angels win for nothing. Riaz was fighting her instinct to break up the fight and save her pawn, but she couldn't disobey a demon king, who in this case was her brother. She shed tears of helplessness as she watched her beloved pawn suffer. Issei's companions were in better condition than their master, but they couldn't help but feel sad and upset by what their less experienced companion had to go through. None of them could help but gasp in amazement as they watched their companion being pierced by a spear of light. Issei, was Ria's heartbreaking cry as she watched her young pawn being pierced by a spear of light made by Rainer. Immediately her husband, Razor, tried to calm her down. Kuo forest. Between the bushes. Issei's parents were near the battle, clearly observing the confrontation their son was now engaging with those beings. They were amazed by their son's fighting style. He had never shown interest in training and self-defense, and now seeing him fight so well impressed them. Takeda, Issei's father, was very worried about him. He never believed his son would face someone so strong that even he couldn't participate. He had always made it clear that he would be there for him wherever and however much trouble he got into. But seeing the situation, it was best for him to stay in line. If he revealed himself, he could be more of a hindrance than a help to his son. Kayako, our protagonist's mother, wanted to stop the battle, hug her son, and use her body as a shield from the blows and attacks he received. But she knew that if she tried to do that, Issei would protect her even if he gave his own life, and she didn't want him to suffer anymore because of her. She knew perfectly well that if she intervened, she would only be another burden to her son. But when they saw that they were used by that woman to distract her son so that she could attack him without any problem, they felt a great guilt that only increased with Rainer's words. Takeda had to cover Kayako's mouth and hold her tightly when he saw that his son was about to be attacked again by those two women. He didn't even want to see. He only heard the sound of blows. Although he didn't want to. All he could think of was the worst and cry beside his wife as they begged their son for forgiveness. Kuo Forest. With Issei. The young Sekiryu was using what remained of his strength to try to get up. His abdomen burned and hurt like crazy, as did the jets of blood pouring out of it. No matter how much he thought, despite the pain, he couldn't find a way to win that fight. And at the rate they were going, he would end up dying from lack of blood. Sorry for the delay, buddy. But I finally finished something that will help you a lot. Drake spoke to his emaciated carrier, with a tone of pride and concern. Thanks for showing up, Drake. Thank you very much, really. What did you prepare? Asked the brunette, evidently tired. It's an imperfect form of that which you shouldn't use yet. It will cover you with light armor to protect you, and you can do as many augmentations as you want, but you only have a limit of 100. When you run out of augmentations, the armor will disappear, explained the celestial dragon, creating a small spark of hope in Issei. Hope of being able to return home to his family. You're great, Drake. Just tell me my parents stayed where they are, said Issei, seeing how his enemies appeared ready to deliver the final blow. They haven't moved from their position, my friend. They probably think you're dead and that it was their fault. You shouldn't get too confident. I suppose that with the chaos you created when fighting them, they'll know you didn't die and will try to come help you fix what they caused. You must end this as quickly as possible so they don't get hurt. Drake warned his wielder, who was looking seriously ahead. Drake. Can you please bring me my sword? Asked the young brown-haired boy with hatred in his voice. I'll do it with pleasure, my friend. But remember that hatred will cloud your judgment, advised the dragon, as Issei's sword emerged from a magic circle. He took it in his right hand. I'll try to control myself, Drake. Thanks for the warning. Now tell me. How do I activate that form? Issei asked, controlling his emotions. Repeat the following after me. The dragon released the activation words for the technique into the brunette's mind. Now he just had to say them out loud to activate it. Will you surrender once and for all, damn demon? Rainer said as she was a considerable distance from the Sekiryu. A dragon. Never gives up, Issei replied haltingly, firming his grip on his sword ready to attack. Boosted gear balance breaker scale male false. Upon activating that mode, Issei began to feel armor plates spread across his arms, legs, and torso. There weren't enough to cover them completely, nor were they thick enough to protect them from powerful attacks. His face was covered by a mask that only covered his mouth and nose, leaving his eyes and the rest of his head unprotected. The brunette felt his energy and magic returning to normal, but just as quickly, he began to fade. This was due to blood loss, muscle fatigue, and the wounds he suffered. The expressions of terror on both women's faces were evident. This didn't go unnoticed by Issei, who performed 10 augmentations to create and throw a Dragonio sphere of power. The sphere, upon impact with the ground, produced a large explosion that slightly injured Rainer. Kalwerner, being closer to the explosion, was pushed by the shockwave, causing her to hit her head against a tree, disconcerting her slightly. Issei was amazed at the power he possessed at that moment, but he knew he didn't have much time left. His blood kept coming out, and it seemed like it wouldn't stop yet. Taking advantage of the fact that they were separated for the moment, Issei decided to attack Kalwerner, who had her guard down. When she reacted, Issei was already very close. The surprise paralyzed her, and the Sekiryu used that to deliver a strong blow to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her and leaving her unconscious. Issei immediately tried to turn his attention to his last opponent. But when he turned around, all he saw was a boot heading straight for his face. Rainer had thrown a kick to his face, which the brunette took full effect, although thanks to the mask he didn't suffer as much damage, but it was completely cracked. The kick made the brunette look away from the ground, and for a second he could see the Calorner was starting to wake up, but his priority at that moment was Raynor, so he immediately turned his attention back to her. During this process, and in order to stay ahead in the fight, Issei had to keep increasing his energy levels due to the energy he was losing. He only had 50 increases left before the armor disappeared. So he decided to deliver the final blow, to go all out with his best attack. He performed 30 of the 50 remaining boosts and began concentrating all that energy in his left hand, where a small sphere of dragon power was beginning to form. This attack symbolizes everything I've fought for up until now. A special move made especially to kill you. Take this, damn it. The small sphere Issei had created remained static in front of him. Dragon shot. Drake's voice announced the name of the attack just before Issei punched the small sphere with his left fist. As he did so, the energy from the small sphere exploded in the form of lightning, which headed towards Raynor with incredible speed. The target of the attack only had time to create several defensive magic circles to try to protect himself from that dangerous attack. And he was succeeding. His defense was holding up perfectly. Gremory. Seeing that Raynor was starting to withstand his attack, Issei decided to use 10 boosts to increase the power of his attack. With this, he managed to break Raynor's defense once and for all. The attack ceased after a few seconds, and the dust began to dissolve. Issei had to hold back a sigh of amazement. He couldn't believe what was before him. Raynor was completely injured, and some of her clothes were gone. But she was there, barely able to stand, but she was alive. Issei was glad he still had the mask, otherwise Raynor would have noticed the fear that was beginning to rise in him, giving her hope of winning. Damn you. I swear. It won't end like this. She breathed heavily and spoke in pain. Grieving, she created a magic circle to escape. We'll meet again, damn Sekiruite. Issei felt a great relief seeing her leave, but he didn't let his guard down. He knew there was still someone there. Turning around, he could see the blue-haired fallen a few feet away, trying to get up. He quickly approached her. But unlike the others, he just wanted to ask her something before deciding what to do. With every step Issei took, she tried to get further and further away. Her desperation grew along with her fear. Perhaps she thought he would kill her. She had everything to believe that, and that was why she wanted to escape. She didn't have enough magical energy to escape through a magic circle like Raynor, so she bet she could if she got lost in the forest. But she tripped, and her hope of escape dissolved as quickly as she hit the ground. Please. Don't kill me, she said through tears. The brunette had already reached her and was looking at her, holding his sword ready to defend himself. He wanted to know why she didn't attack him when she had the chance. Just a moment ago, she had her back turned. She could have easily killed him with a stab with a spear of light, but she didn't, and she wanted to know why. I never wanted to come to the human world. I always wanted to live in peace with my husband and children. But she came and told me it was a direct order from one of my leaders. I couldn't refuse. She threatened to kill my children if I didn't obey her. Calorner couldn't stop crying as she explained her reasons for being there. Drake had confirmed to Issei that she was telling the truth. But something about her story caught his attention. She mentioned one of their leaders. You said one of your leaders, right? Was it the main leader who gave you that order? Issei wanted to know why he was being targeted by that guy, and he wanted to know the name of the leader who was hunting him down. No. Azazel-sama didn't do it, I'm sure of that. He likes the peace we're having. I don't know who gave that order. Only Raynor and the other two you killed knew about it. Calorner had managed to calm down, but she was still scared and nervous. The brunette had already won something, the name of the fallen angel supreme leader, Azazel. Please. Let me live. I swear I'll serve you and help you in any way I can. But please let me live. Let me see my children again. The fallen one had proven she was telling the truth, and Issei couldn't leave children without a mother. She'd only been forced to participate. He had no reason to murder her, and he didn't want to anymore. He didn't want to kill anymore. He'd shed enough blood for one night. You could use her as a spy to find the one who is hunting us, suggested the dragon, speaking with a tone of voice, proud of what his companion had achieved. It would expose her to too much danger, Drake. Besides, the one who's hunting me is going to have to show up sooner or later. I'll just ask him for information on that Azazel and to spy on him, nothing more, said Issei, refusing the celestial dragon's suggestion. Well, you'd be spying on their top leader. At least it's something. I won't kill you, you can go. But in exchange you'll have to give me all the information you have about Azazel and spy on him. It's a better option than sending you to look for the one who wants to kill me, said the brown-haired man, seeing how the woman's face filled with joy. Go away. They're watching us. From now on every 2 weeks I'll come here for information. My name is Haidu Issei. It's a pleasure, Calorner, said the brown-haired man, stretching out his hand to greet the fallen. After greeting each other, Calorner left. Issei began to feel dizzy as his vision blurred. He fell to the ground on his knees as his armor disappeared into particles of light. Once again, the brunette vomited a large amount of blood. The blood loss was making him feel very sick and he had reached the limit of his endurance. He finally fell to the ground and before he lost consciousness, he saw his parents quickly approaching. After that, everything went dark for him. Upon reaching him, Takeda and Kayako were greatly relieved to see that their son was still alive, despite having been seriously injured because of them. They quickly tried to stop the bleeding in his abdomen, but it wouldn't stop no matter how much pressure they applied, and they were beginning to despair. They were amazed when suddenly a green aura began to emanate from Issei and begin to surround his body. This aura began to heal the brunette's wounds, leaving his parents somewhat confused. Neither of them understood how this was possible, but they were happy that it happened at that precise moment. That aura healed most of Issei's body, but it couldn't completely heal that through wound. It healed his back and his organs, but it didn't completely heal his abdomen. Takeda carefully carried his son on his back, while Kayako could barely carry the brown-colored sword she had dropped when she fell unconscious. From a distance, she thought it wasn't that heavy. Now she was amazed by the fact that her son could wield it with one hand. They still didn't fully understand everything that had happened that night, but they were sure of one thing. They would have many things to discuss with their son when he woke up. Underworld. Phoenix territory. Meanwhile in the underworld, the demons had just seen the outcome of the fight and how Issei had let himself fall. The noble demons began to protest, saying that he would ally himself with the fallen. But these rumors ceased when Razor pointed out that he had killed two of them and used a powerful technique to kill one of them. He also pointed out that he was still young. And that the mental burden was possibly working against him. Neither Surziches nor Grafia could believe that the Securitate was being hunted by one of the leaders of the fallen angels. They wanted to know who he was and why, and they knew perfectly well who to consult. Grafia. Take charge of explaining to the Securitate's parents everything that is necessary and whatever they ask. All the demons looked at the Demon King intrigued by those words. They must know that mythologies are just that, a myth. Make sure they promise not to tell anyone. Only use memory alteration in truly extreme cases. But those words, the demons understood their absolute king's order to his maid. As you say, Surziches-sama. The maid replied, with her characteristic stoic look. Let them rest for now. Go 3 days after the Securitate awakens, Surziches ordered before leaving. On his way, he heard the noble demons devising some plan to get that boy back to the demon faction under some other clan. He could only sigh before leaving completely without greeting anyone. He had done enough for that night. When I woke up, I didn't recognize where I was. The last thing I remember was letting Kaloriner go and passing out in the forest. The place was quite dark and I couldn't see well despite my demon sight. I tried to get up but I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. I remember now. Rainer impaled me with a light spear in the abdomen. The pain was unbearable if I made sudden movements, but it lessened if I stayed still. I used everything in me and finally managed to get up, realizing I was in my room. I immediately looked at the clock, which read 5 a.m. It wasn't until I looked at my desk that I realized I wasn't alone. My mother was there, sleeping on top of a towel, holding a kitchen knife and a nearly empty first aid kit next to her. Behind me, sitting in the doorway with an old French sword that once belonged to my maternal grandfather and runs in the family, was my father, who was also asleep. I noticed the dark circles under their faces. My father was unshaven and my mother had tear marks. Their condition was deplorable. They were somewhat thin and unkempt. How long had I been asleep? A week. I was asleep for a week. That long? Yes. During all that time your parents didn't sleep a bit, your mother was always looking after you and your father watched the door and window of the room, without ever separating from that sword. They didn't even eat anything in 3 days, since they refused to leave the house in case something happened to you. They are very good parents if you ask me. You didn't sleep all week and you didn't eat for 3 days. And I thought you wouldn't do so much for me. I'm a terrible son. You said it. If you had told them earlier that you were a demon, we would have avoided all this. Although if you had, they wouldn't have followed you, and you'd be dead now. I didn't respond to that, agreeing with him. Looking at my left arm, I saw a dragon claw. It was the sacrifice I made to try to save Ria's. I'll have to live with that forever. I got up and dressed, trying not to make any noise and being as careful as possible with my torso, where the wound Rainer gave me was still there. Carefully and using as much strength as I could, I laid my parents down in my bed, where they would sleep more comfortably, taking great care to disarm them first. Greg used a spell to make my arm take on a human appearance again, so I could blend in more easily on the streets. I left the house and headed to a 24-hour convenience store. It was quite far away, so it would take me a while to get there. Everything was pretty peaceful until Drake spoke to me. You know, that nun's sacred gear. It activated for a while and healed you. It closed a wound on your abdomen as much as possible and made the other wounds on your body disappear. Obviously, it also healed your internal bleeding and your fractured ribs. Asia's sacred gear. How? How did it activate? Not even you could do it. I don't know, it was activated by surprise even for me. If it hadn't been for that, you probably would be dead, and if it wasn't like that you would have woken up in 2 more weeks and your parents. You don't need to mention it. Asia. Even though you're no longer here, you still take care of my family and me. If only I had been stronger. You'd be here with me now. Stop blaming yourself. Do you think she would have liked to see you like this? Being useless. But it was my fault, Drake. Answer my question. No, he wouldn't have liked to see me like this. Then stop blaming yourself like a fool and stand up for your family. Live for them, don't waste the opportunity she gave you. It's what she would have wanted. You know. I thought you'd be more proud and insensitive. Like in human myths and tales. Aren't we like that, my friend? We also feel the pain of losing a loved one, and although we are beings made of pure power, we don't use our power specifically for evil. We decide how to use it, we don't act on instinct. Besides, was I going to be a father too? Or am I a father? I don't know. You're a father. But with whom? How? When? You forget that I've been living since before the Christ himself, right? Oh, yeah, that's right, I forgot. You're the 3rd human I've talked to like this. Like we're friends. But you're the first to know I was going to be a father. You were single before that, or your baby was about to be born and… No, partner. None of the ones you're thinking of. As you may already know, our hatchlings are born from eggs. Since we are beings made of pure power, the hatchlings need their parents to give them a bit of their power so they can generate their own special power and use it to break out of the shell that can't be opened by anyone else. Until the hatchling receives that power, it will remain asleep. I see. And what happened that you couldn't meet your son or daughter? I died. In a confrontation against the white, don't get me wrong, he didn't win. Our fight was interrupted by the factions. They killed us, and the damn god took the opportunity to turn us into sacred gear. Drake sounds somewhat sad, it seems like he accidentally touched on a sensitive subject. In my early years as a sacred gear I tried to convince my wielders to take me with my wife and my offspring. But none of them listened to me, and now so much time has passed that I no longer remember who the mother is. Or where she lived. I'm sorry if I made you remember something painful. Don't worry, I don't mind. It's okay to talk about these things from time to time. Looks like we're there, right? Coming back to reality, I realized I was already a couple of meters from the store entrance. It seems I had arrived here unconsciously. We'll continue talking later, mate. Of course, Issei. I went into the store and selected various vegetables, fruits, noodles, rice, and other things to cook. I also needed to take care of my wound so it healed properly. So I also selected hygiene items, some painkillers, bandages, gauze, and alcohol to disinfect the wound that Asia's sacred gear couldn't heal. Thanks to all the contracts I was making, I'm not short of money, and I had no problems paying for all the things I bought. As I was paying for my things, I noticed the clock behind the woman serving me. It read 6:40 a.m. I had taken too long walking to the store and selecting what I would take. I have to hurry. I don't want to worry my parents even more if they wake up and don't see me there. I started walking briskly, then jogging. I continued like this for a few seconds, then stopped. My abdominal wound hurt like mad. The pain was unbearable. I arrived at a park, sat down to rest a bit, and waited for the pain to subside. I couldn't believe it hurt so much. I'm thankful my organs are perfectly healed. With the stupidity I did, my intestines would surely be out of me. The pain has stopped, and I feel better now. I won't be jogging again for a while. I need to let my body heal completely. I got up and now I'm heading home as fast as my body can move without causing pain. I arrived, opened, and closed the door quietly. I didn't mind taking off my shoes at the entrance, so I just walked in. I walked to the living room, left what I had bought on the table, and went to turn on the kitchen light, since I still couldn't see anything. I took my things out of the bags and started putting away the things I'd bought for another day, leaving only the things I'd use right away. I started cooking. I'm going to make something simple. I'd watched my mother cook since I was a child, and it was something that appealed to me to learn. But with my new obsession, I didn't have the interest to try it again. An hour later, the food was ready, and now I was watching TV. But this was the last thing I could do. I was thinking about what I had done a week ago. Ria's was my greatest motivation since Asia passed away. Her passing leaves a void in my heart. I know I have a long life ahead of me, and I can't stay still now. But the fact that there's a price on my head worries me more. One of the fallen angels' leaders is looking for me, and I still don't know why. I let Calwarner live so he can find information on that Azazel, and in a week he has to deliver that report to me. Now they'll possibly use my family to hurt me. All of this makes my head hurt. Issei. I looked towards the stairs where my mother was watching me. She is a beautiful woman with light brown hair and honey-colored eyes. Her figure is slim, but with her gifts well marked, and she is a little taller than me. Her face had dark circles due to the lack of sleep for the night she spent taking care of me, in addition to tear marks that she surely shed also because of me. Next to her was my father, a man taller than my mother with dark brown hair, with a good physique for his age, and like my mother, he had dark circles under his eyes. My mom, upon seeing me, ran up to me and hugged me tightly, burying my head in her chest. As if I were about to disappear. All I could do was hug her back, which my father would later join in on. We stood like that for a moment, and I could feel both of their tears soaking my clothes. The tears that showed how much they cared about me. How much they cared. Don't scare us like that again. My mom said as she pulled away from me, stretched and squeezed my cheeks, and then hugged me again. It was clear that her face showed relief and joy when she saw me awake. My dad was the same way as my mom, neither of them reproached me for being a demon, and they were glad I was okay. Forgive me. For worrying you. Forgive me for not telling you the truth. Please forgive me. Mom. Dad. Forgive me for turning into a demon. My son has always been like this, he didn't like causing us trouble. Now he was apologizing for something he couldn't even prevent. He looks a lot like me, his mother. Now, don't cry. It doesn't matter, the important thing is that you're okay now. You're with us. I don't care what you are, if you're a human, a demon, even a dragon. You'll always be my son, and I'll love you no matter who you are. I took my little baby's face and began to dry his tears while I watched him sob. I'm glad to see you're well and awake. We have a lot to talk about, don't we? I said with a smile, trying to reassure him. Something that's always worked since he was little. Yeah. I guess so. I love you so much, Mom. Kayako always knew how to calm Issei down, she's very skilled at it. And I think her smile has a lot to do with it. That smile conveys joy, confidence, and peace. Something Issei always liked, or at least that's what I, his father, always believed. Issei. I spoke, drawing his and my wife's attention. I looked at him seriously before speaking. Promise me you'll never hide things like that from us again. Please swear it to me. He's my only son, the only one we ever had and ever saw smile. I don't want him to leave this world before me. I don't want to see his name carved in stone. I promise. I'll never hide things like this from you again. Hearing him say that made me feel calmer. I know I can trust my son. He's proven it to me before, and I won't doubt him now. With that, I hugged him and my wife, and we stayed like that for a while longer until I felt my stomach growl. I felt ashamed for having interrupted such a pleasant atmosphere, but I couldn't help it. I hadn't eaten in 3 days. Looks like Dad's hungry. I'll go grocery shopping and make us something to eat, Mom said as she tried to get up. But as she did, she lost her balance and fell onto the living room couch. Dad tried to help her, but as he stood up, he fell to his knees on the floor. Calm down. There's no need for that. I already prepared the food, I said as I got up from the couch and helped my dad sit down. After that, I went to serve them the food and take it to the couch so they wouldn't waste their energy. I just sat at the living room table eating. I have a lot of things to think about. One of them is how I'm going to distract my mind so I can forget about the love I feel for Rias. I also have to think of an excuse to justify my absences from the academy. I have to watch out for Mitsuda and Motohama in case they try to beat me up, and I have to stop spying on the girls for a while. If I can, I'll try to stop doing it for good. The pain in my head from those thoughts is back again. I would recommend that you don't neglect your training. As I told you, dragons are beings made of pure power, and power attracts power. You can take as an example the fact that they're hunting us now. You're right too, you told me that the demons were watching our fight a week ago. I suppose they'll try to get me to support their faction again in some way or another. Not only were they watching you, the heavenly angels and the fallen angels were doing so as well. It seems we'll have big problems in the future. The celestial angels and the fallen ones too. Damn. If they're going to show up in my future, I just hope it's in a very distant one. I didn't want to have to face the angels too. Akeno once told me that the light of pure angels is stronger than that of the fallen. Okay. I'll go to sleep, I'm a little tired, I said, trying not to think about those things anymore. Wait. I don't want you to sleep alone yet. My mother said, still not wanting me to sleep without them. I know. I'll bring the mattresses from the bedrooms here. That way, the 3 of us can sleep together like before, Dad said, and without giving me time to do anything, they both went straight to get that. I could only sigh with some resignation. They were trying too hard to protect me. Well, the least I can do is move a few things so there's room to set up that makeshift bed. Once everything was ready, I went to bed first, followed by my parents. I was sandwiched between them, like when I was a kid. My mother stroked my hair while humming a song. I remember the melody but not the lyrics. That was very relaxing for me, little by little I was falling asleep. My mom humming a song and stroking my hair for the first time in many years made me remember the times when all I had to worry about was which toy I would take to my grandparents' house or to the park. I don't know when I fell asleep, but it was the best rest I've had in many years. The next day we woke up quite late and quite hungry. So we decided to go out for breakfast, just like old times. My mom had me remove the bandage from my abdomen so she could disinfect and clean that wound. After that, she re-bandaged it to make it more secure. Being able to go outside without any worries is nice. We haven't gone out like this as a family in a long time. I remember the last time we went out like this was 3 years ago. Since it was so late, we couldn't find a place to have breakfast, but we decided to have lunch right away. Although my mom said it was always better to make and eat food at home, that it gave it a more pleasant taste. My dad and I smiled. Mom was right about that. Besides, if you were still hungry, don't be embarrassed to ask for a second plate. And it wouldn't cost you more either. After lunch, we went grocery shopping to make dinner. We had planned to spend the whole day walking around the city and then come home for dinner. It was a lot of fun. We visited places we hadn't been to in a long time. Mom convinced Dad and me to go to karaoke before heading home. We didn't see any problem with it, and we hadn't been to one since I was 6 years old and was a huge Dragon Ball fan, singing along to its songs out loud with my mom, who was also a big fan. Now we're here in a karaoke room, and obviously it's private. Since it was Mom's idea, it was decided that she would sing first. It took her a while, but she managed to choose a really good song. Although my dad would have to sing too, though not as much. It was a song in English. They both knew the language since the companies they work for require it to be able to work there. In the middle of the song, there was a melodic moment where my mom, with her eyes closed, let herself be carried away by the melody of the song. She was dancing with great joy and peace, as if what happened a week ago didn't matter. And you know what? The truth is, it doesn't matter anymore. At some point in the song, my dad stood up and grabbed one of the microphones. He already knew he had to sing, and he seemed really happy and excited to be doing it. I really like seeing them like that. It's really gratifying. As soon as Dad finished singing, Mom immediately followed suit. They both looked at each other lovingly as Mom sang. When they reached another part where there was only melody for a few seconds, they both got carried away and never stopped looking at each other. The song was great. It showed the love they both felt for each other. I won't let that be destroyed. They both laughed at the end of the song, and Mom enthusiastically hugged Dad. Now it was his turn. He would have to sing a song solo or with some help from Mom. He really hoped it would be with Mom's help. He hadn't remembered her having such a beautiful voice, which sounds even better with her fluent English. In the end, and very lucky, Dad chose a song that Mom would also sing on. Mom had started the song with some sort of background singing. Her singing ability still amazes me. After her, a piano tune began to play in the background. It seemed like Dad was about to begin. Dad sang spectacularly. Now I remember that was our hobby. Singing. For a while, I was also interested in that, but honestly, the breasts clouded that interest. It seemed like some part was the chorus, since Mom also sang along with Dad. It was wonderful to see how their voices blended perfectly. It was like standing in front of two big stars. Actually, they were my two big stars. Mom let herself be carried away by the song again, singing her heart out. At least that's what Drake had told me. Dad had done it too. They'd let themselves be carried away by the song and its melody. Once again, I was fascinated by Mom's voice. Dad's wasn't bad at all, but Mom's was much prettier. Now I'm terrified, even nervous. Now it's my turn to sing. I just hope I've inherited both of their voices. I wasn't confident enough to sing yet, since I only like to listen to her, and I only sang to myself. But what does it matter? We're related. Besides, this way I'll know if I inherited either of their voices, at least for singing. I started looking for a song I liked until I found it. I searched for quite a while, because I couldn't decide between the songs in English. And yes, I do know English. Asia taught me other languages, like European Spanish and Latin American Spanish, which don't differ much, except in a few words and the accent they use. She also taught me Italian, her native language, as well as some Latin. I know French from my mother's side. My grandfather was French, and my grandmother is Japanese. I had found a song the three of us could sing on, but that was going to be after I sang. I already had the song I wanted to sing, inspired by Asia. I just hope I do it well. As soon as the song began, I was lost in its lyrics and melody. It represented what I wanted to do with Asia. She wanted to travel, to see more countries and places with the people she loved. I was thinking about all of that while singing the song. Now I realize that it seems like losing yourself while doing something you love runs in the family. My parents looked at me in surprise. Of course, it was something to be expected. They didn't know I'd learned the language again. But after a few seconds, my mom applauded me like she had when I was in the elementary school plays. With great euphoria and happiness. I couldn't help but blush from the embarrassment of being cheered on by my parents, but I was actually really happy about it. With all the time we spent choosing songs and the occasional storytelling, we missed the hour we'd rented. We wanted to extend it, but it was already a bit late. In the end, we wanted to sing that song together, but we could have done it at home. To get home a little faster, since he was tired, Dad decided to take a shortcut through a city park. Unfortunately for me, that park didn't hold good memories. The park we're cutting through is the same one where I died. In front of me is the fountain where I first bled. I reached out to gently touch its edge, feeling the pain from that time flood back. The memories of that day burned in my mind, as did the events that followed. Issei. I cursed that day, where I let myself be guided by the opportunity to touch a pair of breasts. Issei. Issei. But now I see that if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have met Riaz or my companions. I wouldn't even have been able to talk to Asia. Since she didn't speak Japanese. Issei. I came back to reality when Mom screamed and shook me by the shoulders. I'd gotten too caught up in my thoughts and I'd snapped out of reality. Excuse me, Mom. I was just remembering the past. They looked at me with expressions of deep concern. I think it's time to tell you my story as a demon. Although I didn't want to do it here. But I have no other choice. Issei. Tell us what happened, please. You didn't have to be a genius to guess what Dad was referring to. This is where I died. It was in this very fountain where I bled to death, I began to tell without hesitation. I didn't want it to take too long, because it really hurt. When I finished telling my story, my parents stared at the floor with somber expressions. I told them everything about Asia, because they needed to know. They too had known her and grown very fond of her. I told them how she died. It wasn't easy for them to accept, let alone for me to recount it. Do you think it was a good idea? They were normal humans until a week ago, and almost losing you is a huge blow to them. Also, losing Asia, who was almost like a daughter to them, affected them greatly. I can't lie to you anymore, Drake. Don't you remember that I swore I'd never lie to you again? Besides, it was necessary. You already knew, after all. You heard it during the fight against Rainer. It's true. You did what was necessary to avoid disappointments later on. You're the first to do so. To tell your parents about their supernatural life. At least the first of my carriers. I'm the first to do many things. I'm also the first to crash a wedding hoping the bride will run into my arms, only to find out she actually loved the guy she's going to marry and make a fool of herself in front of a bunch of high-class devils. I just hope she's happy. You're right. But look on the bright side. You're now free to do whatever you want and make your own decisions to define your future. That's a good thing. I won't depend on what the Gremory clan council decides to do with my future. Yes, relying on other people to make a decision is garbage. Hey. And if my parents want to help me make my decisions, they will help you formulate an answer to that question, but you won't rely on them to make your decisions. You'll only consider their opinions, and you'll have the final say. After that talk with Drake, I focused on my parents' condition. They were a little better now, although my mother hugged me and refused to leave my side. Soon the sky turned purple. I knew what this was. It's a pocket dimension. Just like the one used in the raiding game. Someone was coming. Mom. Dad. Don't ask questions and stand behind me now. I was worried, I didn't know what their intentions were, and I can't identify if they are allies or enemies. I must be alert. Fortunately, my dad managed to pull Mom away from me and hide behind me. He was nervous. He wasn't in the best condition to fight. Drake, please cover my parents. I can take care of myself, but they can't. I asked Drake to protect them in case they become enemies and want to use them to blackmail me. 4 soldiers in black armor appeared in front of me. 3 of them had helmets on, and the other had his face uncovered. They looked at me seriously, but that look changed when they saw my parents behind me. Now they were staring at me angrily, and I wasn't far behind. I do Issei, pawn of the Gremory clan, the Demon Council demands your presence in the underworld right now, the helmetless soldier began. Something wasn't right. I won't take this lightly. Tell your bosses I refuse, I responded curtly. As a free agent, I can refuse the requests of other clans, including my own. You have no choice. I quickly summoned my sword and deflected an attack from the one speaking to me. But it was only a distraction. The other 3 tried to attack my parents, but Drake had placed a protection spell on them. That had taken all the good humor out of me, and I decided to defeat them. And if they keep insisting, I'll have to kill them. Kill them, comrade. They're mercenaries, they'll stop at nothing. The Demon Council soldiers are mostly savage and cruel mercenaries. Activate false and finish them off. I wasn't going to disobey my partner, who had never lied to me. If they were like this, then they would have to die. I'll end this as soon as possible. You'll pay for trying to hurt my family. Boosted gear balance breaker scale male false. The light armor of balance breaker covered Issei's body in just seconds. Already ready to fight, Issei didn't hesitate to try to end the life of one of them. But he still didn't want to stray too far from his parents. What characterized Issei a lot was not his physical strength, but his speed. In the blink of an eye he had already split a demon in half, while the demon was confident and somewhat distracted. This action made the demons enraged and focused more on the fight. Their enemy was not beating around the bush, and with his last action, he had confirmed his rebellion against the demonic council. The last three attacked Issei at the same time, who had to concentrate too much to avoid receiving an attack in the abdomen that would surely leave him out of the battle. Being so focused on dodging the physical attacks aimed at him, Issei didn't pay attention to the spell one of the soldiers was creating. He was using his comrades as a distraction to create the spell. "Get out of there, you idiots." At the shout of the spell's creator, his companions jumped to the side so that the attack would have no trouble hitting its target. The attack was directed towards the brunette's parents, who, out of fear and due to such a sudden action, froze in place, unable to move. Issei knew that the attack would hit his parents, and Drake had made sure that the spell only works to repel physical attacks, not magical ones or spells. Seeing this, he stood in front of them so that his body acted as a shield and crossed his arms in a cross in front of him to try to protect himself a bit from the impact. But the attack never came, at least not abruptly. Looking at his left arm, there was a chain made of magic. It was wrapped around his sacred gear, but not only that. It also wrapped around his right arm. It was a bondage spell. Now. "You're ours, hahaha." Issei soon felt the chains being pulled in opposite directions, causing him to separate his arms and his torso to be unprotected, as well as releasing his sword. "Tell me, brat. What was your answer?" With that, the remaining demon hit Issei hard in the face, breaking his mask. He continued kicking his abdomen, slapping him, breaking his mask further, and torturing him with some lightning-type magic. "Now what are you saying? Have you changed your mind?" The torturer said, putting on a grim smile as he got too close to Issei's face. He spat a bit of blood to the side and then said, "Fuck you." Issei couldn't come up with another response due to his helplessness and anger. He was about to receive another beating from the demon in front of him, but when he looked behind him, he saw a magic circle slowly beginning to form. It was grey and had the symbol of the Gremory house on it. That was enough to know who it was. "Are they your friends?" Issei said, causing all the soldiers to look back, their confident faces changing to faces of true terror. That was not wasted by Issei, who made 50 increases in one go and concentrated them in his left hand. Dragon shoot. With that attack, he killed the demon holding his left arm, but he had to use all his strength. Now, with his free arm, he firmly gripped his sword again and pulled hard on the chain on his right arm, drawing the demon holding it to him. "Drake. Take my parents out of here now." Issei shouted as he grabbed the demon by the neck and slammed him into the ground. The dragon didn't disobey his companion, as he knew what he was going to do. Kayako and Takeda could see a magic circle rapidly forming at their feet. They didn't know much about the supernatural world, but as the other magic circle finished forming, they understood that reinforcements were arriving for those soldiers. And that they might be too many for their son. Issei. That desperate cry from his mother and father was the last thing the young Sekiryuite could hear before they were both transported. At that moment, he made 30 increases and concentrated them in his right hand. The demon began to feel his neck begin to burn, to scorch. Issei never let go of the demon until he saw it disappear into particles of light. He had killed it by burning its airways. But even so, he didn't emerge unscathed. The demon punched and kicked him until his strength was gone, in a futile attempt to free himself. The brunette now only had half of the mask covering his mouth, and part of the armor on his arms and torso were no longer there, in addition to having open wounds on many parts of his body. This gave him a somewhat terrifying appearance. The last demon looked at Issei in terror and began to run towards where the magic circle was formed. For his part, the brunette seemed not to pay attention to him, and in part it was true, he was more focused on the people who had just appeared through that grey magic circle, but he never lost sight of his enemy. From that magic circle appeared a red-haired woman with greenish-blue eyes, a voluptuous body and luxuriously dressed. Her hair was tied in a long braid that reached mid-back, but left a few strands loose around her face. Two people appeared at her side. A blonde man with longish hair and blue eyes, wearing a black suit, no tie, and his shirt unbuttoned to the middle of his chest. A woman with long flowing black hair and violet eyes, with a generous figure, was dressed extravagantly, just like the Redeed, only with her hair loose. Behind him stood a young, white-haired girl with short hair, dressed in a red kimono with gold trim, and beside her stood a young man, apparently about 17 years old, with short blonde hair, dressed in a black shirt, white dress pants, and matching shoes. Also at his waist was a European-style sword. They were Ria's, Razor, Okeno, Kaneko and Kiba respectively. But they weren't the only ones. Next to her was a woman with silver hair arranged in several braids. She has blue eyes, a good figure and was dressed like a maid. Next to her was a red-haired man with long, loose hair, greenish-blue eyes, and he was dressed in a strange suit, but it was from this time. They were Graphia Lucifuge and Surzich's Lucifer, the Queen of Annihilation, and one of the 4 great demon kings who ruled the underworld. Seeing the demon running desperately towards them, they were confused, as they could not understand what a demon from the personal guard of the members of the demonic council was doing in that place. Lucifer Sama. The Secretary has gone mad. Help me. Ag. Do you really think I'm going to let you go after what you tried to do? The fact that the brown-haired man had wrapped the chain of his right arm around the neck of that demon surprised the newcomers, but even more surprising was the tone used by Issei when saying those words. It was too gloomy. The demon struggled in vain, for although the chains were his own work, they were made by a spell so complicated and strong that not even he himself could free himself from it. Issei, not caring about the people in front of him, pulled the chain that was suffocating the demon, drawing him towards him, while making 20 increases that were directed towards his left arm, an arm with which he also wielded his sword. When the demon was close enough, Issei pierced him with his sword right through the chest in such a way that the sword entered through his back and exited through his chest, partially covered in some blood. Dragon shoot. Quickly and without warning or prompting, the brunette performed the technique at point-blank range. The attack not only killed the demon, but also shot out at the newcomers, but before hitting them, Graphia deflected the attack skyward and broke the pocket dimension they were trapped in. When the dust raised for obvious reasons dissipated, Issei was seen on his knees with his hands on the ground, breathing heavily, but with the armor of what they believed to be the balance breaker on, very damaged but present. Implying that he could still fight. Issei. When Riaz wanted to go help her pawn, she was stopped by her own brother Surzich's. With a silent order, he sent Graphia to corroborate the brown-haired boy's condition. Surzich's felt a dark aura where Issei was, he knew it was coming from him, and that's why he sent his queen as a precaution. She approached with concern and caution. But seeing the Secretary slowly rising, in addition to laying his sword on the ground, immediately calmed her, leaving only concern in her being at the sight of the wounds on his body and the blood staining it. She also watched in amazement as the chains wrapped around his arms began to disappear, realizing they were made of forbidden magic. It's been a while, Issei. Riaz, now calmer, spoke, maintaining her characteristic affectionate tone in sensitive situations, while she watched as Graphia began to slowly heal Issei, but he signaled her to stop. You're right, it's been a while, Riaz Gremory Sama. What have you come for? The brunette asked quite formally, with a neutral tone, but he couldn't hide all the happiness he felt seeing his king healthy and, most importantly, happy. I came to take you back to the underworld. That answer took the brown-haired boy by surprise, who just looked at her with some sadness. I'm sorry, my king, but I can't accept that. Issei replied kindly as he raised his sword and summoned it with the help of Drag, always trying to maintain his composure since his entire body hurt. Especially his abdomen. Please, the team won't be complete without you, Issei, Riaz insisted, taking a step forward, wanting to get closer to her pawn, who by then had already dissolved his armor, revealing his new wounds and bruises. These were more noticeable on his arms, but the boot prints left on his abdomen meant there were more under his clothes. My king. Don't try to insist. I don't wish to return, as a free pawn you should respect that decision. Also, you don't have to worry about my income or my clients. If I don't have enough money from the contracts, I'll get a job here. You don't have to worry about anything, really. Issei's calm way of speaking after what had just happened was strange. But Riaz correctly attributed it to the fact that her pawn didn't like killing and didn't like to talk about it and preferred to act as if nothing had happened. Issei, I don't want to leave you here. Much less with the fallen angels hunting you, you are my family, and I don't want to lose you, Riaz said as she slowly approached her pawn, while her eyes filled with tears. I'll be fine. I'd just be more of a danger if I'm by his side. Now even the demonic council is looking for me. And the only one who can disobey them without punishment is me. With these words, the brunette made it clear that he wanted to stay, and that if the demonic council ordered his capture, there would be no one to protect him without him receiving any punishment. Issei looked at his hands, which were stained with some of the blood of those demons he had killed, and remembered his life just 3 months ago. Graphia gently took Issei's hands and cleaned them with a handkerchief. The brunette looked at Graphia in surprise at her action, and when he turned to look at her, her expression confused him even more. She looked at him with affection, the affection of a mother. That surprised him, but it wasn't the time to focus on that. I won't return, my king, I've already made my decision. Issei thanked Graphia's gesture with his eyes and stood up to approach Riaz. I know you hate me because I hid the love I feel for Razor from you and hate her. No, I don't hate her, my king. I would be betraying my own heart if I believed that idea. She only hid it because she believed it was the right thing to do. For a moment I thought that they trusted me enough to tell me that information. But considering the things they took into account to hide it from me, I agree with them. I don't hate any of my companions, so you shouldn't worry about that. Although Issei was sad because he knew that he probably wouldn't see them again, he also understood that it might be the best for both sides. Human world. Hideout house. Meanwhile, elsewhere, more precisely at Issei's house, the brunette's parents were beginning to recover from the shock their son's actions had caused them. They were worried that those soldiers were going to kill him or do worse things than what they had done before their eyes. They couldn't intervene, since the barrier their son had placed over them prevented them from approaching him, and they were reduced to mere spectators. The first thing they did when they got over the shock of him suddenly appearing at their house was to run to the park where they had been before, hoping to be able to help in some way. Even sacrificing themselves for him. Ayako had come to that determination so that her son could live many more years. Takeda was as determined as his wife. He would give everything to save his son, no matter the cost. Desperation was eating away at them. With each step they took, they gradually lost hope as the park was so far from their home. They were already exhausted and they weren't even halfway there yet. Kayako slowly stopped running, tears streaming down her cheeks. She fell to her knees and began to cry. Takeda, who was far behind, caught up with her and began to comfort his wife, and even though he tried to appear strong, he couldn't. It hurt them just to think of their son being gone. Forever. Human world. With Issei. Issei looked at Riaz with a sad smile. She had recently stopped crying to reveal her strong and confident expression, the one Issei had always loved to see. Because it made him feel strong. You don't have to worry about me, Riaz-sama. I'll be fine. She took Issei's face with both hands and kissed him on the forehead lovingly, then hugged him in the same way. I'm going to miss your company. And honestly, your way of being too. Issei just laughed softly at his king's words. I couldn't be the same even if you were married, much less with the others. It wouldn't be right, Issei said with a big smile on his face. Riaz smiled and reproached herself for her past actions. But that answer, she realized that her pawn would have given her best, even if she hadn't hidden her engagement to Razor from him. I wanted to apologize to you. Razor said this, surprising Issei. I didn't mean to hit you that hard last time. But I didn't control my power properly, and that's why you ended up unconscious for a week. I wanted to apologize for that, Issei simply shrugged it off. It doesn't matter. It's a thing of the past, the brown-haired man replied, without giving the matter any further importance. We're going to miss you, Issei-kun, said Kiba looking at his partner. I hope we meet again, Issei-kun, Akeno said goodbye with a smile. Even if you are a pervert senpai, I'm going to miss you too, said Kaneko looking at Issei with her typical stoic gaze, but a small smile could be seen. I'm going to miss you too. Issei answered simply, he wasn't good at saying goodbyes. I'll wait for you at home, Grafia. The Sekiryuite was surprised by King Lucifer's words. Grafia would stay with him for some reason he didn't know. Seeing them all leave and only the two of them remained, Grafia sat down on a bench and gestured with her hand for Issei to sit next to her. At the same time, she undid the pocket dimension she had maintained since the one of the demons belonging to the Demon Council army fell. The brunette, seeing that everything was back to normal, decided to sit down on the bench in complete tranquility. At that moment, the doubt returned to his mind as to whether he had ever met Grafia at some point in his life. But those thoughts dissolved when he saw Grafia take his hand and place something in it. Seeing what she had placed there, his eyes widened as memories flooded his mind. This was mainly due to his recognition of the object. It was a fairly old necklace, made of thick black thread and a few noodles painted in different colors. It was the first and only necklace she'd ever made from those materials, and now she knew why Grafia looked so familiar to her. You were the... I'm glad to see you've grown well. Issei was still in shock at recognizing Grafia and remembered how they had met. Flashback. 10 years ago. We focused on a barely 5-year-old Issei walking down the street with Kayako, obviously holding his mother's hand. He was somewhat depressed because they were returning from saying goodbye to a neighboring family who had a son the same age as him and who was his best friend. He wasn't extroverted and found making friends quite difficult, and he didn't much like going out to play on his own either. The legends he'd heard from several of his classmates terrified him. The one about the young girl who moved only with her arms because she had no legs was the one that scared him the most. On their way home, they made a detour to the mall to pick up a few things Kayako would need, as she was about to start working at a renowned international company, just like her husband, Takeda. The only difference between them was that Takeda started 2 years ago, and he works at the rival company where Kayako was supposed to work. In one of those moments, and due to Kayako's distraction while looking at a business suit, Issei got lost. Being so small, he easily got lost. He didn't want to cry. He wanted to be strong and brave like his friend, but he couldn't find the strength to do it. Walking and walking, by pure chance, he came to the entrance of the mall. He stood there, staring at the ground. He knew he and his mother had entered that way because he recognized the signs of some stores and therefore believed they would have to leave that way too. What little Issei didn't know was that shopping malls have more than one exit. He was scared, shaking, nervous, sweating, wanting to cry, scream, and beg for help to find his mom. But at the same time, he didn't want to do it. It wasn't something his friend was going to do. Or at least that's what he thought. It didn't help his condition that right across the mall, a clown show for the whole family was taking place. These clowns were foreigners on a world tour. Darkness and clowns were Issei's strongest fears. Suddenly, they looked at him. Their intentions weren't bad. They entertained most of the people and children around. It was something relatively new. The clowns tried to get him to participate with the best of intentions. But Issei ran away, overcome with fear. While running with his eyes closed, he collided with someone and fell to the ground. Looking around, he couldn't recognize where he was, and fear overcame him. He began to cry silently, but his tears were thick, proving that he was truly terrified. "Are you lost?" That's where he met her. She looked exactly the same as she did now. Same clothes, same hairstyle, and same figure. Grafia stood in front of him, her expression expressing concern for the child's condition. "Why yes. Wah." After saying that, the little brown-haired boy began to cry loudly. Grafia, for her part, just hugged him, waiting patiently for him to calm down. "Are you better now?" the maid asked, seeing Issei look much calmer. But he didn't stop holding tightly to the dress of the woman he considered his savior. Grafia took a handkerchief and gently wiped the little brunette's face and tears. She stayed with Issei for a while the little brunette refused to let go of the only woman who had helped him. "Do you want some ice cream?" Grafia asked, but the little boy said no. While Issei was calm, he still didn't trust that woman. He didn't even know her name. "Do you want a hamburger?" Since it was already noon and his tummy betrayed his hunger, Issei accepted with some nervousness and embarrassment. When the food arrived, Issei was surprised to see, instead of a typical hamburger he'd eat at home, one like the one he'd always seen during breaks in his cartoons. Or the food prepared by SpongeBob, his favorite character. Grafia, seeing Issei's surprise, realized that she had never tasted a hamburger like that. "This is how you eat it, look." "Ah." After saying that, Grafia opened her mouth and took a large bite of her food. Issei was surprised to see what Grafia did. Since his mouth was a little smaller, he had no problem imitating what the woman did. "My name is Issei. What's your name?" After a while and more confidently, the little brown-haired boy introduced himself. Grafia smiled tenderly at Issei's nervousness, but appreciated that he was the one who introduced himself first. "Grafia, my name is Grafia. It's a pleasure to meet you." Issei approached Grafia's face and wiped a trace of mayonnaise that she had on her cheek. Grafia blushed, not realizing it herself, but she smiled again, this time with affection, while she took the cheek of the little boy in front of her in the same way and caressed it. "You're a good boy. Thank you very much." Issei gave her a smile so cute that it made Grafia's heart flutter with great happiness. Despite that, Issei didn't return to his seat and sat next to Grafia to continue enjoying his food. "Who are these, Grafia-san?" the little brown-haired boy asked, taking one of the pamphlets Grafia had in a small basket. She was surprised by the question, but even more so by the way the little brown-haired boy referred to her, as if she were his mother. "They are brochures that I give to people. They are from the place where I work." Obviously the maid could not reveal anything about the supernatural, much less to a little boy of apparently 5 or 6 years old who could believe anything. "I see. Isn't it a little boring?" "Most of the time it is. But today was quite pleasant, don't you think?" Issei smiled at Grafia's words and unconsciously put the pamphlet in his pocket. This went unnoticed by the maid, who continued with her lunch accompanied by the little brown-haired boy. After lunch, Grafia walked out with little Issei in her arms. They had talked a lot about each other's lives, or at least as much as Issei could share due to his young age. Issei was someone who quickly warmed up to people, and it wasn't unusual to see him now hugging Grafia with great affection. And from time to time, he would give her a kiss on the cheek. He saw Grafia as an angel who came down to watch over him and protect him in that moment of fear. Nothing could be further from the truth. Grafia acknowledged that Issei wasn't Ria's equal in that regard. And she liked that, plus he was a better behaved boy than Ria's and more fearful. "Issei." Grafia heard a woman scream desperately while crying. She knew immediately that the woman was the mother of the little boy she was holding, because of the great resemblance they both bore. Kayako and Takeda were desperately searching the mall for their son, having already been searched inside. At one point, Kayako fell to her knees, sobbing. Takeda approached her and comforted her. "Excuse me. This is your son, right?" Kayako saw Grafia as a divine being when she saw her carrying her only son, Issei, in her arms. For her part, the maid knew that the woman was Issei's mother because of the striking resemblance they both had. "Yes. Thank you so much." Kayako took her little one and hugged him and showered him with kisses. "Thank you very much, miss. He's our only son. And we wouldn't know what to do without him. How can we repay him for this?" Akita was very happy to see that nothing had happened to his son, but he also knew that such an honorable act had to be rewarded. "The few moments I spent with your son are reward enough for me," Grafia explained, unwilling to offer Takeda a pamphlet. She believed a child like him shouldn't be involved in the supernatural, much less his family. In the end they talked a little about what happened and agreed to meet some other time. "Grafia-san. Will I see you again?" The maid smiled at the little boy's question. "Someday. I promise." End of flashback. Present. "You took care of me when I got lost," said Issei, looking at Grafia in amazement. "Yes. I'm sorry you had to get involved in this," the maid apologized with great regret in her voice. "It wasn't your fault, Grafia-san. Neither of us knew this would happen. But I'm really glad to see you again," said Issei, looking at the sky with peace, knowing that the dowdy had disappeared. "I'd like to ask you something. Do you hold a grudge against Rias for what happened? Please answer me honestly." The maid seemed unsure about that aspect. She believed that Issei harbored some hatred against his sister deep within himself. "No. I don't blame anyone. If I had to blame someone, it would be myself. I didn't behave in the best way possible to show that they could trust me enough to tell me that," Issei answered calmly and sincerely. "I'm glad to hear that." Grafia seemed reassured knowing that the little brown-haired boy she met doesn't hold grudges against anyone from the supernatural. She stood up from her spot and stood in front of the brown-haired boy. "I'm sorry to have to leave so quickly, but there are matters I must attend to." Having Grafia in front of him, Issei had a full-body view of the one who knew how to take care of him and play with him as a child. "How curious," said the dragon of Issei's sacred gear with a tone of surprise and seriousness. "What happened, Drag?" asked the brown-haired boy, intrigued by his partner's words. "She's pregnant. It's curious to see a pregnant demon, after all they have a low birth rate," Drag replied, surprising Issei with that fact that was unknown to him. "Take good care of that baby, Grafia-san." At those words, Grafia was very perplexed before disappearing completely. After those events, the brunette began to walk out of the park, changing his clothes, which were somewhat stained with blood. He had already partially severed ties with his clan, and Issei knew he could finally have a moment of peace with his loved ones. His gait was calm and steady, demonstrating that he felt better about clearing things up with Rias, about why he had kept his voluntary engagement a secret. As he walked a little further, he could see his parents walking home at a listless pace. That was strange to him. Drake had told him he'd sent them home and couldn't explain why they were there. For that reason, he decided to quicken his pace to catch up with them. "He's gone. He's gone forever, and he left us. Issei is gone forever," Issei heard his mother say sadly and clearly wanting to cry. She approached slowly and quietly, and when she was close enough, she hugged them unexpectedly. "I'll never leave. I'll always be with you. I couldn't just walk away and leave you like that. You know how I am and that I would never do that." The brunette understood why his parents were sad. He hadn't given them an explanation when he sent them home, and they realized that they had probably captured him. "Issei. Darling." Issei immediately received a response from his parents, who hugged him affectionately with no intention of letting go for a while. After a long time hugging, during which time Issei hadn't said anything, they headed back home. "Issei. Thank you for trusting us. For telling us your past and for being here with us," said Takeda, hugging his son again, but this time for only a few seconds. "That's right, honey. We thank you so much. You are the light of our lives, and we wouldn't know what to do if that light went out." Kayako seconded what her husband said. "Mom. Dad. Thank you for staying with me even though I'm a demon. Thank you for loving me even when I lied to you. And thank you for being there when I needed you most," was what Issei responded to his parents' words before changing the subject of conversation. Underworld. Lucifer Castle. Surziches sat on the throne of ancient Lucifer with a serious expression, seemingly intrigued for some reason. In front of him was Rias, who was alone with her entourage. Razor had to leave to attend to some matters in his territory. "Rias. When we arrived at the place where the Securitate was fighting with the Demon Council soldiers, I felt a dark aura around your pawn. Do you know anything about it?" King Lucifer was clear and direct with his question, slightly tensing his blood sister. "Well. One night I had to alter Issei's memories for various reasons." Ria's explanation wasn't the best. The underworld was forbidden from altering the memories of its own servants. They were more flexible when it came to humans, but this was only used in special cases. "Why did you do it?" Surziches thought the reason was something silly and childish, or just another whim of his sister's. But upon hearing Ria's answer, Surziches didn't know what to do. He was surprised and perplexed. "Rias. I won't tell anyone. I know you did that with the best intentions, but it's a fact that you are punished whatever the reason." You're going to have to understand that they will judge you looking for a way to give you a hellish punishment. My relationship and that of the other demon kings with those is not the best, and we won't be able to help you, King Lucifer promised, and warned his sister of the consequences of her actions. I understand, Ani-sama, and if they find out I will be responsible for my actions. After that, Ria's group left the room, leaving only Sursiches, who, after a while, got up from the throne with a thoughtful mood as he headed to the small balcony in the room. I hope that one day you recover your memories, Haidu Issei, and know how to forgive Rias for her actions. She did it for your own good, but if you hate her and want revenge, there will be no impediment to you doing so. It's a promise, King Lucifer pronounced, knowing that he would have to fulfill that oath at some point. Lucifer Castle. Master bedroom. Elsewhere, Grafia was about to finish a spell to find out something that left her in doubt. The Security's last words before leaving the place left her with a lot to think about. He said that she would have to take care of a baby. She thought about several options of who could have a baby now. And she went over the options in her mind. Until he asked himself, what if that baby Issei was talking about his mine? She wanted to rule out all possibilities. That's why she decided to cast a spell to find out if she was pregnant. It was a common, simple spell that worked like this. When the spell is cast, a large sphere is formed with the user levitating in the center. The spell warns you of everything you need, whether it's a boy or a girl, whether you're healthy or have an illness, that sort of thing. The dome will turn blue if the baby is a boy and pink if the baby is a girl. If the baby is completely healed, the dome, in addition to the color corresponding to the gender, will turn green. If the baby has any illness, it will turn red. Depending on the severity of the illness, the color will be more intense. The sphere Grafia was in turned a beautiful pink. She smiled at the thought of raising a little girl, her first child. Her heart leaped with joy as she imagined those scenes. But those thoughts were overshadowed by surprise, fear and confusion. All because of that color, that scarlet red color that began to appear in the pink sphere in which Grafia was, that intense red color, which could endanger the life of her baby. But it wasn't just her. It was also Sursiches, who had just arrived and knew the spell process. Both of their faces were filled with a mixture of emotions. Happiness, sadness, worry, and confusion, but also a lot of hope. Hope that they would find a way to cure their baby, by any means necessary. The spell ended, and Grafia was gently placed on the ground where Sursiches was waiting to hug her. Don't worry, darling. It doesn't matter what, but I swear I'll find a solution, said Sursiches through tears of happiness as he hugged his wife, who reciprocated with great affection. I know you will, I trust you, Sursiches. Please, find a way to save our baby. Even if I have to give my life for it. Please, swear to me. Those words fell like a bucket of cold water for the Mayu. He knew he shouldn't get too confident, and besides, he had remembered how cruel life can be. I swear. King Lucifer replied resolutely. He was determined not to let his baby or his wife die. Underworld. Gremory territory. At the clan leader's mansion, Akeno Himejima, Kaneko Taojo, Kibayudo, and Ria's Gremory were about to discuss an important matter among themselves. The topic was how to get Issei to live in the underworld, where they could help him more freely than in the human world. Well, do you have any ideas? Akeno asked, seeing that her king was lost in his thoughts. Rias was pondering something regarding her pawn, and it seemed to be very important. I'm sorry, Akeno-san. But I want to respect my partner's decision. So I'm sorry, but I won't help in this case, were the words that the Gremory knight said to his mistress while saying the last party bowed in apology. I see. Kiba, you know that Issei is alone out there. Unprotected and being hunted not only by the fallen angels, but now also by the damned demon council, said Akeno, trying to convince Kiba to help them. Senpai is strong, brave, and intelligent. He'll be able to take care of himself, Akeno-senpai. Kaneko joined Kiba in his stance of leaving her partner alone. She admitted that Issei was a pervert, but she always admired his bravery and determination. I understand. Rias, what do you think? Asked Akeno, seeing her friend still in that thoughtful state. Rias, for her part, was finishing her reasoning. She knew her servant loved her, but she was in love with Razor, and she didn't want to directly hurt her servant's feelings. For that reason, she didn't say anything to him, believing it was the right thing to do. Then came the rating game, which was to see the strength of her servants, but she knew that Issei was a pervert, and that possibly when facing sexy and pretty girls, he would lose focus very easily. That was why she devised that unwanted engagement thing secretly from almost everyone. The only ones who knew about this were his own parents and the Razors, Razor himself and his entourage, Kiba, Akeno and Kaneko. After that, no one else knew about the subject. The lie spread so much that it reached his own brother's ears. Upon learning of the situation, she argued with her own parents, who didn't say anything to her in order to protect their daughter's plan. She feared that Sursiches would find a way to save her from that marriage. Rias already knew about the growth in her pawn skills. Seeing Issei so motivated to defeat her fiancé, she feared that Issei would discover a way to defeat Razor. She acted out of fear and placed magical seals on Issei, limiting and restricting the amount of magic and physical strength he could use. She knew perfectly well that he would lose the rating game due to the numerical difference, but she wanted to know how strong her servants were. They managed to defeat several of Razor's opponents with teamwork, intelligence, and obviously their unique abilities. However, the one who surprised him the most was Issei, whose balance of magic, strength, and agility was on par. But what stood out most about him was his speed and power when attacking. That's when he knew he had done the right thing by limiting his pawn with those seals. Everything had been going perfectly until her pawn showed up at the engagement party with the motive of saving her from that unwanted marriage. She knew at that moment that it was her brother's doing and decided to explain it to Grafia before anything worse happened. Seeing her brother glance at her with a disappointed expression hurt her deeply. She only found relief when she heard her pawn surrender. At the time, she thought he had given up because he no longer had the strength to continue, but knowing that he had done it on purpose so that she would be happy broke her heart and ate away at her conscience. The decision she made at the end of the fight as a reward for her brother left her in shock. At that very moment, a whirlwind of feelings began to torment her mind. They only ceased when she saw her pawn about to fight a group of fallen angels. Now she understood that Issei had sacrificed his happiness so that she would be happy with the person she loved. She smiled sadly as she realized that too late and looked at her servants who continued to look at her with concern and curiosity. Let's respect Issei's decision after what he sacrificed for us, for me. Let's leave him alone, as he wishes. Okay. Her servants nodded and she smiled ruefully again. I owe him an apology for everything I made him suffer, romantically speaking, and someday I will find a way to apologize to him, but now should we let him rest for a while from the supernatural world? Riaz said, knowing that she had made a mistake by not taking her pawn's feelings into account. Are you sure about that, Riaz? Akeno asked, knowing that by a long time, Riaz meant letting many years pass. Still, she was willing to obey her king. Yes. I just hope he can recover that sparkle in his eyes with which he always looked at me. I know he will forgive us, he is not resentful. And now I understand that he would have done anything to make me happy. He was even willing to stay away from our lives for our sake, to respect us and the girls in Razor's entourage. He gave us the chance to be happy with the person we love, said Riaz while shedding tears. Why are you crying, Riaz? Akeno said with her voice breaking on the verge of bursting into tears. Because it's going to hurt me. It's going to hurt me a lot to let him go, knowing that one of my servants, the one who showed that he trusted us completely, feels that he can't be trusted just because of a stupid decision. Just because we hid the truth from him. Because of a stupid thought, Riaz burst into tears at the thought of that. At the thought of the most loyal servant she had among her ranks having to live knowing that he wasn't trustworthy to the people he loved the most. Human world. Hi-do family. Issei, what do you want for dinner? Kayako asked, trying to start a conversation with her son, since he had been silent the entire way home. A hamburger. That would be nice, Kayako smiled when she saw her son give her a small smile. But she knew Issei was sad when she realized the smile was fake. Very well, but that will take time. Let's take this shortcut, we'll get home faster, suggested Takeda, moving forward and entering an alley where no one was passing at the moment. Sounds good to me, so we can have dinner earlier, Kayako seconded her husband's proposal. For his part, Issei silently agreed and led the way down the alley. It was his first time down that road and he wanted to get a better understanding of it. However, thoughts of the Demon Council members' motives for hunting him invaded him again, causing him to lose focus. He had wandered far from his parents and it was already getting dark, making it difficult for them to see. He heard the sound of metal hitting something hard behind him. But he couldn't turn around to look because he immediately felt a tremendous pain in his neck and fell unconscious to the ground. A man wearing leather pants, a black jacket with a skull on his chest and a punk hairstyle, had hit Issei on the head with a baseball bat, injuring him in the head and leaving him unconscious. Well. But look what we have here, the same guy who had knocked out Issei, said that while looking with a creepy smile at the parents of the young Sekirute. Look, guys, she's a very pretty woman, isn't she? The guy said, as 5 other men in similar outfits appeared behind him. Akita knew he wasn't saying that out of politeness. The guy had other intentions. That's right, Ryujin. Plus she seems to be a MILF, I think she'll be able to entertain us for longer than others, those words annoyed Takeda and terrified Kayako. We were just taking a shortcut home, we're leaving now, right, honey? Kayako was scared, it was obvious when she said those words. Takeda understood his wife's feelings, but he was also worried about Issei, who hadn't yet woken up. He tried to appear brave in the face of the situation, but seeing that each of the bandits had bladed weapons and a few firearms made him tremble. Ryujin had seen Takeda's intentions to flee and his fear in his eyes. He smiled confidently, and with a quick signal, 5 other men emerged from the shadows of the alley and blocked the exits. If you want to touch her, you'll have to get me out of the way first. Akita somehow managed to muster up the courage to say those words and the determination to back them up. Immediately, one of the bandits went straight to attack Akita, intending to tackle him. Although he knew nothing about fighting, the brunette's father managed to dodge the attack and kick him in the back, causing him to slam into a wall in the alley. The only thing Takeda failed to do was to consider only one of the bandits and never expect a blow from behind. Issei's father received a strong kick to the back that pushed him forward, where another bandit was waiting to deliver a hook to the stomach, which knocked the wind out of him, and a punch to the face that sent Takeda straight to the ground. He was unable to move due to the pain of the blows, and to top it all off, they now had a clear path to reach Kayako. He tried to get up quickly, using what strength he had left, but the bully, who had been knocked against the wall, hit him in the back with a crowbar, sending Takeda back to the ground in even more pain. Damn son of a bitch. Saying that, the bully kicked Takeda in the stomach with great force and hatred. Then, along with a companion, they lifted Takeda only to see Kayako roughly grabbed by 2 other thugs. The Sekiryu-Itae's father was desperate, and that's when he remembered his son was a demon. He could have easily helped them, but he was still unconscious on the ground. "Please, son, help us," was all Takeda could muster in his thoughts. "Please leave me alone. Don't hurt me. Please don't do anything to me," Kayako begged through tears, hoping to reach the hearts of those guys. Raijin, the leader of the thugs, didn't feel any pity when he saw Kayako begging not to be hurt and approached her while smiling. "Kayaya." With a strong and abrupt movement, he ripped off the blouse that his prey was wearing along with her bra, leaving the brunette's mother with the upper part of her body exposed. "No darling, don't shout. Tonight we're going to have a great time, ha 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 ha." Takeda's anger increased with every action and laughter of those bastards. "But just look. That weakling over there must have been too lucky to get a prize like you, right?" said the bully, who after saying this, touched the base of Kayako's breasts with a finger, observing very pleased that the result of this was a very hypnotizing bounce in his eyes. He was happy and excited about the feast he would have with that woman. But seeing her face, and seeing her expression of fear and horror as she shed tears, he didn't like it. He felt it killed the exciting moment that had been building. "Plath. Don't cry. I'll soon make you feel very good, and you'll completely forget your previous life to become my sex slave." Saying this, Raijin looked at Takeda mockingly and then ran his tongue over Issei's mother's cheek. For his part, Takeda cried from helplessness and only had an expression of hatred on his face. She will now feel what it is like to have a real man. "But for now," he said, looking at Kayako's breasts, "I'm going to have a lot of fun with this pair." That guy was bringing his right hand towards Kayako's left breast while moving his fingers in an unpleasant way. Seconds before, Issei recently woke up on the floor with a terrible pain in his head and a familiar sensation. The gushing of blood. The bandits ignored him, believing him dead, so he didn't encounter any resistance when he tried to get up. The brown-haired boy didn't know where he was and struggled to remember how he'd ended up there. Hearing noises and scuffling behind him, he turned around quickly, not expecting what he'd find. His father was beaten and being held down by some men. And his mother was being roughly held down by other men, while another of them ran his tongue over her face, and her torso was bare. "Drake. Summon my sword and create a pocket dimension, please." He didn't need explanations about what was happening in front of him. And he would take the necessary measures for a case like that. The dragon within his sacred gear said nothing and obeyed. Unlike its wielder, he had observed what had happened from the beginning and felt a great hatred for those bastards. The brown-haired man took his sword and hid in the shadows to mentally prepare himself for what he was going to do. "Drake. Any advice?" Issei sounded grim, and Drake could feel his bloodlust. His wielder had a relentless desire to kill them in the most painful way possible. Even if you dislike hearing this, don't kill them. Because you won't have anyone's help to hide your actions. Under other circumstances, I would tell you to find an opening and run away with your parents. But these aren't normal circumstances. Make them suffer. With those words, the brunette felt no impediment to unleashing his strength. Although he had to summon his sword to avoid making hasty decisions. "Drake, free my left arm." The dragon just smiled, having free access to the thoughts of its wielder. He knew what he planned to do. Obeying, Drake removed the spell on Issei's left arm, which once again took the form of a dragon claw. Aya. The thug leader screamed in pain as he felt the palm of his hand being ripped by the very subject he had killed, who only by looking at his face, knew that he was totally filled with rage. And every cry of pain was silenced when Issei, grabbing him by the jacket, delivered a powerful punch to his face, breaking his nose and knocking him unconscious. The thugs holding his mother went to assist their leader. Immediately afterward, the brunette magically took out a white jacket and covered his mother. Once he secured his mother, Issei went after the two holding his father, who, surprised by his speed, were unable to do anything against the imminent attacks. Issei hooked one of them right in the pit of his stomach, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to kneel, and with a kick to the face, he sent him crashing into a wall, knocking him unconscious. He grabbed the other by the neck to begin choking him and immediately punched him in the face, knocking out some of his teeth and leaving him completely out of combat. There were still 8 guys left who had every intention of attacking him. Issei's anger was too much and his power was coming out, but Drake was doing his best to keep Issei's strength and aura limited. He wanted to kill those guys as much as Issei did, but he knew he'd be in a lot of trouble if he did. Issei watched in slow motion as the nearest thug lunged at him, aiming to hit him with the crowbar he was holding. The brunette intercepted the weapon and snatched it from the guy with a single jerk. With a weapon capable of inflicting significant damage without being fatal, Issei had a bit of an advantage. With the same crowbar, he hit the thug in the face, knocking him to the ground. With his enemy on the ground, the brunette mercilessly hit him in the back with the same weapon, just as he had done earlier to Takeda. And to finish it off, he landed a kick in his face, knocking him unconscious. The other thug who was near the brunette, seeing the previous scene, took out the pistol he was carrying hidden and pointed it at Issei, determined to shoot. The brunette reacted quickly and, summoning his sacred gear, covered the barrel of the gun with his left hand. The sound of the shot was muffled by the boosted gear that intercepted and stopped the bullet with ease. Taking advantage of being close, Issei easily crushed the weapon. The thug who tried to kill Issei with a firearm was terrified. He couldn't figure out where he'd gotten that red glove that stopped bullets and could destroy weapons. But he didn't have time to come up with a coherent response, as the brunette in front of him sent him into the realm of unconsciousness and pain with a single punch to the face with that glove. The remaining 6 had expressions of shock and utter terror on their faces. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A boy was beating up his stronger classmates with relative ease. 4 of them decided to attack Issei at the same time in a desperate attempt to try to even land a hit on him. They thought that if there were more than 2, the brown-haired boy wouldn't be able to beat them. Meanwhile, the other 2 were helping their leader, who, miraculously, was waking up. He felt a sharp pain in his nose, and just touching it made the pain worse, as did his hatred for the one who had knocked him out. At first, Issei could handle himself because there were only 2 of them, but when they decided to attack him with 4, things got complicated for him. He had to be alert to more blind spots in his defense. And in a moment of carelessness, Ryujin, who had been following Issei's fight since he woke up, managed to hit him with that metal bat in the middle of his abdomen. Upon receiving such a blow to the wound in his abdomen, Issei began to feel a strong pain that made him kneel and become an easy target for the remaining bandits. They managed to land several blows to his face, causing wounds on Issei. The wound on his stomach began to hurt a lot when he received a strong punch from an enraged Ryujin for what that brat had done to him. The brown-haired boy's parents were paralyzed with fear, watching what was being done to their son. But they trusted him. He had survived worse in their eyes, and they fully believed he would do it again. "Look at me, brat." The leader of the bullies grabbed Issei by his hair with his uninjured hand and made him look at him. Issei was breathing heavily, his face stained with his own blood that flowed from the wounds he had recently received. But he still glared at his enemy with deep hatred, while his teeth were bared and gritted. "I will personally make sure you never see the light of day again. Hold him," said Ryujin, who let go of Issei and walked away, letting him see that the hand he had ripped was bandaged and that he was carrying that metal bat. Ryujin prepared to hit Issei's head with the bat and end it as soon as possible. Boost. The moment that creepy voice was heard, Ryujin stopped in fear. Tired and confused by what he just heard, he prepared to finish Issei off. But when the bat was about to hit Issei's head, he stopped. Upon seeing Issei, he saw that he was also looking at him, a look filled with hatred that made him tremble. The brunette snatched the bat from him, then slammed it down on Ryujin's knee, breaking it with the force. Drya. The cry of pain was louder this time, as the brown-haired boy decided not to silence it so as not to waste time and attack the 6 remaining bandits. He first went after the 2 who were holding him, hitting one in the leg with the bat, causing him to kneel before knocking him out with a blow from the same bat. I take the bat with both hands and squeeze the neck of its other captor, suffocating him little by little. Issei. Watch out. Hearing his mother's warning shout, the brunette glanced back. There, he saw one of the bandits pointing a gun at him, ready to fire. The brunette, surprising the bandits, quickly turned around, using the thug he was suffocating as a shield against the gunshot. Because it was so sudden and fast, the 2 bullets hit Issei's human shield. The bandit who fired the shot dropped his weapon in surprise at having accidentally wounded his companion. This gave the brown-haired man a clear opportunity, which he wasn't going to waste. He released the man he was choking, deeming him no longer a threat, as he'd been wounded in the leg and stomach. He still decided to knock him out as a precaution. After that, the brunette immediately went after the thug who had fired the shot and hit him in the stomach with a left hook. In the same spot, the brunette landed a knee so hard it lifted the thug into the air for a second. And he finished him off with a clean right to the cheek. The last three quickly came at Issei, and the brunette launched himself at them. Already running, the brunette slid along the ground, surprising the thugs and knocking down the first of them by grabbing him and dragging his legs. In doing so, he fell behind the other two bandits. He stood up, grabbed the head of the man he had dragged and slammed it against the ground with great force, rendering him unconscious. The other two, resigned and knowing they couldn't win, decided to flee. But the brown-haired boy wasn't willing to let them go unpunished. He grabbed the bat, which was on the ground, and threw it at the one farthest away. The bat hit the bully in the head, knocking him unconscious. The last bully stopped running and instinctively looked back. Fear filled his body when he didn't see Issei behind him. Only Issei's parents were staring in his direction. Swallowing, he slowly turned around, seeing the brunette coming at him with the bat held in both hands. The last thug felt a sharp pain in his stomach that stopped when he was knocked unconscious by Issei's punch to the face. The brunette turned his gaze towards Ryujin, who was trying to crawl out of the alley as best he could since his knee was completely broken. Issei. Although his mother walked towards him, the brunette completely ignored her. How did you do it? What are you? You're a monster. Ryujin said this, trying to crawl as fast as possible towards the exit. Issei didn't reply anything as he slowly approached him. He only firmed the grip he had on that metal bat. Kayako and Takeda watched as Issei approached the last of the bandits who had tried to destroy his family. Takeda hugged Kayako tightly while giving her a look of hatred towards the one who dared to touch his wife and worse. Tried to rape her. Kayako, on the other hand, had stopped crying and calmed down a bit, but she was trembling slightly at the sight of the man who had tried to abuse her. She clung tightly to her husband and had no intention of letting go. They had both watched as their son defeated all the bullies, but what caught their attention was that in the final moments, the brunette didn't have the same aggressiveness he had at the beginning of the fight with the other bullies, but he still maintained his usual aggressiveness with the one who touched his mother. Kayako now only wanted to hug him and her husband and thank him for the great effort he made to save them and protect them from those bastards. Wait please. I won't do anything bad ever again. I swear. Please don't hurt me. Ryujin begged desperately, seeing that Issei was already very close. What did you do when my mother begged you not to touch her? What did you do when my mother begged you not to hurt her? You didn't listen to her, you touched her, you hit her, and you tried to abuse her. And now you think you have the right to beg me for your life. Issei's tone was full of anger. But no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't kill that bastard in front of him. Drake was right. He didn't want to have any more problems. I won't kill you. I'm not like you who tried to kill me twice. But I'll tell you something very important. Issei grabbed the bastard with his left arm, made him look into his eyes, and grabbed the thug's right hand. Try to touch my family again or even get close to them. I won't hesitate to kill you in the worst possible way. For now, and so you don't forget my warning. Ryujin felt the brown-haired man exert pressure on his hand until it started to hurt. Crack. Drya. Issei had broken Ryujin's hand, who was writhing in pain. The thug was silenced by a strong headbutt to the face from Issei, who dropped him as if he were a simple sack. Shut up for once. Kayako and Takeda looked at Issei, surprised by what he had done. Issei was breathing heavily, his wounds worsening, and his physical fatigue had returned. He fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen, which had begun to bleed again, and with good reason. He had sustained a lot of damage in that area. Drake. Take us home. A magic circle appeared on the ground below the Haidu family and began to shine brightly, blinding Takeda and Kayako momentarily. When they regained their vision, they didn't see Issei next to them and began to worry. But when they looked down at the living room floor, the place where they had appeared, they saw him lying unconscious. Kayako ran to the kitchen, where the bandages Issei had bought to heal him were. Takeda had arranged Issei on the mattresses there. He ripped off his shirt, exposing the wound that was bleeding. This alerted and frightened him a little, so he quickly looked for something to put pressure on the wound to stop the bleeding. But just as he was about to take off his own shirt to apply pressure, the greenish aura that had appeared after the battle with the Fallen erupted from Issei once again. It began to heal the small wounds on Issei's head, arms, and back, and partially closed the wound on his abdomen again. Takeda wasn't the only spectator. Kayako was watching everything from the kitchen entrance, just a few inches away from Takeda, with an expression of total surprise. Coming out of that shock, she quickly approached and began cleaning Issei's wound, since although that greenish aura healed his wounds, it didn't cleanse them of blood. Da. Are we home yet? Issei was waking up when he felt the disinfectant liquid on his abdomen. It clearly burned like crazy. He wanted to get up, but his parents convinced him to stay lying down. Kayako began to bandage the brunette's abdomen, and Takeda cleaned the blood on his son's face. Kayako. Are you okay? Once they both finished attending to their son and having him as a participant in the conversation, Takeda asked that somewhat unsure. Yes, Takeda, only that. At that moment. I was very scared. I was afraid that they would do something to me and when I saw Issei on the ground with blood on his head. I didn't know what to do. Takeda took his wife's hand trying to calm her down, something that was working little by little. Now. Don't continue, forgive me for not being able to defend you. If only I were stronger. Stop blaming yourselves. It's my fault. I wasn't paying attention to the road and they attacked me by surprise. Issei's parents turned to look at him upon hearing his words. It's not anyone's fault. Those bastards suddenly appeared. Drake said that, somewhat annoyed by the reactions of his carrier's family and himself. Who are you? Kayako asked fearfully as she looked in surprise at her son's left hand. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake gotch with that last one. It was official. Kayako and Takeda had received too much news and met too many unpleasant and surprising people. Underworld. Lucifer Castle. In his private office, Surziches was reviewing various documents and books that seemed ancient and belonged to his personal library. The Crimson Mayu was searching through those documents and books for some method, spell, or object that would help him save his daughter's life without sacrificing his wife. For that reason, he hadn't slept in several days, but his search was in vain. There was nothing in the demonic archives to help his wife and daughter, but he was determined not to let that happen. He began to consider the possibilities of finding an item or spell in his parents' house, or even in one of the other factions or mythologies. He was willing to give and do anything for the well-being of his family. I would have continued thinking about crazy things for longer if it weren't for an unexpected visit. Wow. It seems this isn't a good time, right? Surziches. The one who said that was a man about 1.80 tall, with black hair, except for his bangs which were blonde, with violet eyes, and who was wearing a black suit with a purple shirt without a tie and unbuttoned leaving a v-neck, and who was wearing matching shoes. Azazel. The Supreme Class Demon's face was stunned. He never expected to see the ruler of the fallen angels in that exact place and time. Yes, that's my name, don't waste it, said the governor in an arrogant yet mocking tone. Characteristic of him. What are you doing here? Surziches asked calmly. It seemed this wasn't the first time he'd encountered the leader of the fallen angels. Once his surprise had passed, he went back to review the documents for the third time. Well. I came to see an old acquaintance for a few drinks and to share some experiences. But I see you don't have the time for that. Tell me, what happened? Azazel sometimes wasn't the best friend in the world, but he did care about his friends and showed it. In his own way, of course. Well, you see. Surziches had no reason not to tell Azazel certain things and began to tell him what had happened with Graphia. Azazel, for his part, listened attentively to his friend's story. Well. Such an abnormal disease is very rare and we haven't done much research on it since we don't have the means to do so. Have you checked all the demonic archives yet? Azazel saw firsthand how the Redeed's face formed an angry expression. I'm only missing the ones those bastards from the Demon Council are hiding from me, Surziches replied, clearly annoyed. I see. As I told you, we knew about that anomaly, but we don't have the means to investigate it further. Using your wife to investigate would be in vain, we have almost nothing to gather on that disease. Surziches looked down with a bitter and sad expression. Seeing him arrive, he trusted that the fallen angels had some help for his wife. But you know. God did have an object capable of curing any wound, illness or abnormality in the angels during the war, as long as it wasn't regenerating a targeted limb, it could cure anything else, said Azazel, who had tried hard to remember that. What is it? Tell me, Azazel. What is it? Surziches launched himself at Azazel and started shaking him while desperately asking him where the object was. There. Calm down. Well, that guy had it and wouldn't let go. But for some reason, he turned it into a sacred gear and sent it to the humans. Currently, I don't know who owns it. You should ask Michael, said the governor, while adjusting the clothes the Redeed had wrinkled with his shock. Hopeful, Surziches created a magic circle where a 30 centimeters figure appeared, with long blonde hair, light blue eyes and with somewhat strange clothes that would show that he possesses a great charge, and with a kind look. This was Michael, a seraph of heaven and the strongest. Surziches. Azazel. Don't tell me they called to invite me to a brothel again. Asked a seraph somewhat nervously and ready to cut the connection. No, it's something more important. Do you know where the person who possesses the twilight healing is? The governor of the fallen angels asked, reassuring Michael before getting to the point. She was an affiliate of the church, her name was Asia Argento. What Michael said surprised Surziches greatly, since that name was linked to Haidu Issei. She was expelled by the Pope for having cured, in her innocence, a demon. She died 2 months ago because of some fallen angels. Saying this, she looked at Azazel seriously. I have nothing to do with that, Michael. And I apologize, but I do know that my faction has been acting behind my back, Azazel responded to Michael's silent accusation. His sacred gear didn't return to the heaven system and then go to another wielder. It entered someone else, and when it collided with the sacred gear he already possessed, I lost the signal between both of us. That human is. Hi, do Issei. Michael was surprised by the sudden appearance of Grafia, who was still performing her duty as a maid. Hi, do Issei. Are you serious? Serziches asked his wife with great intrigue. That greenish aura healed him during his confrontation against the fallen angels, and he recently used it again after fighting some thugs. Grafia explained her hypothesis seriously. She had no doubts, but she wanted confirmation from beings who knew how the sacred gear worked. I see you've become quite familiar with it. The sacred gear works by releasing a greenish aura. Its intensity is determined by the wielder's magic, and it can cure any type of illness or injury, as long as it's not caused by a curse. Speaking of which, why do you want to know where Twilight Healing is? Michael, in addition to explaining the basic functioning of the sacred gear, asked why they were looking for it. Well. Serziches was about to tell his wife's situation, but was interrupted by her. I'm pregnant, but we discovered that my baby has an abnormality that could be fatal if we don't treat it immediately. And not only could she die, but I could too. And I don't want to die, I want to care for and raise my daughter. Grafia explained her condition quickly and simply. I understand. But there's a problem. As I said, both sacred gears collided inside the Securiute's body, and the heavenly system can barely detect the boosted gear. Which leads me to think that he doesn't know how to use that power, and it seems that he hasn't even awakened it. If he had control over it, he would have already recovered from the wound in his belly, said Michael, closing his eyes to use the power of omnipresence. And how do you know that, Michael? Azazel asked. That's because, like you, I was also watching the fight last night and the one he had recently. I'm truly amazed by his strength and mental stability. Just now, some bandits ambushed him and his family, tried to abuse his mother and beat his father, Michael said, reflecting briefly. And how did that turn out? Asked Serziches, who like Azazel, didn't know what had happened around the Securiute in just a few hours. Quite the opposite of what I imagined. To be honest with you, I considered sending him help with Gabriel. But he defeated them on his own. At first, he got out of control, but over time, he became more measured, Michael concluded, surprising the other two leaders with his statement. Returning to the topic of Twilight Healing, I will train him. I will try to do it as soon as possible, but I have to take care of the things that have happened behind my back in my territory, said Azazel with a serious and somewhat annoyed expression when thinking about the things that happened out of his sight. Do you think you can handle that? Azazel. Of course, Serziches, who do you think I am? Just give me some time to fix things in my faction, but yes. You will take care of the reward for the young dragon for helping your wife, said Azazel with a smile that showed confidence in his words. Fine, I'll take care of that myself. But what about you? Don't you want a reward? Serziches asked, somewhat curious about the actions of the leader of the fallen. Me? Haha, for me it's enough to investigate a sacred gear as rare as that one, Azazel replied, hiding his true intentions. That's true, that leads me to ask, you've been gathering sacred gear holders. Are you planning to restart the war? Serziches questioned the actions Azazel had been taking behind the backs of the other leaders. Yes, that's what I was going to ask you, Azazel. Michael joined in the claim of his equal in the underworld. But just as Azazel was about to answer, a magic circle appeared in his ear, as if it were a call. I see. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, but I have to go. She escaped again and stole important documents from the headquarters. I'll have to take care of this personally right now. But don't worry, I'll train the boy. That was the last thing the fallen man said before leaving using a magic circle, avoiding the questions from the leader of hell and the leader of heaven. Do you think Azazel is planning to start another war, Serziches? Asked the Seraph, somewhat worried by the actions of the man who once knew himself to be his brother. I don't think so. I want to believe it's not like that. He's finally started a family and is happy with this peace, Serziches replied, fearing that the war of the past would break out again. Just as the Demon Council wants to demonstrate their supposed superiority over the other factions. Both of you know that Azazel's wife was a general feared by both factions for her deadly and highly effective tactics. Restarting the war would result in her returning to the front lines. Both of you know that she almost died in one of her last battles against Gabriel and me. I highly doubt Azazel would want to send Penemu back to the front lines. With Grafia's response, both Serziches and Michael were satisfied and calm. The man remembered how his lifelong partner had been left after that brutal fight. Covered in small wounds on her body and other serious ones. Covered in blood and almost unconscious, she couldn't even return on her own. Serapho carried her there. The Seraph also remembered how Gabriel had looked after that carnage. Gabriel had made it to the gates of heaven on his own, his armor shattered and covered in fresh dried blood. His battle had lasted a full week. Well. Thank you very much, Grafia. I feel more at ease knowing that. I'll see you later. See you later. After that, Michael's hologram disappeared, leaving Sirziches and Grafia alone in that office. Grafia. Yes. Sirziches. I swear I will find the best reward for the security. I will do my best to get him to agree to help you. I don't want to lose you, no matter what the cost to the security is, I will manage to pay it, Sirziches swore, hugging his wife affectionately. Grafia smiled calmly. She didn't think Issei would deny her help, but she knew that helping her deserved a reward. Don't say that anymore, okay? I know Issei will help us, it's just a hunch. Just focus on finding that reward for him, okay? Grafia said, confusing Sirziches a little. He put his confusion aside when he received a short kiss from Grafia on his lips. And I love you too, darling. They both ended their conversation with a tender, slightly longer kiss. After that, they went to sleep, where they both slept cuddled together, sharing a common dream. To watch their daughter grow up. Human world. Hideout residence. Here were the brunette's parents, slowly assimilating Drake's presence in Issei's body. For his part, the latter waited patiently for them to do so, although he was having a hard time staying awake. So. Drake-sama, you protect our son, right? Asked Kayako, worried about her son's health. That's right, I do my best to take care of him physically and mentally. Although I am very limited by not having a physical body, Drake replied, knowing that if he didn't choose his words well, he might be scolded by his wielder's mother. We really appreciate you helping us so far, Takeda said, somewhat calmer with Drake's presence. You have nothing to be thankful for. Going back to what I was saying, you should stop blaming yourselves for everything. You resemble idiots who seem to be sorry for every action you took in your life. Drake's words were very hard for Kayako and Takeda, and when they saw their son they realized that that way of speaking seemed to be everyday. Relax, he's not always like this. He only does it when he scolds me for something I did or something I didn't do that was necessary, said Issei, informing his family a little about Drake's behavior. Listen, I know it's hard and that it will be difficult since you made that defect something habitual. But by doing that always, you only take away value and merits. Humans are inherently proud and refusing to show that feeling hurts them, explained Drake, regulating his tone of voice and his way of speaking so as not to upset the parents of his carrier. We'll do everything possible to avoid that again, but please give us time. Thank you very much, Drake-sama. Takeda acknowledged that what the dragon had said was true, but he knew it wouldn't be easy to shake off something they had grown accustomed to in their daily lives. Your son is young. He can correct that behavior faster than you can, and it will be faster for both of you if you feel mutual support, Drake advised wisely. Well, I'll go rest and I recommend that you do too. Don't dwell on the past. Rest well. Drake, who had been speaking through Issei's sacred gear, went to rest, causing the sacred gear to disappear and, to its wielder's surprise, leaving his arm in its human form. Well. I think it's best to sleep, right? Drake's last words weren't the right ones. Ayako began to tremble as she remembered what she had to endure just a few minutes ago. Just then, Issei used what was left of his strength to get up once and for all. Takeda and Kayako quickly tried to stop him, but this time, it was useless. Why don't we have dinner instead? I'll cook, Issei said with a small smile as he headed into the kitchen. At his son's action, Takeda and Kayako looked at each other with a worried expression. However, Takeda later changed that expression to a calm smile. Do you need help with something, Issei? Takeda went ahead of his wife and began helping his son prepare dinner. Kayako was somewhat confused by her husband and son's behavior. She didn't understand how they could just sit and eat dinner as if nothing had happened after what had just happened. But then he realized they were just following that dragon's advice. To put the past behind them and not dwell on it. He took a deep breath and joined his family in preparing dinner. After dinner they went to sleep. Issei went to bed the same way as the night before, only as soon as he went to bed he fell asleep due to the physical effort he had made that day. Feeling comfortable, Takeda took off his shirt to put on his pajamas. It was there that Kayako saw the bruises on Takeda's back from the blows he'd received earlier. Takeda. Don't they hurt? The aforementioned immediately knew what his wife meant and responded. Yes, but. Compared to what Issei and you had to go through, it's nothing, answered Takeda, who watched as Kayako began to take off Issei's jacket, leaving her torso bare. Doesn't it hurt? Kayako was also starting to show a bruise on her left breast. Another one was also forming on her cheek where Ryujin had slapped her. I have the same opinion as you, Issei's mother replied as she finished putting on her pajamas. Kayako remembered how Issei was after receiving the beating from those bastards and felt that what she received was nothing in comparison. Hey. Honey, Kayako said as she lay down next to Issei. Yes. Replied Takeda, who did the same as his wife, only he hugged her. What do you think if after Issei finishes classes, we go on vacation to some faraway place? Kayako closed her eyes ready to sleep but waiting for her husband's answer. I think it's a great idea. You know, summer is coming up on the other side of the world. Would you like to go there? Takeda said, ready to support his wife in that decision. Yes, that would be very nice. It would be our first vacation outside of Japan, Kayako replied happily. Feeling confident, she decided to let herself fall into the kingdom of Morpheus. That was a lot of excitement for one day, don't you think? Asked Takeda, who had also adopted Kayako's plan. Yes. It was all very sudden. Rest easy, honey. You too, darling, they both said goodbye to end a day that started well and almost ended in disaster. The next day. Haidu residence. Issei was waking up to a new morning where this time only his mother hugged him. His parents were still asleep, and he was glad to know they were resting well after what had happened yesterday. He decided to get up, careful not to wake his mother. It was a Monday, and if what he'd been told was true, he'd missed almost 3 weeks of school. It was 7 a.m. And he started school at 8:30 and left at 3:30 p.m., considering he didn't have to stay for any club activities anymore. Issei assumed that the occult research club had disbanded after the departure of his master and his companions to the underworld. Her abdomen still hurt quite a bit, but she didn't want to miss any more classes. Before going to her room, she happened to see some open letters under a book, as if they had been hidden there. She tried to ignore them, but curiosity overcame her will, and she went to check the contents. At first glance, he noticed the letters were sent by the companies where his parents worked. The first letter he decided to review was for his mother. Lady Kayako Haidu. I regret to inform you that the company no longer requires your services due to the constant unexcused absences that have occurred in recent weeks. I don't know the reasons for your absence, but knowing your personality, it must have been something very important to have led you to this for almost 2 weeks. I ask you not to worry, please attach a letter of recommendation to this letter so you can find employment elsewhere more quickly. Without further ado, and hoping this doesn't affect our friendship, I bid you farewell. Sincerely, your former boss Hanzo Takahashi. P.S. Don't forget to pick up your severance pay in the next few days for all the years you worked at this company. Upon reading that the letter was to inform his mother about his dismissal, the brunette could already imagine what the other letter would contain. Takeda Haidu. I don't understand why you've been absent from your job these past few weeks, and I'd like to hear the reasons. But you know the company's terms and you know you had no other choice. You're being fired for your constant absences without explanation or reason in the eyes of this company. I know you very well, Mr. Haidu, and I know you must have had some important reason for being absent for so long. When you come back after reading this, I'll give you a letter of recommendation so the job search won't be so tedious. Thank you for your years of work here, my friend. Sincerely, Marco Rossi, computer engineer. The guilty grimace appeared on young Haidu's face as he regretted having been the reason for his parents' dismissal. Issei. Stop blaming yourself. They made the decision to take care of you and preserve your health before work. They made the decision to put their son before the interests of others. Their decision was wise and you should respect it as such. They were aware of the consequences, said the dragon, trying to cheer up its bearer. Life is about decisions, my friend, and those decisions have consequences. Whether they're for better or worse, we must face them and move on. You must understand that. Drake continued, knowing that Issei was paying attention to him. Thanks, Drake. And no, I can't understand it. But I'll try, Issei replied mentally after leaving the cards where they were. Well. At least it's progress. After that, the dragon left Issei alone with his thoughts again. The brunette headed back up the stairs to go up to his room and get ready for school. He decided to shower before heading to the academy, as he could still smell the scent of blood on his body. Little by little, he undressed until he was just as he had come into the world. He was nervous because he would have to clean his wound as well, and he feared that some kind of force would open it. But seeing his wound, he remembered that Rainer's spear of light had pierced his body, and he couldn't explain why he didn't have the same wound on his back. Your friend Sacred Gear took care of that. You no longer have a through wound and no scar left on your back, but if you fail to master your friend's power, you'll be left with an ugly scar on your stomach, revealed Drake, resolving his partner's doubt. Even if you tell me, I don't know how to awaken that sacred gear. I will train to achieve it, and I won't stop until I get it, said Issei, somewhat depressed when he remembered Asia. After bathing, he went to his room to finish getting ready. He looked for his uniform in his closet, and when he found it, he remembered that it had been destroyed by the attacks he received during the raiding game. But seeing it there, complete and as if nothing had happened to it, made him think his king had magically put it back together. He smiled happily at this little surprise and calmly began to put it on, as he still had plenty of time. But he decided not to wear the red undershirt he always wore. Instead, he decided to wear a black long-sleeved shirt underneath it for one reason only. If his wound were to open up, the black would hide the bloodstain better than the red shirt, which wasn't as dark as the blood. Once changed, he went down to the living room to see his parents, who were still asleep. Looking at the clock, he saw that it read 7:45. It took him approximately 15 minutes to walk to school. Since he still had plenty of time, he decided to have a light breakfast. He would just have milk and cereal. After breakfast, he wrote a note for his parents telling them where he had gone, telling them to go back to places he'd been to if they went out, and that he loved them very much. He left the house without even looking at the time and headed toward the academy, thinking about the different welcome scenarios he would receive. And as he thought about that, he remembered that he had no excuse for his absences, nor for the new color of his left eye. Now what do I do? Issei asked mentally without waiting for any answer. Do you really think they're going to notice the color of an eye? I wouldn't pay attention to it. And as for your faults, you can just say you had an accident with something and show them your injury. It would be easier than making up some longer and less credible excuse, don't you think? Drake had surprised Issei with that simple and believable excuse he had made up. The more useless details you give, the more of a lie it seems, was what the dragon told him before going back to sleep. I had arrived at school too early, as I didn't see any students around. Not even the student council members, who usually checked on the students to ensure they were wearing the school uniform, were there. He decided to ignore that and continued walking at a leisurely pace until he reached his classroom. When he opened the door, there was indeed no one there. He had arrived very early. He approached, somewhat nostalgically, the bench where he usually sat. He left his things on the table, sat down and began to look at the sky, resting his chin on the palm of his hand. He closed his eyes, letting time pass and thinking of nothing, just listening to the sound of the leaves rustling in the trees around the academy. Oh. Hearing that coming from the entrance of the classroom, Issei turned his gaze towards that place, finding a classmate. She was a girl with brown hair tied in 2 braids. She had green eyes that were accompanied by pink-colored glasses. Obviously she was wearing the female uniform of the Kuo Academy, which consists of a purple skirt with black and white details, a short-sleeved white shirt with black vertical lines, a ribbon as a tie and brown shoes. This girl was Kiryu Aika, a pervert who always bothered him with jokes that were a little out of place, or that were easily taken with double meanings. Hey Kiryu. Issei greeted, not really wanting to talk at the moment. It wasn't because Aika had arrived, it was because he simply didn't know what to talk about. For her part, the brown-haired girl silently made her way to her seat and sat down with a serious expression. Seeing her classmate after being absent for almost 3 weeks had unsettled her a little. She even thought he transferred to a different school, like some of the other students. What happened to you? Why were you gone so long? She asked seriously from her seat, hoping for a clear answer. And just in case the footage would be useful later, she started recording everything with her cell phone. I had an accident. The car I was traveling in crashed and overturned down a hill. I hit my head and ended up with a car window smashed into my abdomen, although it didn't puncture any organs, the young Sekiryu replied, knowing that he would probably have to show Kiryu the bandage on his stomach. Can you prove it? It was strange for Issei to hear Aika speak seriously when she addressed him. The brunette had already expected that question from his partner, so without looking, he got up from his seat, turned to her, and lifted his shirt, revealing the bandage that wrapped around his body and protected his wound. Aika wouldn't have believed what Issei said if she hadn't seen the bandage he was wearing. Looking at the brunette's face, she could see that he didn't have an expression that could be considered a joke. Can I touch her? That question slightly disconcerted the wounded brown-haired boy, who ended up accepting. Not directly. You can touch it over the bandage. Kiryu slowly but firmly approached to touch the brunette's abdomen after his approval. She could feel a large opening in her partner's abdomen between her fingers, even above the bandage. Surprised and shocked, she quickly backed away from the brunette, who simply adjusted his clothes. With this, do you believe me now? The brunette didn't sit back down at any time and waited for the response from his partner, who still didn't believe what she had just discovered. Why yes. Yes, I believe you. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Issei, being called by his name by the only person he knew who hadn't done so at any point surprised him quite a bit. But he decided not to pay any more attention to that and sat back down in his seat, waiting for his other classmates to arrive. It was only a matter of minutes before other students started arriving. But, unlike Aika, they just stared at him from a distance. Some with expressions of surprise at seeing him again, and others with disgust. But the greatest emotion Issei felt toward him was hatred. He attributed this to his actions as a pervert, but there was a further reason. I'm honestly surprised to see you again after what happened with Ria's One-sama and Akeno One-sama. Haidu, that person who addressed him with a tone full of hatred was Kaori Murayama. Kaori is a young student of average height and good physique. Her hair is dark brown, her eyes are brown, and she wears the Kuo Academy girls' uniform. Murayama. Issei mentioned the last name of the person who addressed those words to him, surprised. Don't you dare mention me, you damn beast. Seeing Issei's confusion at Kaori's way of addressing him, Kiryu stood up from his seat. You shouldn't accuse Haidu about what happened with Ria-senpai and Akeno-senpai without having proof, Kaori-san. Issei's confusion grew more when he saw that Aika was defending him. Are you defending him, Aika? Murayama wasn't in control when it came to Issei, but he had a better relationship with the rest of his classmates. For that reason, he measured and controlled his tone of voice before addressing the brunette with glasses. I just ask you to see this before judging it. What do you say? Kaori, not very confident, decided to watch the recording from Aika's phone, who was offering it to her. But not only were they watching the recording, the other students crowded behind them to see what Aika was showing Kaori. Just after they finished watching Aika's recording, the corresponding teacher walked in. She was surprised to see the young brunette, who was giving her a nervous look. Young Haidu. It's a great surprise to see you back. Could you please explain to me the reason for your so many absences? Unlike Kaori, the teacher on duty, Jun Hasashi, was much more delicate when speaking to Issei and questioning him about his faults. The latter stood up from his seat, while the other students returned to theirs. Yes, Hasashi-sensei, the brunette replied, bowing slightly in respect. Kiryu and Kawari, who were a few seats behind them, could see the brunette's grimace of pain as he bowed. This further confirmed that Issei's injury was real and not fake. I was in a car accident. The car crashed and went down a mountain. I suffered several minor injuries and bruises all over my body. I hit my head hard on a rock and the car window pierced my abdomen, the brunette replied, almost exactly the same as what he told Aika, only more completely. I know you can't show me the actual wound, but could you show me the bandage? The brunette nodded silently at his teacher's request. He slowly lifted his shirt so the teacher and his classmates could corroborate his story. Jun's expression of surprise, and that of the other students, was evident. None of them said a word as the brunette straightened his clothes again. Jun approached Issei and took his hand, managing to make Issei look into her eyes. You must have been through a lot after that accident. I congratulate you for your bravery. I'm very happy to have you back as a student and don't worry about the other teachers, I'll take care of telling them what happened to you. Jun was a very understanding but strict person. It bothered her that Issei spied on her classmates and she corrected him in private just as she corrected all her students on their mistakes. She was someone who grew attached to her students, good or bad, and seeing Issei so downcast upon first entering worried her. For that reason, she decided to speak to him patiently and gently. Thank you. Replied the brunette with teary eyes. Those were the nicest words he had heard all day. Take a seat. Today's class is about differential fractions. The classes progressed, and for the first time, Issei paid attention to his teacher's lecture. He figured it was the least he could do for the emotional support he'd received earlier. As the class progressed a little further, a knock was heard at the door. The teacher gave permission to enter, and it opened slowly. Mitsuda and Motohama were the ones who entered through the door, quite agitated and disheveled. The first was a young man of good physique, bald because he had shaved his head, and he was wearing the academy's male uniform. The second was a young man with somewhat long black hair and wore black framed glasses that hid the color of his eyes. Like the first, he was wearing the Kuo Academy male uniform. Iswaki Mitsuda and Takuro Motohama. Because I wouldn't be surprised to see them late like every Monday. Issei remembered that before the rating game, he and those two would go see the girls who had physical education first thing in the morning, and he assumed that was why they were late. Now he thought he understood why his friends were late. Take your seats, and I want a full report on this matter by tomorrow, Jun said, letting the two perverts pass. On their way, they both saw Issei with a surprised expression that then changed to one of resentment, much to the surprise of the aforementioned who didn't understand his friend's reaction. At the end of the class, a 10-minute break began, where the brunette got up to go to the bathroom. Issei. Damn it. Hearing his friends' voices call him that, Issei turned to look at them only to see how both of them directed their fists, with the intention of hitting him in the stomach. Idiot, stop. Kiryu shouted, trying to stop Mitsuda and Motohama, although it was too late. Upon receiving the impact, the brown-haired boy stifled with all his might a cry of pain from the blows received on his wound. How dare you come back after what you did? Mitsuda shouted with tears running down his face as he clenched his fist, as if he had avenged something. After causing Ria-senpai, Akeno-senpai and Kaneko-chan to leave, you deserved a punishment. We appreciate what you did to Kiba's pretty boy, but it's not necessary that the two beauties and the school mascot leave too. Motohama explained that, seconding his partner in anime style. Both had poses that, in his eyes, made them look cool. Arriving late, neither of them realized what had really happened to Issei, and that he had no relation to Ria's, Akeno, Kaneko and Kiba's departure. Now that the debt is settled, we have to talk about many things, right, Issei? But when they became aware of their surroundings, they saw that Issei was no longer in front of them, just like Kiryu. So it was true. Murayama approached, keeping a safe distance from the two perverts as he looked at the ground. Issei's friends directed their gaze in the direction the brunette was looking and saw a few drops of blood on the ground. "What do you mean?" Mitsuda asked, visibly confused by what happened. "You see, what happened was." Hadis, without wanting to do it, told the perverted duo what had happened to Issei, making them understand that he had nothing to do with the Wani-samas, Kaneko-chan or Prince Kiba leaving school. Yasuaki and Takuro said nothing and silently headed towards where Issei was, surely the infirmary. Kuo Academy. Nursing. Aika had helped Issei up and quickly took him to the infirmary, where she hoped they could do something for him. Nurse. It was strange for Issei that Aika cared about him or about someone other than herself. What happened? The nurse didn't answer. Kiryu knew she wouldn't respond so calmly to a scream like the one he gave. Issei's eyes flashed before his eyes, the silhouette of a young woman in the academy's female uniform. She had jet black hair cut just above her shoulders. Violet eyes backed by a pair of red-tinted glasses. She was beautiful to any man's eyes, but Issei couldn't focus on that at that moment. He was more concerned with his wound, which had been reopened once again. Aika helped him lie down on one of the stretchers and asked, "Sona Kaichu, where is the nurse?" "Issei is bleeding out." Aika's behavior continued to draw Issei's attention, who tried to normalize his breathing so as not to lose more blood. "I'll take care of him." The nurse went on maternity leave. "Go back to class and tell the teacher what happened, everything will be fine," replied the woman now recognized as Sona. Sure. "Whatever you say, Kaichu." That strange behavior that Aika acquired before the words of the raven-haired girl caught, once again, the attention of the brunette. The brunette with braids began to act as if she was being controlled. It was strange. "Can you lift up your shirt? I want to see how bad the wound is there," Sona said, pointing at Issei's stomach. He did as the girl asked and lifted up his shirt. Issei knew that girl from afar. She was the president of the student council, also popularly known by the students who tried to conquer her as the Iron President. "I'm going to cut the bandage and stitch your wound, okay?" Sona remained calm despite the large amount of blood on the brunette's abdomen. She took a pair of scissors and proceeded to cut Issei's bandages. "What happened to you to cause you to have a wound like this?" Sona asked, getting up and going to look for something in the infirmary drawers. "I was in a car accident. The car went down the mountain. I had minor injuries, only hitting my head badly, and the car window pierced my abdomen." A faint smile that disappeared in seconds could be seen on Sona's face as she quickly returned to Issei when she saw that the bleeding had intensified. "Did you have any family members injured?" Sona had returned with some paper stitches, cotton, bandages, and alcohol to disinfect the wound. At first, Issei was grimacing in pain and discomfort. "And no. The one who was most hurt was me," the brown-haired boy answered with difficulty because of the pain. "I see. I hope you don't stalk the young women of this school again after you recover," said Sona, finishing suturing the wound. "I won't do it, I swear." Sona smiled slightly at the brunette's response. "Can you sit down?" "I need to finish bandaging your wound," the brunette replied, sitting down on the stretcher so Sona could finish bandaging him. "Well, I should get back to class. The wisest thing is for you to stay here and rest. Here, you should drink plenty of water to recover the blood you lost." Sona handed Issei a bottle of water as she said that. "Thank you very much for everything, Kaichu," the brunette thanked before the aforementioned woman left the infirmary. "It was nothing. Just rest now," Sona replied before returning to class. Once outside, the brunette instinctively looked to the side. She smiled mysteriously and headed to class without saying anything. Issei was preparing to rest a little after what happened with his friends, but when he heard the door open and saw them there, he tried to sit down so he could ask them about their past reaction. "See, calm down. We didn't come to hurt you." "Why, yes. We came to apologize for what happened." That reaction of the brown-haired boy was taken by Mitsuda and Motohama as a reaction of fear, obviously influenced by what they did a moment ago. "We're sorry for what we did. We didn't know what really happened to you," Motohama began, taking a chair to sit next to Issei, who remained calm the whole time. "We didn't believe something like this could have happened to you, and we apologize for what we did to you," Mitsuda continued while doing the same as his other friend. "HMPH. If I had been one of you, I probably would have done the same thing, you pair of idiots," said Issei with a smile and a mocking tone, making his companion smile, knowing that his best friend didn't hold a grudge against them. "And what did you do all this time I was gone?" asked the brunette to catch up with his friends. They talked about everyday things at the academy, how people had immediately assumed that he had been the reason the members of the occult research club had left the academy. Anecdotes from their daily lives, the occasional joke between them. But what caught Issei's attention was that none of them shared any anecdotes about spying on the girls from the kendo, gymnastics, or swimming club. I imagine that during all this time you've received all kinds of beatings from Katis and Murayama, right? Issei asked, wanting to know if they had managed to spy on them, something they had never managed to do. About that, well. At first, yes. The first week you disappeared, we managed, but obviously we took a beating from them. Mitsuda began with a nervous smile on his face. And when we went for it, they started catching us more easily. And we no longer felt the urge to spy on them without you. There were 3 of us, 2 to spy for a moment and another to keep watch in case anyone came. When you disappeared, we lost that protection, Motohama continued with the explanation. Around that time I saved a girl who was being harassed by a drunk idiot, said Mitsuda in an annoyed tone. From then on, we became friends and I stopped spying on girls. Because I think I have a chance with her. Her name is Amaya. The young man with a shaved head was as red as a ripe tomato when he said that. His friend's statement surprised Issei, who couldn't believe that the one who was the most perverted of them after him possibly had a girlfriend. After he got a girlfriend, I was left to spy on girls, but I decided to work hard at my studies for my grandmother. She asked me to because she wanted me to have a good degree before she left. So I wouldn't have time to spy on them, Motohama finished, recounting what had motivated them to abandon their ambition to always seek breasts. I see. Said Issei, processing that information. Even our relationship with Katis and Murayama improved a bit, though of course they wouldn't accept being our friends. Murayama was even the one who explained your situation to us. Mitsuda's words had surprised Issei greatly. He would never have believed that those who swore to kill them would get along with any of them. Show me a picture of that girl, said Issei looking at his bald friend. What for? Mitsuda asked, a little suspicious of Issei's intentions. I want to see what the girl who possibly fell in love with my idiot friend looks like, the brunette replied with a friendly smile. Seeing this, Mitsuda agreed to show him a photo of him and that girl at an amusement park. She's cute. Issei approached his companion and lightly punched his friend in the arm. Before Mitsuda could say anything, Issei continued. You better take good care of that person. You can tell just by looking into their eyes that they truly love you. Don't overprotect them, don't boast about them, and don't stop loving them if that's what you feel. Life is made up of moments, and you never know when you might leave or lose a loved one. Or a person you love. Those wise words Issei spoke to him touched Mitsuda's heart deeply. I'm glad you chose to follow your grandmother's advice. I know what she meant to your life and what she still means to you. It won't be easy, Motohama. There will be stones in the road and you might stumble. And that's okay. That's part of learning. You just have to learn to get up and try again. The young man with glasses also felt like his bald companion upon hearing Issei's words. What no one knew was that Issei didn't know what to say at that moment, and Drake helped him by giving him some advice that could help his friends in the future. Besides, if we're together, we'll continue supporting each other. At these words, Mitsuda and Motohama's gaze soured, worrying their brown-haired friend. What's wrong, guys? Issei asked, looking worriedly at his friends. We won't eat together anymore, Issei. Amaya will continue her studies in Osaka, so to have an excuse not to force herself to be close to her, I auditioned for Cerezo Osaka. I stayed, so I'll continue my studies there while I'm a player for the club. I'll be leaving in a few days. That answer left Issei with his thoughts blank, only for them to explode into a torrent of emotions. Well. I guess it'll just be you and me, Motohama, said Issei, calming his thoughts and emotions. I'm leaving too, Issei. My stepfather was reassigned to work in Tokyo, and he was going to go with my mom. They gave me the option to stay, but I decided to go study there to make my grandmother proud. Motohama replied, fearing his delicate friend's reaction. I understand. Well, congratulations. To both of you. I hope you succeed wherever you're going next, Issei said, then took a sip of the water Sona had left him. After that, the place fell silent, a slightly awkward silence. Mitsuda, please pass me 2 disposable cups. The bald young man stood up without saying anything and gave Issei what he asked for, receiving a silent thanks from him. Here. Issei gave them each a glass and poured water into them. The brunette raised a bottle in front of him and said, Water, since you're not of legal drinking age. Let's toast to all your goals and dreams coming true. His friends, at his words, pressed their glasses against the bottle he was holding. May you also achieve your goals, Issei. Said Motohama, supporting his friend, saying that, raising his voice. And I hope you find a partner soon, my friend. Mitsuda joined in Motohama's good wishes for Issei, the only one of them who would stay in Kuo. Cheers. To the dissolution of the perverted trio. Cheers. Cheers. And with that said, the era where the perverted trio, composed of the perverted beast, the perverted bald man and the pervert with glasses, came to an end. Well, I think we'll go back to class, we've already lost an hour. Take care, Issei, said Motohama, extending his hand to the brown-haired boy, who shook it with pleasure. You do it too, Takuro, make your grandmother as proud as you can, and don't neglect your family because of your studies, said Issei, conveying Drake's advice. Take care, Issei. Oh. And keep an eye on my matches. I'll send you a dedication. Mitsuda also approached to say goodbye to his friend and shake his hand. It's not necessary, Yasuaki. Take care of AM because if you don't, I'll go to Osaka to teach you a lesson you'll never forget, Issei threatened his bald friend, who only smiled at his friend's joking threat. He won't be the only one coming to Osaka to beat the shit out of you if you screw up with AM. What did you say, Four Eyes? Issei smiled as he heard his friends leaving the infirmary to go to class. Partner. Are you okay? Drake was worried about his partner due to the recent events. Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to rest, the brunette replied, settling in for a short nap. As he laid his head on the pillow on the table, it only took a few seconds for him to start dreaming. 2 hours later. Hi to Issei, please wake up, hearing someone calling him while shaking him slightly, the brunette began to wake up. He found himself facing the figure of a young woman with blue glasses and heterochromia eyes, the left one being violet and the right one light brown. She was also dressed in the school's female uniform. Physically, she was the same height as the brunette and had a well-endowed body. She was the vice president of the student council, Tsubaki Shinra. Tsubaki Fukakeichu. What are you doing here? Issei asked, sitting down slowly. Sounda Kaichu sent me to check on her. Tsubaki showed a serious and calm expression as she spoke to the brunette, who was holding his stomach with some discomfort in it. I'm fine, you shouldn't worry about someone like me, the brunette replied, getting up only to see that he had stained the stretcher with the blood that remained on his shirt. Excuse me for the mess. I'll clean it up, said Issei, fearing that the black-haired girl would get upset. You shouldn't worry about that, it's something insignificant compared to your health. Hear this, Sounda Kaichu said, to buy yourself something to eat with this. Tsubaki was offering Issei some money. No need, Tsubaki-senpai. I'll go home, I'll have lunch there. But thanks Sounda-senpai for me anyway. Tsubaki seemed a little surprised by what the brunette had said, but she decided to keep the money and respect the young man's decision. After saying goodbye, she returned to the student council. The brunette began to head toward his classroom through the deserted hallways of the academy. Regular classes had already ended, and club activities were about to begin. Upon arriving at her homeroom, she saw a note on her empty seat. Upon picking it up and reading it, she saw that her friends had left their supplies at the now-defunct Occult Research Club. Not really keen on it, he decided to go there to gather his things, while he thought about what his friends had told him. He never thought any of them would find a partner so quickly. I knew Yasuaki did well by returning to training. Now he's even close to having a girlfriend, the brunette thought to himself while smiling. He also thought about Motohama's decision. His grandmother had been a second mother to him when his biological father abandoned his mother when he was barely born. His mother worked, and his grandmother raised him when his mother wasn't around. Sooner or later that lady was going to correct Takuro on the path he was taking. And it's a good thing it was early, Issei, once again, thought to himself. Life decided to separate our paths. Takuro has a university degree, Yasuaki a great career as a soccer player, and I have to be a demon, thought the brown-haired boy, not knowing that he was crying. Why are you crying, Issei? Drake asked his carrier, curious about that reaction. Because they were the best friends I ever had. Not being able to celebrate their achievements with them, like we did here. It's going to hurt, Issei said, calming down and regaining his composure. Things don't last forever, my friend, memories do. When you stop to remember these moments in the future, they'll be even more valuable to you than they are now. And that's the beauty of life. It can take everything away from you, but not your memories. Besides, I don't think it's the last time you'll see each other. Drake said that with the intention of comforting his partner, and it seemed to be effective. Thank you, Drake. Thank you very much for always being there, willing to give me a hand with things like this. The dragon didn't respond, which was unusual for Issei. Plaque. Ow. The brown-haired boy crashed head-on into the door of the old school building, where the Occult Research Club carried out its activities. That's what I get for not paying attention to the road. Issei lamented, who, somewhat angrily, opened the door to get his things. The place was full of dust and had some cobwebs, obviously due to the disuse it had been in, giving it a more sinister touch. Issei didn't need to turn on the lights to see around, his demon night vision was enough. I guess they left it in the master bedroom, the brunette thought, heading to that place without much emotion. Upon entering, she immediately felt the atmosphere become heavy. Someone was in the room, and she could feel the pressure on her body. Nervous but determined, the brunette entered the room, finding himself face to face with an adult man with red hair, a short, somewhat scruffy beard, and bright amber eyes. He was wearing a long-sleeved white shirt that was unbuttoned to the middle of his torso, showing off the muscles he had there. Over the shirt, he wore a black cape that perfectly matched his dress pants and shoes. Issei could also see that on the man's left eye, there were about 3 scars, as if they were the marks of a beast. Next to that man stood a woman with a calm expression, looking at Issei with a small smile on her lips. Her eyes shone a beautiful, intense purple. Her body was voluptuous and covered by a black dress that covered her feet completely, to the point where it dragged slightly on the floor. Her shoulders were exposed, forming a rather large cleavage. The dress had a large bow at the abdomen, and in its center was an amethyst gem that gave it an air of superiority. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Haidu Issei. Or should I say, Sekiryuite. Were you looking for this?" That man's manly voice only tensed the brown-haired man even more, who was already very nervous by the presence of those two. The red-haired man was holding Issei's things in his left arm. It had all been a trick to get the brown-haired man to go to that building. Issei was inside the hall of the supposedly extinct occult research club. In front of him were some people he didn't know who instilled fear in him and who spoke to him with a confidence that was not normal. "Well. And you're not going to say anything?" said the red-haired man, looking seriously at the brown-haired man, who felt like he was losing his breath. "Come on, Red, that's enough. Stop unleashing your power, it only scares him more," said the violet-eyed woman looking at Issei with a calm smile. "You take the fun out of life, Office," the man, now known as Red, replied to the black-haired woman. Who are you?" The brunette's tone of voice was nervous. Of course, he was finally able to formulate something coherent once he no longer felt the pressure in the air, generated by the Redeed's power. Haha. "Well, I'm Great Red," that red-haired man formally introduced himself to the brunette who was finally normalizing his breathing. "I am Office," the black-haired woman imitated Red and introduced herself to Issei. Even though they both had a kind personality at that moment, Issei couldn't help but feel terrified in their presence. He tried to stay firmly in place, even though his legs begged to flee. "Partner. I know this will be very sudden for you. And I ask you please not to get too upset or too excited." The dragon's tone of voice did not help Issei's state at all. "What's wrong, Drag? Who are they? Why do you sound so nervous?" Issei could ask, his mind was in chaos, and he couldn't formulate anything else. Hearing Drag somewhat nervous made him tense up even more. "That woman is Office Ouroboros, dragon goddess of infinity, also known as the ultimate dragon. And that man is Great Red, dragon god of dreams, also known as the dragon of dragons. Both are my superiors and leaders of the extinct dragon faction. The dragon gods." Issei spoke out loud, shocked. He couldn't believe it, he didn't want to believe it. The 2 dragon gods, those who are above all factions, were before him. "I hope you excuse the reaction of my carrier, Red Sama," Office Sama Drag said this, apologizing to his superiors. "It doesn't matter, Drag." "It's nice talking to you again," Office replied calmly. "Yeah, never mind. We were already expecting it," Red continued, making light of the brown-haired boy's behavior. "It's an honor to see you again." Drag only received mysterious smiles in response from both deities. "Okay, are you ready to talk?" Office asked as she sat down on the couch that was part of the occult research club. "Why, yes. Excuse my behavior," said the brown-haired boy politely and tensely. "Don't worry. After all, it's Red's fault for keeping his aura released even when you arrived." The aforementioned only snorted in response to what Office said. "Well, the reason for our visit was to tell you a long and important story," the Redeed said, dismissing his peer's comment. Office then invited Issei to sit on the same couch she was sitting on. The brunette sat down, still nervous, and waited for what the Redeed had to tell him. "A long time ago, when angels ruled the earth, and demons and fallen angels didn't exist yet, the biblical God took a justifiable hatred for us for some stupid reason. For that reason, he insisted on creating a sword to kill dragons, the most powerful known to date. But he couldn't do it alone," Red began, showing a grimace of hatred and resentment towards the being who created the angels. "For that reason, I summoned the most powerful angel in your ranks to help you create said sword. That angel was Lucifer. Both of them created the sword, and since Lucifer had almost the same power as God, both of them influenced half of his energy, thus creating the most powerful sacred sword of all." Office continued Red's story. "Are you telling me that an angel had the same power as God?" Issei asked, intrigued by that fact. Lucifer was that guy's favorite son. He didn't want to lose that position, and he trained every day to become as strong as he believed his father to be. He wanted to make him proud. The goddess of infinity explained the confused Issei's doubts. But some time later, Lucifer grew tired of God's erroneous decisions and challenged him to a battle for leadership of heaven. Thus began the first civil war of the angels. Lucifer had the support of several legions of angels and was on equal terms with God. But he had the advantage because he attacked with precision and used the element of surprise to his advantage, while God attacked randomly and predictably. But when Lucifer was about to win, he felt weak in front of a person. God took advantage of this and seriously wounded him. Lucifer's 12 white wings had been burned and stripped of all their feathers. Red recounted what had happened with a tone of hatred, and a grimace of sadness could be seen as he said those last words. When Lucifer saw this, he transformed all the love he felt for his father into a completely justified hatred. It was there that the demonic essence was born. And when Lucifer's essence changed, so did the great dragon slaying sword. Red lowered his head and couldn't complete that thought. Lamentable. It became infected. Lucifer's essence was no longer the same. Lucifer no longer loved his father, now he hated him to death, and the feeling was mutual. It was there that the basic principle of the supernatural was born. The demonic and the holy do not go together. The sword separated in two, and thus, the most powerful dragon-slaying swords were created. The holy dragon-slaying sword, Ascalon, Office accompanied her explanation by showing Issei a figure, created with her own power, of what the aforementioned sword looked like. And the demonic dragon-slaying sword, Graham, Red instead finished his words and opened a crack in space, revealing a double-edged sword. It measured 120 centimeters in total, including the blade and handle. Its blade was black except for the edge, which was a deep scarlet, and its handle was silver with a ruby gem at the tip. Issei was stunned and felt a tingling sensation all over his body just by seeing that sword. Lucifer realized this immediately, and being faster than God, he grabbed Graham and jumped out of heaven. He believed he would have to deal with that war alone, but he was followed by 6 more angels, who would later become along with him the 7 princes of the underworld. They were also followed by many legions of angels who were in disagreement with God. Of those angels, 72 would be selected to form the 72 demonic pillars. Red continued with his explanation, while Graham continued levitating in front of him. Some time later, and with the fallen angels already emerged, the great war between factions broke out. The fallen angels did not support those of God, but neither did they support the demons. Guided by Azazel, their supreme leader and the second angel who could face God, those angels left heaven of their own free will. In doing so, their white wings changed to black as night. Office briefly explained the rise of the fallen. As the Great War drew to a close, all 3 groups had already suffered too many casualties. The final battle was being fought between Lucifer, Azazel, and God. It ended with Azazel badly wounded, Lucifer dying, and the death of the biblical God. Red concluded with that tale of the past. What? Issei's face showed how amazed he was, and his mouth was open. Gee, God is dead. Issei said, still not believing what Red said. Yes, God is dead. The other 6 princes of the underworld disappeared or perished, and several of the demonic pillars were extinguished during their stupid civil war. The dying Lucifer was with me along with Lilith Asmodeus, his wife, who like him, was about to die. Came to me and asked me to find him a worthy bearer while he gave me Graham. As I watched the world over the years with her, she told me that Graham was a sword with consciousness. That she would choose her bearer, shining a strong scarlet-red color. Despite not being of the same race, I could not refuse her last request and accepted, said Red, who stood up as Graham began to shine in a strong scarlet color. Office also stood up and stood next to the dragon god of dreams. Issei expressed all the astonishment and fear he felt with his expression and the trembling of his body. Graham was a dragon-slaying sword, and he was part dragon. The sword that could kill him with a single touch was levitating in front of the great Red and was slowly approaching him. Take it. Red ordered, causing Issei to look at him in confusion. But you said that. It was an order. With Red's words, Issei had no choice but to remain silent and obey. Little by little, he brought his trembling hand closer to the handle of the sword. Both deities watched this with annoyance. How could the bearer of a celestial dragon be so afraid? This annoyed them both, and Red didn't hesitate to express it. Stand firm. The other races may tremble. A dragon worthy of respect never does. And don't forget that you are the Securitate, the one who stands above all. Only below us. Red looked at Issei with his sharp eyes, while giving him a look of hatred. Issei swallowed hard as he tried to calm his body. Once he did, he looked at Graham with determination. He brought his left hand closer with conviction and grabbed the handle of the sword that could easily kill him. As he did so, the sword began to shine brilliantly. Its brilliance was so intense that it blinded Issei for a time. He rubbed his eyes with both hands to regain his sight more quickly. Graham chose you as his wielder, said Office, looking at Issei with a smile that hid the annoyance she felt when she saw the Securitate tremble. Where is he now? Issei's question didn't need a verbal answer, just by following Red's gaze he found out. He saw on his left forearm a black sword with red details. It had the silhouette of Graham. The sword was on his arm. But why me? Why would I choose someone as pathetic as me? Issei accidentally said that out loud, further annoying Red, who was trying to calm down. But those words brought Office out of her false tranquility. I don't want to hear you say that again, Securitate. Office said with a firm voice, paralyzing Issei and revealing to him that what he wanted to think, he said out loud. By Graham, we watched you for almost your entire life. We saw your rise as a devil, your awakening as a secretary, and your fall at the death of your friend. We watched your fights against the Phoenix, you unfairly lost the first one, and the second you gave up, so your master would be happy. Sacrificing your own happiness in the process, Office approached Issei, who moved away from her in fear. He had lowered his gaze upon hearing that they had been watching him since he was born and did not look up again, increasing Office's anger. We watched your fight against the fallen angels and your near death for them. We watched your struggle to protect your family just yesterday. In all those times, you were hurt, you stumbled. You fell. And in every one of them, you got back up. So don't say you're pathetic. You have your merits for Graham to have chosen you, and although you think it's not much, for Graham you proved enough. Office took the brunette's chin and made him look up abruptly, making Issei look into her eyes. Issei could no longer get away from Office, the wall prevented him. Also, dragons are proud beings. Never look down on yourself in front of anyone again. And never lower your gaze again, Office said, informing Issei of the things that dragons never do. She trembled to control her power. If there was one thing that bothered the goddess of infinity, it was that those of her own kind had no respect for themselves. I haven't heard a response from you, the black-haired woman still held Issei's gaze, who was doing his best to stop his body from trembling. This was made more difficult because Office's eyes were shining darkly. Yes, Office-sama, the brunette replied, hoping that with that, Office would let him go. And so she did. Office returned to Red's side, looking at Issei sternly as she regained control of her power and emotions. Graham is a part of you now, Red said with a mocking smile as he turned away from the brunette. What he saw earlier seemed amusing to him, and he believed that this would make the brunette think twice before committing the same stupidity. How do I use it? Issei asked, afraid that they would leave without telling him how to summon Graham. Who knows? We were only entrusted with delivering it, Red replied without even turning to look at him. We expect great things from you, child. I will call you Secretary when you are worthy of it, said Office, who had not changed her stern look. She was still annoyed. Try not to die, kid. Are we leaving, Office? Red addressed Office in a somewhat striking manner when they were about to leave. Immediately the environment fell silent. Office maintained a calm smile while a dark aura was seen behind her. Red sweated nervously, and Issei processed those last words released by the dragon god of dreams. Are you a couple? What Issei said caught Drake's attention, who would never have thought that, and made Red even more nervous. No, how do you think? What happened was. Boom. Now we can see an Issei as pale as snow, glued to the wall, while the great Red, the dragon god of dreams, was face pressed against the ground, writhing from time to time, with his hands making little horns. Office, on the other hand, was just as she had been before, except that a little smoke was coming out of her fist. Idiot, was the only thing that came out of Office to disappear through a crack like the one where Graham appeared. Wait. Office. It wasn't my intention. Excuse me. Red quickly stood up, motivated to find Office by entering through that crack before it closes. Issei and Drake, for their part, only had an expression of surprise and confusion. I like that personality at the end better, said Issei to finish releasing the tension from his body. So. Now I'm the wielder of a super powerful demonic sword that disappeared years ago. This changes things quite a bit, said Issei, taking his things and preparing to leave that building. I still have to figure out how to summon Graham. The mark on my arm looks like a tattoo. Mom will kill me if she doesn't believe my explanation, Issei said, mentally trying to start a conversation with Drake. So you're my new carrier, huh? At this, the brunette looked around, thinking that there was some girl where that voice he had just heard came from. Drake. Issei called out to his partner, hoping he could clear up his doubts at that moment. No fool, I'm Graham. Issei stopped in his place upon hearing that proclamation. Excuse me? Issei asked to the female voice that was addressing him. Soon he felt and saw something emerge from his left arm as the sword mark disappeared. A small black and red whirlwind began to form in front of him. As the whirlwind dispersed, the brunette's eyes opened wide. A curvy woman dressed in mostly black armor that covered her body well, leaving her legs exposed. Under the armor, she apparently wore a black dress that covered her entire body. Her legs were covered by black stockings that reached below her knees, and her hands were covered by gloves that reached below her shoulders. She wore boots that matched her attire, reaching above her ankles. She had short, loose hair that fell above her shoulders. It was an almost white blonde. Her face was angelic, but that fierce smile gave it a touch of rebellion. Her eyes were a similar color to her hair, and her eyes were slightly slanted. Why, you're Graham? Is this what Red Sama meant when he said you had a conscience? That's right, the girl in front of him simply replied. Issei decided to take it easy and realized that reacting in astonishment would be too stupid considering what had happened a few minutes ago. Okay. Let's go home, we'll talk better there. You should take that off if you're coming with me, you'll attract a lot of attention. Besides, I'm hungry, Issei said, the last part of it almost inaudible. Okay, Graham responded simply to the wielder's request. A dark mass surrounded the sword's body for only a few seconds. Okay. Is this better? At that question, Issei suffered a severe nasal discharge. Before his eyes, Graham was completely naked and he didn't seem to grasp the full extent of it. The brunette couldn't form a coherent sentence when he saw Graham's breasts. He decided to turn around to clear his mind and calm his depraved thoughts. And something else. Damn. She's completely sensual. She has the body of the woman of my dreams, Issei thought, relaxing little by little. Her human form was unconsciously taken from your subconscious. Although the features, such as the hair or the eyes, are her own, explained Drake, lamenting his partner's reaction. Thank you, subconscious. At Issei's response, Drake couldn't help but fassip him. Why you can't walk around like that on the street? Why don't you come back with me until we get home? Suggested Issei, trying to touch Graham's breast with the excuse that she would return to his arm. We can't. My sister still needs to come, declared Graham, making Issei stop his hand because of those words. How? Sister? Issei's face was completely confused, he no longer understood what was happening. Oh. There it is, Graham said, looking up at the roof of the old building as she leaned her waist to the side and rested her right arm on it. The brunette, on impulse, also looked in Graham's direction and felt something brush against his face after passing through the ceiling. He turned, trembling at what had happened, and saw, stuck in the ground, a European sword with a bluish-purple detail. Its hilt was gold with stylized crosses on the edges. Its blade was the characteristic color of polished metal. Drake. I saw my life flash before my eyes, Issei said, trembling in fear. Believe me, buddy. Me too, it was boring, the dragon replied in a serious tone, very much in contrast to what had been said. How? That sword, Issei, is Ascalon. The most powerful dragon-slaying sacred sword in the world, the same one from the story Office-sama and Red Sama told you, the brown-haired man gulped upon hearing Drake's statement. What are you waiting for? Take it. But do it with your right hand. Although Issei couldn't explain why Ascalon had come there, he obeyed Graham. Upon taking Ascalon, the same thing happened as with Graham. A great golden glow momentarily blinded Issei. Before he could regain his sight, he felt something coming out of his right arm. Oh, you should take off your armor. He says we'll attract a lot of attention. Issei could see for a moment a blurry figure that was dressed like Graham did, but with a mix of blue and silver colors. I see. Alright. As his vision returned, he saw a girl with golden blonde hair tied in a braid that reached her butt. She had sky blue eyes and a face that showed she could be a kind person. Like Graham, she was completely naked. That combo of two totally naked beauties was too much for Issei, who fainted from a nosebleed. 2 hours later. A sore Issei was beginning to wake up. He had hit his stomach when he fell, causing it to twitch. Fortunately, this time, the wound didn't open due to the stitches Sona had put in. When he recovered, he looked around for Ascalon and Graham, but when he couldn't find them anywhere, he looked at his arms, seeing the mark on his left arm and the new mark with Ascalon's silhouette on his right arm. We wanted to apologize. I never took human form when I was with Lucifer, the aforementioned could hear Graham's voice inside his head. Yes. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Drake Sama explained to us the basics of humans, continued, which Issei assimilated that it was Ascalon. And no problem. I would love to take you to buy some clothes so you don't have to carry that heavy armor, but now I don't have any money and it's quite late, said Issei, looking at the time on his cell phone. Silently, the brunette began to head home calmly. He trusted that his parents hadn't gone out looking for him and were waiting for him. Although he was already assimilating that they would bombard him with questions at best and punish him for being late at worst. As he passed by the outskirts of the academy, students from some clubs looked at him with curiosity, others with pity, and only a few with a hint of resentment. But that, Issei realized that whatever had happened to him had already begun to spread to the academy students. Drake told him to ignore it and head home as quickly as possible to get the day over with. Standing in front of the door of his house, the brown-haired man took a deep breath and opened the door. Mom. Dad. I'm here. Shouted the brown-haired boy, announcing his arrival. How was school? Did you have any problems? Didn't they tell you anything about your absences? Nikita immediately came over to take him by the arms and ask him what had been worrying him for almost the entire day. Why did you come back so late? What were you doing? Did you eat something at noon? But when she arrived, Kayako pushed Nikita, who fell to the ground, and hugged Issei tightly while expressing her doubts. Well, I did well at school, Dad. I didn't have any problems, and they did ask me about my absences, but everything's been sorted out now, the brunette responded to his parents' questions as he was compassing himself. Mom, I was late for something. I'll tell you during dinner. I was meeting with some beings who gave me a lot of information at once and no, I didn't eat anything, said Issei looking at his mother who looked at him worried because she hadn't eaten anything for almost the entire day. Well, go take a shower and come down to dinner, said Kayako smiling affectionately. The gesture was returned in the same way by Issei. Ah. Mom. Could you serve 2 more plates? Issei asked, a little nervous about his mother's response. Or rather, about the question she might ask him. Will guests be coming for dinner tonight? Kayako tilted her head to the side as she expressed her doubt. Why yes, the brown-haired boy answered somewhat hesitantly. Okay. Is everything okay, Issei? Asked the brunette while looking at Issei with concern. Yes. It's nothing serious, Issei answered more calmly, so as not to scare his mother. Upon reaching his room, Issei asked Ascalon and Graham to leave his body. Upon exiting, they were both wearing the armor that seemed uncomfortable in Issei's eyes. Okay. I want both of you to stay here until I finish showering, okay? Said the brunette while looking for something in his closet. Here. Put these on. At least you'll be more relaxed than with those armors. You can leave those here. Issei handed both young women a pair of his pajamas and then pointed to his desk as a place to leave their armor. After finishing, the Sekiryuite quickly left the room in case any of them decided to start stripping in front of him. Ascalon and Graham just blinked and looked at each other at the strange behavior of their new wielder. After taking a bath and putting on his pajamas in the bathroom, Issei headed to his room and knocked on the door before entering. Not hearing any confirmation, he decided to go inside, somewhat concerned about Ascalon and Graham. Upon entering, he noticed both blondes sitting on the floor with their eyes closed. As if meditating. Girls. Issei spoke, drawing the attention of the young women in front of him. Was the response he received from both of them. Before he entered, they were both sleeping in that strange position. Come on. Let's go down to dinner. Besides, you can't sleep on the floor. Issei extended his hands to help both girls up. They, still sleepy, accepted the gesture from their new carrier. They rubbed their eyes somewhat tenderly, managing to get a smile out of Issei. The brunette led them to the dining room where they would have dinner with his parents. Seeing Issei coming down with 2 beautiful girls, they opened their eyes in surprise. Their surprise only increased when they saw that both of them were wearing their son's pajamas. And are you okay, Issei? What took you so long? Asked Kayako, looking sideways at both girls who had sat on either side of Issei and were watching their food with intrigue. Well, it's a long story. What happened was. Issei began recounting what had happened during the morning class, except for what happened with Motohama and Mitsuda. That was relatively short. What took him the longest to explain was the part where he encountered the 2 most powerful beings in the world. Issei's explanation elicited various reactions from his parents as he continued. Both dragon gods appeared before you, told you a story and gave you a sword. Akita began, looking at Issei with an expression that revealed that what he told was hard to believe. Then a holy sword fell from the sky and almost killed you, and where are those swords? Kayako asked, struggling to believe her son. They knew the supernatural existed, but this was a step further than they thought. Now that you say it like that, it's hard to believe, but that's what happened. And they are proof of that, replied the brunette, pointing at both young women who were unknowingly drooling over the aroma of the food. Oh, by the way. This is how you eat it. Look, Issei paused his explanation to show Graham and Ascalon how to eat what they had in front of them. Issei's parents found it hard to believe that those 2 girls were the swords in his story. But they decided to believe in him because of everything that had happened in just a few days. This is Graham. Upon being introduced by Issei to her parents, Graham tensed up and quickly wiped her mouth. It's a pleasure to meet you. Issei found it curious that Graham was embarrassed by something as simple as introducing herself and didn't do it when she undressed in front of him before. And she's Ascalon, Issei introduced to the blonde on his right side, who had a similar reaction to that of his sister. Please adopt your sword form for a moment, then you will eat again, Issei asked both young women who, without any hesitation, complied with the request of their bearer. Both girls stood up and through the same massive power that turned them human, they returned to their original form. Takeda and Kayako were amazed by this revelation. 2 seemingly ordinary girls had transformed into swords in just a second. Wow, that was unexpected, Takeda said, unable to say anything else in surprise. Well, I think that. If they're going to stay they should have a name, don't you think? Kayako assimilated what had happened a little faster than Takeda and was able to argue that so that Issei would give them a little more time to recover. I guess you're right, Issei said, looking at Graham, who was eating with a joyful expression on her face. The young Sekiryuite looked at Graham closely, observing every feature of his face and details, such as the color of his eyes and hair. Yami. Do you like that name? Asked the brown-haired boy without stopping looking at the most powerful demonic sword. I guess it's okay. The young woman replied without giving it much importance as she continued enjoying her food. At that moment, Issei felt his clothes being tugged on from his right side. He turned to see Ascalon with a spoon in her mouth, pointing at herself, waiting for Issei to give her a name as well. He, for his part, looked closely at Ascalon, carefully exploring its features and details. "What do you think, Akemi? It's a cute name, just like Yami." The blonde with sky blue eyes smiled happily before going back to eating. She seemed very happy to have a name of her own. "By the way, Issei, have you seen your friends Yasuaki and Takuro?" asked Kayako, starting to eat relatively calmly. "Yes, they received me." "Well, I would say well," Issei replied with a mysterious smile. "Yasuaki will go to continue studying in Osaka. He is about to find a partner and to not be separated from that girl he tried out for Cerezo Osaka. He will be a player there," Issei began with a melancholic expression. His parents were surprised to hear this, but they were happy that he had changed his perverted tastes for something healthier like sports. Takuro is going to Tokyo to finish his studies at his grandmother's request. He wants her to be proud of him, and his father was just reassigned to Tokyo, so he'll be going with them. They'll both be leaving in a few days. It wasn't a secret to Takeda and Kayako that Motohama loved his grandmother very much. The fact that he decided to study to make her happy made them proud. But at the same time, they both knew they were the only friends their son had. They were worried that Issei was lonely, and they were looking for ways to comfort him. "Come on, son. They're going to be okay," said Takeda, trying to lift Issei's spirits. "You're right. But it still hurts. They were the only friends I had at the academy. These days are going to be difficult without them." The brunette responded to what his father said, showing a bitter expression. "Issei, didn't they tell you anything about your left eye?" To try to divert the topic, Kayako asked that question. "Now that you mention it." "No, they haven't said anything to me, although they'll probably find out one of these days. I still don't know how to explain it." Kayako smiled at her son's comment. Her question to divert the topic had worked. "In that case, don't worry, I'll come up with something to clear that up. Trust your mother." Issei showed a smile that clearly hid his other worries. Kayako knew this immediately and felt sad about it. Her idea had not served to make Issei forget his worries. "Thank you. Now, back with them," said Issei, referring to Akemi and Yami. "You can't go to school with me. And I don't mean to offend you, but you don't know a lot about our way of life. You only took on human form today, and you don't know what's right and wrong with us," Issei explained, looking at his parents. "I want you to teach them the basics of here. They surely have a lot of knowledge of the supernatural, but they have never interacted with humans, and that can cause them problems," said Issei, seeing that Yami had fallen asleep sitting up again, and that Akemi was making an effort not to do so. "We have no problem taking care of them, Issei, but we would like them to always accompany you. If you say they are the most powerful swords in the world, I will feel safer if they are looking after you." Ayako gave her opinion on Issei's request, and the truth was that she was somewhat right. Issei was being targeted by both devils and fallen angels. He would be safer if he brought one of them. "Fine. I'll go with one of them to school, but please teach the one who stays here. I'll do so as well in my free time." Having reached an agreement with their parents for the care of both young women born of swords, dinner continued normally. Leaving aside the talk of the supernatural, it began with cheerful conversations. Obviously Yami was not part of the conversation when he fell asleep, and Akemi could contribute little, but she liked to listen. After that, the brunette's parents went to bed while he, with Akemi's help, cleared the table and washed the dishes. It didn't take long for Kayako and Takeda to fall asleep while cuddling. Issei gently carried Yami in his arms to take her to where her parents were sleeping, and he was surprised by how light she was. The brown-haired boy saw Akemi, who didn't know how to address him and seemed to be embarrassed by that. "Issei. Just call me Issei, there's no need for so much formality," the brown-haired boy clarified, while making a gesture to lie down next to his sister. "Why you? See, could you tell me your story?" That question caught the attention of the brown-haired boy, who didn't expect a question like that. "Okay. But first I want you to answer me something. When I first saw you two, your feelings weren't as defined as they are now. What changed?" Akemi quickly realized what Issei was referring to and answered. "At least when I arrived here, my emotions were a little more developed than Yami." Akemi began with a slight smile. "The angels, especially Gabriel-sama, tried to use me. But none of them could do it. Gabriel-sama knew I had a conscience and told me about what was right and wrong. When Yami told me that our armor would attract attention and that we had to take it off, it didn't seem strange to me because I never saw people with armor nowadays. But I did feel embarrassed when I found myself naked in front of you," commented the long-haired blonde. "Drake-sama taught me what feelings were called. I don't know how to explain it. I didn't know what it was like to be ashamed, but I did know how it felt. I didn't know what it was like to be happy, but I did know how it felt. I felt happy when Graham found a wielder. That's why I wanted to come with you. If someone like Yami had found someone worthy of wielding her, I believed that he would also be able to wield me. Issei smiled slightly as he listened to Akemi's explanation, who felt nervous because she couldn't express herself well. I see. Well, I'll start with the story. Once upon a time, there was a sleeping dragon who died for believing in love. The brunette was reassured by that answer. Later, he would talk to Drake about some doubts he had. And as promised, he began to tell his story. Akemi lay down and rested her head on the pillow, feeling very comfortable, unlike when she slept sitting up. That dragon was revived by a beautiful crimson-haired queen. That queen made him feel many things. Fear, happiness, sometimes anger when she was hurt or insulted, and admiration for her leadership. And little by little, he began to believe in love again. Issei began, hiding several details. That queen was very attentive to him, loving, considerate, and we could say she acted a bit like a mother. The dragon fell in love with her. But he was afraid of not being enough. Issei paused for a moment when he saw the blue-eyed blonde raise her hand to ask. But if it was a dragon, isn't that enough for a queen? Akemi, who was listening attentively to the story, couldn't help but ask that. Yes, it was a dragon. But it was asleep and disguised in a human body. Ascalon couldn't help but open his eyes wide upon learning that. The phoenix bird appeared and proclaimed himself the fiancé of the Crimson Queen. The dragon didn't like this. And they fought. But even though the dragon had awakened, he still didn't have his full power, and when he lost concentration for a moment, he was defeated by the phoenix. Akemi seemed to be very attentive to the story, and that brought a smile to Issei's face. When he woke up, it was the night of Myri, of the Crimson Queen and the phoenix bird's wedding. The dragon fully awakened his power, but he could only use it for 10 minutes. He sacrificed his arm and his left eye to achieve this. And with the help of a queen from another kingdom, he arrived at the underworld to fight with the phoenix for the hand of the person he loves. Oh, I know. The dragon defeats the phoenix in an epic battle and marries the Crimson Queen to live happily ever after. It's a nice story. But you told me you would tell me yours, Issei interrupted by Akemi, who thought she had deciphered the ending of the story. It's not a bad ending. It's very nice. I wish this story had that ending. Just listen and you'll understand, said Issei, gently stroking Akemi's head for the effort she made to try to solve the story. The dragon fought with everything he had, just like the phoenix. He wanted to prove that he could be at his level without unleashing his full power, but it wasn't enough. When he was about to unleash his full power, he looked at the Crimson Queen to seek courage, but he realized things he couldn't see. He decided to surrender, Issei said, surprising Ascalon, who didn't take it very well. What? But she could have won. Why did she give up? Akemi's sad expression made Issei feel remorse, but he shook off the feeling as a sad smile grew on his face. The dragon mistook everything that queen did for him for love, when it was just the queen's way of being. She always treated her subjects with affection, consideration, and as a mother. The dragon mistook that for love and decided to surrender, so that the Crimson Queen would be happy with the phoenix, whom she truly loved. Issei held back the tears that were struggling to come out as he told that. Akemi, for her part, couldn't believe the outcome that this story was having. The dragon returned to the human world, and as soon as he returned, he fought against 4 crows that sought to kill him. He no longer had the protection of the Crimson Queen because he had decided so he would have to face them alone. He killed 2 of them, 1 escaped, and he spared the life of another. Then he tried to return to his normal life. He defended his parents from some idiot humans and tried to return to his daily activities to try to live once again. Hidden, Issei saw that Akemi was about to cry because of that sad ending that the story was having. But his story didn't end there. He met the 2 most powerful beings in the world, who taught him how a respectable dragon should behave and gave him a sword. Then another one fell from the sky. With that, Akemi's eyes widened as she learned the identity of the sleeping dragon. Why, you were the dragon in the story, said Akemi, still in disbelief. I thought it was obvious. You asked me to tell you my story after all. It's not my whole story, but it's a pretty complete summary of it, Issei said, patting Akemi's head again. But this time, lovingly. My story doesn't have an end yet, but it's nice to know that I won't feel alone. That my parents, Yami and you, will be with me until I finish my story. Or so I want to believe, said Issei while smiling sadly, remembering his past. I promise to be with you until the end. Akemi took Issei's hand, making him look into her eyes. Thank you. Now rest, thanked Issei, who, after Akemi fell asleep, got up to go to his room. He took his desk chair, placed it next to the window, and sat down to look at the stars while resting his arms on the base of the open window. What are you doing, Issei? Drake knew that Issei wanted to ask him a couple of things about Akemi and Yami, so he decided to take the first step to start the conversation. I just think and look back one last time. Because now, I'll focus on the present to look to the future. Good night, Drake. With those last words, Issei made it clear that he wanted to be alone with his thoughts. The celestial dragon was surprised by his companion's words, but decided to respect his decision and went to sleep to let him think. Only the stars witnessed the silent tears of that young brown-haired boy who was trying to finally close a stage in his life. A stage where his heart, mind, and body suffered equally. He did this so he could finally think about the present and dream of a better future for his family. Hideout residence. 6 a.m. The next day Issei woke up early in his room. He had slept on the floor covered by a blanket so as not to feel cold, as he did not want to return to where his parents, Akemi and Yami, were sleeping. His wound didn't hurt as much from the stitches, but it did itch from the healing process. He stretched out his body, still a little sore from sleeping on the floor. He went to take a bath, and with Drake's help, he protected the stitches so they wouldn't get wet and ruined. She went to her room while drying her hair and getting ready to put on her uniform for school. She grabbed her backpack and went downstairs to have the same breakfast as yesterday. After finishing his breakfast and washing what he had used, he prepared to leave for school. If you say they're the most powerful swords in the world, I'll feel safer if they're watching over you. But before he could even open the door, Issei remembered his mother's words. He looked back to see that both Akemi and Yami were still sleeping peacefully. He took a deep breath and thought for a few seconds. Finally, he opened the door and closed it behind him to begin his journey to the academy. He had decided to leave Ascalon and Graham at home. Why did you leave them, Issei? Drake asked, questioning his partner about his recent actions. He also believed that he would be safer with those two than alone. Simply because I want to spend these last few days with my friends alone. The brown-haired boy justified himself in response to the dragon's question. You know it's not right to worry your parents like that. You cruelly lied to them. Drake questioned his partner's actions. I know. But I feel it's for the best. It's not something that concerns Yami or Akemi. Besides, I still need more time to think, and they needed to adjust to their new life, the brunette replied simply. The dragon, still unconvinced, let the events unfold. This time he hadn't arrived at the academy so early, so there were more students on the street he was walking down. He could feel the looks of others on his face, conveying the same feeling he'd felt the day before when he'd left the academy. Good morning, Hideout, it's a pleasure to see you back here. Are you feeling better after what happened yesterday? Looking up, Issei saw that the one speaking to him was Sona, who was looking at him with a small smile. Gee, good morning, Sona Kaichu. Yes, I feel better. Thanks for asking. The brunette replied, returning the smile. Would you like to go to the student council during lunch? We're going to talk about a couple of things I didn't quite get clear on regarding your accident. Issei opened his eyes in surprise at the question. I can't waste much time today, said the secretary looking towards the street where the students were coming from. Sona, curious, decided to watch where the young man in front of her was doing. She saw Mitsuda and Motohama approaching in the distance. I see. I heard they're leaving the academy soon. I guess it's okay. Let me know when you have time, said Sona, walking towards the academy as classes were about to start. The brunette watched Sona's departure with a calm expression until he was called by Motohama. Hello, Issei. How are you? Asked the four-eyed man as soon as he could reach Issei. Better than yesterday for sure, friend, Issei replied mockingly, making both boys feel bad. How is it possible that the president is talking to you? Mitsuda asked, watching Tsubaki approach Sona to enter the new building. I just wanted to ask you a couple of details about the accident I had. You told me you still had some questions, said Issei, starting to walk to get to his class. For the rest of the day, the brunette was able to distract himself from his worries as a demon and feel like he had lived before all of that. They chatted among themselves about trivial matters or their future interests. And although there was no shortage of Aika's jokes with double meanings or that directly referenced her past as a pervert, Issei took all of that as something he longed for. By the way, Issei. You'll come, right? Yasuaki asked, looking at his brown-haired friend with a smile. Where to? The brunette asked with a crooked smile. He thought she was inviting him to watch adult videos at her house like in the past. To say goodbye. Didn't I tell you? Mitsuda's expression showed some confusion at his brown-haired friend's question, and he began to check something on his cell phone. What? Are you leaving today? Issei asked that, hoping to be wrong. Yeah. Yesterday I thought about what you said, and I confessed to Amaya. She loves me too, and now we're dating, although we won't be living together yet, of course. Plus, Surezo Osaka asked me to come over as soon as possible to start pre-season training. I sent you a message, did you read it? Mitsuda explained matter-of-factly as he put away his phone. Taking out his phone, Issei saw that he had received a text at 6 o'clock in the evening the day before. And indeed, it was from Mitsuda informing him of this sudden event. No. Fine, I'll be there. You'll go by train, right? Issei asked, letting things flow as he read the message, which was quite long. That's right. My family will also come to see me off, Mitsuda said with an enthusiastic smile. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. You're going, right, Issei. The brown-haired boy already knew the date of Motohama's departure, so he just confirmed going to see him off. Seeing that the group would quickly dissolve, they decided to leave the academy to do the normal things they like to do in their free time. They went to video games, to the movies, and to karaoke to sing their favorite songs from the anime they watched. They tried to make the most of the little time they had left together. But unfortunately, good times don't last long, and it was time for Yasuaki to leave. His parents were waiting for him and Amaya with their luggage at the train station. "Yasu-chan!" shouted a girl with long black hair separated into two pigtails, circular glasses, and blue eyes. She was wearing a white shirt under a very cute blue jumpsuit and black shoes, while holding her luggage nearby. "Yasu-chan." Motohama and Issei asked in unison upon hearing the particular way of calling Mitsuda. "A-chan." In a way, the couple's behavior bothered the four-eyed boy and the brunette a little. But they knew it wasn't because they seemed too mushy, but because of their jealousy. "This is Takuro Motohama," Yasuaki began introducing Amaya to his friends. The four-eyed man approached to say hello while Issei stayed behind. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Issei-chan." The brown-haired boy turned around when he heard someone mention his name as he approached him. "Oh. It's a pleasure, Fudo-san." "It's been a while," Issei replied with a smile as he watched a black-haired man dressed in a white shirt, black pants, and a black tie, along with his shoes. He looked like he had just come home from work. His face showed that he knew a lot, and his calm brown eyes conveyed confidence. "I'm glad to know you're okay, Issei-chan." "Yasuaki told us what happened to you," said a woman with blue-black hair wearing a red skirt that reached below her knees, a white blouse, and a sweater of the same color. She wore black shoes with white socks. Her gaze was kind, and her eyes were green. "I'm also very happy to see you, Hiroko-san," Issei replied, happy to talk to Mitsuda's parents again. "And he is Haidu Issei." Mitsuda introduced Issei to AM, who looked at him in astonishment. "It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm AM Hayes. Yasu-chan told me about what happened to you, and I admire your courage to live normally again." The black-haired girl introduced herself, complimenting Issei. "It's a pleasure. So you're Yasuaki's girlfriend. I'm surprised someone as pretty as you would have noticed a fool like him." The young woman blushed at the compliment, but was annoyed by what she had said to her lover. Issei noticed this and let out a small laugh. "Just kidding. Just look out for my silly friend. He may not seem like it, but he used to get into a lot of trouble. Believe me when I tell you, life can change in an instant. With a single decision." The young woman nodded happily at Issei's apology and what he had said. She was grateful that he was the one who encouraged her beloved Yasuaki to confess his love to her. "I'll gladly do it, and thanks for the advice." Amaya thanked, looking at Issei with the same admiration as at the beginning. After a while of chatting to pass the time while waiting for the train to arrive, unfortunately, it was time to say goodbye. Amaya approached the train as it pulled up and waited for her partner. He, in turn, was standing in front of his two closest friends from high school. Takuro Motohama and Haidu Issei. "I guess it's goodbye," said Mitsuda, looking at Takuro and Issei with a sad expression. "No, my friend. It's a see you soon," Issei said with a smile that perfectly hid his sadness. Surprisingly, Yasuaki hugged the brunette tightly with an inexplicable feeling that only good friends felt. He, for his part, returned the gesture with the same feeling and some sadness. "Sure. We'll see you whenever we want online when you succeed, and it better be that way," Takuro agreed, trying not to burst into dramatic tears. They also hugged each other. With this, they had shown that their friendship was very strong and had been going on for several years. "Well. See you later," said Mitsuda, getting on the train accompanied by Amaya, who watched this with a sad smile. The train departed, and when it did, Issei felt like a part of his life was going with it. The place remained silent. Mitsuda's parents did not dare to speak, knowing how hard it was for the young people left behind with their son's departure. "You're going to say goodbye to me tomorrow, right?" asked Takuro, looking at the ground with a serious expression. "I've already told you that, yes." "I'm not going to break my word," Issei replied, raising his head to look at him with a small fake smile. "Can you go too?" the young man with glasses asked Fudo and Hiroko. "Of course. We'll be there. It's at the airport, right?" Fudo replied with a smile to his son's friend. "We wouldn't miss that for anything." Hiroko added with a loving smile towards Takuro. Then, "Thanks. I have to go finish packing," Takuro said, looking at his cell phone and starting to walk toward the train station exit. "See you tomorrow, Takuro-chan." Mitsuda's parents said goodbye, smiling. "See you tomorrow, Issei-chan." The Mitsuda family also said goodbye to Issei as they started to leave the train station. "See you tomorrow, Hiroko-san, Fudo-san," Issei replied, watching as the two of them headed toward the station exit. He stood there for a while longer, staring at where Amaya and Mitsuda's train had gone, and then slowly walked home. As soon as he opened the door, Akemi and Yami jumped toward him, surprising him. But they entered his body, apparently frightened by something. "There you are," Kayako shouted, looking at Issei with marked anger. The brunette took a step back, frightened by his mother. "Don't think you'll escape now. I did everything possible to stop him from coming out to look for you. Now I have to do everything possible to stop you from escaping," said Takeda, taking Issei's shoulder, and he also seemed to be somewhat zombie-like. "Why did you disobey me? What if something bad happened to you? Do you not trust your mother anymore? Do we no longer matter in your life?" Kayako's anger slowly turned to sadness as she cried. At this, Takeda approached her to comfort her. "I told you what you did was cruel. Now face the consequences." It was true, the dragon had warned them, and now they regretted their decisions. I'm sorry. "I didn't think you were so worried," said Issei, seeing that his mother had already recovered and was looking at him seriously alongside Takeda. I won't do it again. I promise, this time I mean it," apologized Issei, who couldn't look his mother in the eyes. "Why did you leave without them?" Takeda asked seriously. "I wanted to think alone. Besides, Mitsuda was leaving for Osaka today," the brunette replied, surprising his parents. "Today? You told us it was in a couple of days," Kayako asked, starting to distrust her son. "Me too. But he sent me a message yesterday that I didn't read," said Issei, showing his parents Yasuaki's message. "Motohama is leaving tomorrow, so I won't be taking Akemi or Yami either. I feel like it's a private moment," Issei explained, hoping his parents would give him permission to go alone. "We will accompany you," Kayako said firmly, looking at her son with determination. "No, I need you to stay here and take care of them a little longer." "Then I promise to go everywhere with the two of them," Issei promised, hoping to be able to go without them. "Okay, young man, but as soon as you leave school you will come here immediately, understood?" Nervous and somewhat terrified, the young brown-haired man accepted without refuting. The next day. Airport. 6 a.m. Issei was already at the airport waiting for Takuro and his family to arrive. Their flight was at 7 a.m., so they'd have to arrive an hour early to board without being rushed. He had arrived early using a teleportation circle. The brunette was dressed in the academy uniform, as he had to go to school later. In the distance, he could see the Motohama family arriving with a lot of luggage, something obvious, given that they were going to live there. "Hello, Issei-san. It's been a long time," greeted Motohama's stepfather, who was a man with dark brown hair. He was dressed in a blue suit as well as a tie, underneath he had a white shirt and wore black shoes. "We're glad to see you're okay after the accident you had," said a woman with long black hair, glasses, and a kind expression. She was wearing a loose-fitting white dress and matching sandals, as well as a light navy blue jacket. "I'm glad to see you too, Masaki-san." Kitsumi-san, the brown-haired boy, greeted Takuro's parents. "Your flight is about to leave, right?" Issei asked, greeting Takuro. "Yes, although we have plenty of time before we're on the other side," the young man with glasses responded, looking at the security scanner in response to his friend's question. "You're not going to leave without saying goodbye to us, are you?" Fudo shouted as he approached his wife, Hiroko. "Oh, Fudo-san. It's been a while, how have you been?" Masaki greeted the newcomer with a handshake. "You look very well, Hiroko-san, how have you been?" asked Kitsumi, approaching Hiroko to greet her. "Very well, Kitsumi-san, thanks for asking," Hiroko replied with a smile. That moment was filled with advice and good wishes from the Mitsuda family to the Motohama family, who gratefully returned those words. Issei was merely a spectator at the conversation, not participating much. In a way, it made him happy to hear the anecdotes and stories being shared there. Between chatter and anecdotes, the time for the plane's departure was approaching, as was the time to say goodbye. "I guess we'll see each other again in the future," Takuro said, looking at Issei. His family was already on the other side of the security scanner, only he was missing. "Yes. I hope so. Good luck in your new life, my friend," Issei said, stretching out his hand to shake Takuro's. Takuro, in turn, hugged the brunette, who didn't hesitate to respond in kind. "Take care. I don't want to have to see you dressed all in black again," Takuro said in a joking yet serious tone to Issei as he passed through the security scanner. In response, Issei just smiled as he shook his head. He knew it was a clear reference to the accident he'd had. But at least he could smile when he saw Kitsumi tug at her son's ear at his words. "Shall we take you home, Issei-chan?" asked Fudo, who was with Hiroko walking towards the exit along with the aforementioned. "No, thank you. I'll go to school. I promised Mom I wouldn't miss any more," Issei denied respectfully, while thanking her for the gesture and explaining his reasons. "All right, give him our regards." Hiroko said goodbye as she walked with her husband to the airport parking lot. For his part, Issei headed to the airport bathroom to use a teleportation magic circle and arrive at an alley near the school. He left that place and started heading towards school. It was just like his route yesterday. There were already students heading to the academy who were currently ignoring him, as he hadn't gotten into trouble since returning to the academy, although they wouldn't let him out of their sight. "Good morning, Haidu-san," greeted Sona, who, as usual, was at the entrance of the academy, making sure that the students were wearing their uniforms correctly. "Good morning, Sona Kaichu," Issei replied, almost without enthusiasm, but showing a small smile as he entered the campus. The brunette took a couple more steps and stopped. "Sona Kaichu. Do you still want to talk to me?" asked the brunette, turning around to talk to her. "Yes, I still have things to ask you. Do you have time to do it yet?" asked the black-haired girl, immediately knowing that those two had already left. "Yeah. At lunchtime?" Issei asked, looking at the floor with no apparent expression. "I would love to. But, I would like it to be in the old building, and I hope Tsubaki goes too. We usually have lunch together," Sona replied, looking at Issei with a calm smile, trying to infect him with that same feeling. "Sure, no problem. Then, I'll see you there. I'll go to my class now," said Issei, starting to walk towards his classroom. Sona stopped smiling to become serious again as she watched Issei's departure with some concern. Riaz was right when she told me that she wasn't emotionally stable. But she still always tried to keep her promises, Sona thought before walking towards her classroom. Classes had proceeded normally during the first period. There was a 10-minute break before the second period began, where the brunette chatted a little with Kiryu. As lunchtime began after second period, Issei gathered his things and headed to the cafeteria to buy his lunch, since he hadn't made one this morning. As he had agreed at the entrance, he was to go to the old building to have lunch with Sona and Tsubaki. The line to buy lunch was long, and it was made even more trying by the jeers of some male students who were blatantly teasing him. After a long, drawn-out 10 minutes, he was able to order a sandwich and a bottle of water, which were rudely delivered by the student helping in the cafeteria that day. Some of those students viewed this with suspicion, but were afraid to help him because they were the ones being bullied. So they just stood on the sidelines, lamenting that they couldn't help the young man with brown hair, whom they believed had changed. He decided to grab a quick bite to eat because he wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. He wasn't hungry. The whole situation had taken away his appetite, but he didn't want to be the only one without something to eat at the gathering. He didn't want to make the girls feel uncomfortable. At a leisurely pace, he headed toward the old building, trying to calm his recent frustration. At the entrance of the old building, Sona and Tsubaki were waiting for him with peaceful expressions. "Sorry, I'm late. I didn't bring lunch and had to buy it," Issei explained, embarrassed by his delay as he approached them. By this point, he was already quite calm. "No problem, it's understandable. Let's go in," Sona said, dismissing the matter as she opened the door to the old building. She entered, followed by Tsubaki. Issei was the last to enter, closing the door behind him. They walked silently through the hallways of the old building until they reached the office that had once been occupied by the president of the Occult Research Club. Upon arriving, Sona and Tsubaki sat down on one of the sofas and prepared to open the food they had brought. For his part, the brunette took only the water bottle out of the bag, opened it, and took a sip before closing it and setting it aside. He was even sadder about his friend's departure and what they'd said to him at the cafeteria. Besides being a little nervous about Sona and Tsubaki's presence, he tried to hide it by trying to think of something else. "What was your doubt, Sona Kaichu?" Issei asked, wanting to quickly end the matter. Although he had inadvertently used a sad and tired tone, which was quickly noticed by his companions. "That was just an excuse so I could have lunch with you. You just got back and the rumors are growing and spreading quickly." That confession took the brunette by surprise, as he hadn't expected such a response. Sona had some doubts, but what Issei needed at that moment wasn't an interrogation. He needed to vent. "That's why I made sure to invite you when there were students around, so that rumors wouldn't spread easily, and that's why Tsubaki is here. I don't want to cause you more problems just by having lunch and talking with me," Sona explained, looking at Issei with a small smile. She quickly changed her true intentions and made a quick excuse to talk to him about something else. I see. Thanks," said Issei, not knowing what else to say. He had never spoken to President Shitori like that before. Until now, he had only received a couple of warnings from her. He never imagined himself talking to her like she was a friend. "Are you feeling better? I suppose the paper dots have kept things in place so far, right?" the young black-haired woman asked before taking a bite of her food. "Why yeah. Thanks for that too. I guess you won't have any more problems with the perverted trio dissolved," Issei said, nervously trying to find a topic of conversation. Although their separation benefits the students of this school, it wasn't all the problems they had, Sona declared before returning to eating in relative peace. How? There were more problems besides us?" the brunette asked, unable to believe it. Although he felt a bit foolish afterward, the teasing he received at the cafeteria wasn't something that had happened to him before. Bullying among students in all grades has always existed. The only difference was that for a time, that hatred was generalized toward you. That was partly the reason why we didn't expel you from school, Sona said, surprising Issei even more. I guess at least we were doing something good for the school. Even if it was subconsciously, Issei said, looking to the side with a certain melancholy. He never believed his perverted actions would have a positive influence on the school. Are you feeling okay, Issei-san? Tsubaki asked, joining the conversation. She had noticed the brunette's terrible mood from the beginning and became a little worried about him, something that wasn't very common for her. Yeah. I just remember old times, the brunette replied, hiding his sadness well. This was evident to the two present. Tsubaki looked at him with a slightly sad expression and Sona with a serious one. They had already finished supposing what had happened to young Haidu and had come pretty close to reality. It doesn't matter. I suppose the student council is already preparing for their departure, right? Issei asked, trying to change the subject. He wanted to start talking about something more entertaining, but no matter how hard he tried to find a topic of conversation, he only remembered that moment in the cafeteria. We've only been back in school for 4 months. It's still too early for them to be thinking about that. Their studies are their priority now, Sona replied, putting away what little food she had left, no longer feeling hungry. She, like her companion, noticed that he had quickly changed the subject of conversation. Have you already thought about what you're going to do with your position as president of this club? That question caught Issei's attention, who looked at the long-haired brunette in surprise. I thought the club had dissolved with the departure of SS Ria-senpai, Issei answered, almost making a mistake. He almost said my king when referring to Ria's, evidently Sona and Tsubaki noticed this. The club will automatically close over time, in a week to be precise. This is due to violating the rules established for all academy clubs. We can't force it to close even if we wanted to. We must follow the protocols. But if you don't plan on serving as president, just wait. You won't receive any penalty for closing the club, Sona replied, reassuring the brunette, who was already wondering how he would go about recruiting members for the club. Why yes. I don't want to be the president of this club. So I'll just wait, Issei said calmer, dispelling those thoughts. The place fell silent for a while, during which Tsubaki finished lunch and put away the container she had brought her food in. Issei wondered why someone like Sona wanted to talk to a beast like him. Someone who doesn't even deserve to continue attending that school because of the harm he did to the local girls. At that point, he admitted that some students' words were quite right. Sona had used a small spell to listen to the brunette's thoughts, becoming a little annoyed by what she heard. So she decided to offer the young Sekiruyute a few words of encouragement. Sona Kaichu. Issei called out to the student council president nervously. The brunette jumped into Sona's words and spoke first. Yes. She replied looking at Issei with curiosity. Why did she act this way with me? I've never seen her do it with anyone else she knew better than me, Issei expressed his doubt somewhat fearfully but determined and anxious to know the answer. Sona already expected a question like that and already had an answer for her. Out of sheer curiosity. I wanted to know how the academy's fierce and fearsome perverted beast, the worst of the perverted trio, would feel after his friends left, Sona replied simply. The brunette was unsure of the impression he had left on her but didn't want to ask out of embarrassment. Issei felt somewhat hurt hearing the way Sona described him, but he was willing to accept any criticism from her. And in case you're asking, in front of me there isn't a beast. But rather, a person broken by the accusation she's received, lonely because of the departure of her friends, fearful for her life after the accident she had, hurt by the harmful words of a few, and pretending to be okay, so as not to worry others, said Sona, getting up from the sofa to approach Issei. He just stared at the floor seriously, unwilling to look at the student council president. But even so. She's a person who moves forward and doesn't dwell on the past. That beast was hiding a vulnerable and very kind person. Issei trembled and didn't lift his head upon hearing the words of the black-haired woman with violet eyes. To a shy person with whom I wouldn't mind having lunch and talking again. You're strong, Haidu Issei. And I admire that about you. At this point, the brunette squeezed his eyes shut, trying to control his tears in vain. Thank you, was the last thing Issei said, as he calmed down silently. Something that went unnoticed by Issei, which made Tsubaki's eyes widen in surprise, was that Sona raised her hand with the intention of stroking the brunette's head to try to comfort him. But halfway through, she regretted it. I'm sorry I made you cry. You can go home if you want. I'm sorry I can't talk to you a little longer, but I have to get back to class. The short-haired brunette quickly left the place and was quickly followed by Tsubaki, who was still somewhat perplexed by what had happened. In her hasty departure, Sona forgot her container with the little food she had left. Issei didn't mind the sudden departure of both girls, but Sona's last words to him meant a lot to him. Student council. After school. Sona arrived at the council room after the third and final period ended. Throughout the entire session, she couldn't stop thinking about her encounter with Issei. I watched him leave from the student council window, my expression serious. Even though I'd given him permission to leave, he decided to stay through class. Something I appreciated. At that moment, someone heard a knock at the door. Tsubaki went over to answer it and let a woman in. "How are you, Tsubaki?" the woman asked as soon as she entered. Evidently, the greeting was returned with courtesy and a touch of happiness. "Tell me, Sona, how did you view the Sekiryu emotionally?" the woman asked as soon as she sat down in the chair at the desk. Apparently, she was referring to Sona. This woman had mid-back length black hair that turned a dark violet at the tips. She was dressed in a black suit, a white shirt, and a red ribbon around her neck. Her eyes were violet and she had a calm gaze like Sona's. Bad. He feels really bad about himself, mom. And it didn't help that some students bullied him. Riaz was right when she told us he lost emotional stability after that night, Sona replied, looking at her mother, thus proving that she was the one the woman was referring to. After all, Riaz told us the truth and I thought she was exaggerating, said the now identified as Sona's mother. Sarah-sama. "Here are the papers you asked me for," said Tsubaki, handing the woman a folder with some papers. "Very well. Thank you, Tsubaki-chan," Sarah thanked the young woman with a small smile. It seems there was some slight activity from deserting demons, they seemed to be looking for food. Sarah said aloud, informing her daughter about the matter. "Do you want me to prepare my servants?" the short-haired girl asked as she sat down at the desk. Although it seemed odd to her that her mother would be upset about deserting demons, they were usually left alone since they didn't harm humans. "No. It was just a slight movement, they'll probably go out again tonight. I'll tell Grafia that I sent the Sekiryu," said Sarah taking a sheet of paper, starting to write something on it. "But mom, he still hasn't recovered from his wound. What if something bad happens?" Sona questioned, looking at Sarah. "It doesn't matter. I want to know how you handle cases like this. And if he needs help, you'll go help him," Sarah said, justifying her decision. Sona, not entirely convinced, decided to follow her mother's orders, who disappeared using a magic circle. "Issei is strong, Sona. He can do it," encouraged Tsubaki, who noticed that Sona was getting worried. "I'm not worried about his strength, Tsubaki. I'm worried about his mental state. A little over a week ago he let go of a fallen angel who knows if he'll cause problems again. I'm worried that if some stray shows up they might trick him," said Sona looking out the window to where Issei disappeared. Underworld. Gremory Mansion. Things at the Gremory Mansion had been very quiet ever since Riaz and her deer moved to the Phoenix territory. The clan leaders spent their time in the garden, the library, or simply playing with their only grandson. Grafia was fulfilling her duties as a maid of the House of Gremory and as King Lucifer's personal maid. She was currently sorting through some paperwork Lord Gremory had requested, as she was to appear before the Demon Council that evening to present her clan's progress in every aspect. This was something that was done monthly with all the clans. Grafia-sama. In her work, the aforementioned was interrupted by a young maid of lower rank. "Sona Sitri-sama came to visit you. She said she had something to discuss with you. She's waiting for you in the living room downstairs," the young maid announced. "Thank you very much, I'll go right away. You can go back to your tasks," Grafia said, hurrying to finish organizing the papers she had. After finishing that, Grafia headed to where Sarah was waiting for her. Upon arriving, she saw her sitting in one of the armchairs, sipping some tea and chatting with the young maid who had notified her. "Excuse me, I'll be leaving," the young maid said before leaving the room. She had returned to Sarah's until Grafia arrived, just out of courtesy. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Sarah-sama," Grafia greeted with a small bow, while showing a slight smile on her face. "Same here, Grafia. I'm glad to see you're still okay," Sarah replied with a small motherly smile on her face. "What is the reason for your visit?" Grafia asked, returning to the main topic of the meeting. "I'll be brief since I also have some things to do," Sarah said, putting down the cup of tea she had on the table in front of her. "I want the Sekiryu to take care of part of the Kuo City territory." This made Grafia open her eyes slightly in surprise and adopt a serious expression. What would be the reason for the request? Surprisingly for Sarah, Grafia had responded in a tone of voice that demanded an answer to her question. She had never heard her speak like that unless it was related to her son, Milikas. "I want to see how well you handle yourself in situations like hunting rogue demons or capturing deserter demons," Sarah explained seriously, taking on a professional demeanor. "He's still hurt. It will be dangerous to give him part of the territory now," Grafia explained, trying to stop Sarah's intentions. "That's why I want that. I want to know how well he handles being injured." "Don't worry, Sona and her servants will be watching over him just like I will." Sarah seemed to have understood that Grafia had a certain affection for the brown-haired boy for some unknown reason. The maid, for her part, remained silent as she stared at the ground seriously, considering Sarah's words. She didn't want to put Issei at risk because of their bond, and he also had the only sure cure for his daughter's abnormality. She thought about it for a while, but in the end, she decided to accept since it would be strange not to. She was sure that Sarah wouldn't break her promise to keep an eye on Issei and support him if necessary. Okay, Sarah-sama. But promise me that you will help him if necessary. Grafia wanted to make sure that Sarah would help Issei if necessary, to the point of making her repeat her words. As I told you before, Sona and her servants apart from me, we will be watching him, Sarah responded to Grafia's words. The silver-haired maid raised her hand in front of her and created a magic circle where the city of Kuo could be seen. It was completely ice blue. Little by little, half the city began to turn scarlet. Curiously, that part was where there was the least stray activity. This didn't go unnoticed by Sarah, but she decided not to say anything. She understood that Grafia was protecting Issei, perhaps at Ria's request, or perhaps for some other reason. Whatever the case, she would find out sooner or later. This part will be the one guarded by the Securitate. I hope Sarah keeps her word, said Grafia looking at the aforementioned in the eyes with a cold expression. I won't break my word, Grafia, Sarah replied seriously. The aforementioned woman stood up and bowed in gratitude to Sarah, who looked at her, seriously curious about the maid's behavior. She had also noticed that she was breathing somewhat labored and felt that the maid's aura had severely diminished. Trying to stand up again, Grafia felt dizzy and lost her balance. Before the ground could fall, Sarah quickly helped her up. Hurry. I need help. Sarah shouted, calling the maids to come and help her. For some reason Grafia had become unconscious at that moment and it worried Sarah. 2 maids and 2 soldiers quickly entered at Sarah's call. With no time to spare, she ordered the maids to take Grafia to her bed and ordered the soldiers to inform King Lucifer of what had happened. They, without wasting time, began to obey Sarah's orders, who, after the soldiers left, followed the maids. Underworld. Lucifer Castle. The news that something had happened to Grafia quickly reached the ears of Serziches, who was in a meeting with the Demon Council, along with the other demon kings. Serziches-sama. Serziches-sama. Shouted a demon from behind the door of the meeting room of the place. Sona Sitri-sama sent us. His wife, Grafia Lucifuge-sama, suffered an unexpected fainting spell, one of the demons announced, interrupting the meeting as they prostrated themselves before those present in the room. Serziches immediately stood up from his seat and began creating a magic circle to go to his wife as quickly as possible, but halfway through creating the circle, he was stopped by the voice of one of the most important devils within the council. Wait a minute, Lucifer. You're planning to just leave like that, you're slut can wait, we're not going to tolerate you leaving this meeting just like that, said that demon trying to show his authority. Previously, there had been several clashes between demon kings and the demon council, and the kings, despite being the beings with the greatest authority, obeyed most of the council's orders. But having his partner insulted in such a contemptuous manner exhausted King Lucifer's patience, and he didn't hesitate to unleash his power. This frightened many of the council members, but the demon still stood firm despite being terrified inside. I'm not going to allow you to address my wife in that way, you disgusting old fart. Serziches surprised everyone with the contemptuous way he referred to that demon. You're not going to tell me what to do and what not to do regarding my family. Serziches concluded bluntly. In response, a sphere of demonic power shot dangerously toward his face. But it vanished just inches from its target, only a breeze moved King Lucifer's long hair, who was unfazed by what had just happened. Iridid raised his hand, and 4 spheres of destruction appeared around the demon. They managed to intimidate the old demon. Not even he possessed such brilliant mastery over his clan's signature power, despite being older than the current King Lucifer. Don't forget that there was a reason I was selected as King Lucifer, the strongest of the 4 that ever existed. At those words, the other members of the council stood up with the intention of challenging Serziches for his insolence. But a mass of ice spikes erupting from the ground stopped the demons, as they felt threatened in several of their vital areas. These spikes were held by a short childlike woman with a very good body, violet eyes, black hair, and a black secretary-like suit. This woman glared at the demons with fury and seriousness, unlike anything she had seen in a long time. Seraphol. How dare you? Shouted a woman with black hair and violet eyes, dressed in an extravagant violet dress. I am Seraphol Leviathan, Demon Queen Leviathan. Kings must support each other against the insolence of a few. You taught me that yourself, grandmother, Seraphol said seriously, looking at that woman with superiority. Ajuka. You are the most sensible, please help us, begged the violet-eyed demon being respectful, obviously to take advantage. A man with blue eyes and slicked back green hair stood up at the woman's call. He was wearing black pants and shoes, a lab coat, and a white shirt underneath. Unfortunately for you. I agree with my companions, accompanied by his words, Ajuka raised his hand towards the front, and green magic circles appeared above the council demons. These circles will send them to the depths of the underworld. And they will never be able to get out, said Ajuka, demonstrating that his position is contrary to what the council demons thought. Go, Surziches. We'll stop them, said a woman with brown eyes and long orange hair. She was wearing a simple, somewhat loose-fitting black dress with orange rose details. She has a voluptuous body and a very beautiful face. Erica. Surziches hadn't seen that woman so awake for a long time, and the truth was he was glad to know that his companion supported him. It may seem like I'm always sleeping during these meetings, Surziches, but I'm always aware of what's going on. My body needed to rest, not my mind. Besides, I'm also a Mayu, and the one with the most powerful defense technique, Erica said as an orange aura emerged from her body and enveloped her and her fellow Mayu. Thank you. We'll settle the score with the council later. At these words the council members began to tremble in fear, thinking of their imminent end if they couldn't solve this. Don't worry. We'll reach that agreement. I just hope it's peaceful, Ajuka said before Surziches left with the two demons who had given him the news. Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, the same thing will happen to you as to them. The Mayu Lucifer was known for being one of the kindest people to the soldiers and servants in the area. Receiving such a strong threat from him greatly frightened the two soldiers, who had sworn to secrecy. Gremory Mansion. Surziches appeared at the entrance of the mansion, and using his maximum speed, he quickly headed towards where Grafia was, who was being cared for by two maids and Sarah. Why did you take so long? Sona's mother complained. It wasn't my fault. It was the damn council's. How are you, my love? Surziches explained his delay as he approached to see the state his wife was in. I'll go get him something to eat. Make sure he doesn't go back to sleep, said Sarah, who left the room accompanied by the two maids who were helping her. The Redeed didn't waste his solitude and called the only person who could help him with his problem. Azazel. The image of the governor of the fallen was visible through a magic circle created by Surziches. It's not a good time, Azazel said as soon as he saw the Redeed. His condition is rapidly worsening. The governor quickly knew what King Lucifer was referring to and only bitterly expressed his expression. I'll try to start the boys' training as soon as possible, but I still have matters to attend to back home. Important documents have gone missing and several others were magically replicated. I need to find out who stole the documents. I have to go. I'll start with the boy as soon as possible. The conversation quickly cut short for some reason. The relationship between the main faction leaders was secret and had to remain so. At least for now. Surziches only had to wait for Issei to be able to handle that healing power to help his wife. Everything will be okay, my love. I promise, Grafia just smiled in response because she was very weak. Human world. Hide your residence. Kayako began to cook dinner with Takita's help, since from that moment on they would have to cook for 5 people. Akemi and Yami's arrival had been surprising, but they took it as normally as possible. For a moment, Takita watched as Kayako began chopping the vegetables for the soup. In that moment, he unconsciously recalled the night something terrible had almost happened to him. He quickly shook his head to rid himself of those thoughts, but he couldn't help but feel the helplessness he'd felt that day again. He didn't want that to happen again, so he silently promised to ask Issei to help him train, so he could at least protect Kayako. At that moment, Kayako turned to look at him and gave him a tender smile. She wanted to protect that beautiful smile, she wanted to defend that woman with a beautiful charisma. She wanted to protect that woman, with a somewhat sundier personality when they were alone together, who brought joy and light to her every day. He knew he could no longer protect his son. The evils he would face were far beyond him. So, with all his might, he wanted to protect the woman who replaced his dull days with fun, joyful, and colorful ones. Kayako had seen Takita very thoughtful lately. She felt like he must be blaming himself for what happened a few days ago. She herself admitted that she felt very scared at that moment. I didn't want to think about that. I was just grateful that Issei was there to help them. I knew Takita must feel terrible for not having helped more. Issei has become physically strong, but mentally and emotionally unstable. I hadn't seen him truly smile in a long time. She knew her son didn't want to become a devil, but if he had remained human, maybe she wouldn't be there at that moment. She wanted Issei to go back to being the happy, carefree young man he was before, but he no longer belonged among humans. He was a devil now, and the problems he had now couldn't be treated like those of a carefree young man. Kayako could only advise him, support him, and motivate him to move forward so that he could be happy again. For his part, the brown-haired boy was teaching Akemi and Yami how to behave in certain everyday situations. But Issei couldn't stop thinking about the possible reasons why the fallen angels and some devils were hunting him. He didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer, as he now had to focus on making sure Akemi and Yami understood the proper ways to act in different circumstances. Hide your residence. 12 a.m. Kayako and Takita had already returned to their room and were sleeping. Akemi and Yami were the same, only in Issei's room. He, for his part, was training in his backyard. He couldn't make any sudden movements, but he wanted to stay in shape. Greg also told him that the stitches had helped a lot in his recovery. The wound was already closed on the outside, but it could reopen with a sudden blow. He was doing push-ups when a Gremory house magic circle appeared a few feet away. He immediately stood up and dressed as much as possible to welcome whoever came. To her surprise, a young woman of Kaneko's height and apparent age appeared. She was trembling and wearing the Kuo Academy girl's uniform. She was carrying a letter in one hand and a rather large box in the other. She had short shoulder-length blonde hair and blood-red eyes. She looked at Issei with nervousness and fear. I have a letter F for you, he said while extending the hand where the letter was. The brown-haired man, approaching slowly so as not to frighten her further, took the letter gently and calmly, trying to instill that feeling in the person, although it seemed to be in vain. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. My name is Issei, it's a pleasure to meet you, the brunette introduced himself, trying to start a conversation with the young woman, while checking who the sender of the letter was, finding out that it had been Grafia. But when he realized it, the girl was gone. Just as she'd appeared, she was gone. It seemed strange to him, but he couldn't blame the girl. She was too nervous to even deliver a letter. Issei opened the letter to read its contents. Hi to Issei. I hereby wish to inform you that you have been assigned half of Kuo City's territory to protect it from the rogue demons and to report on the defector demons so that I can capture them and send them back to their respective clans. You will receive financial assistance from now on, as long as you send me a report with all the details of what is happening in your part of the territory. Sincerely, Grafia Lucifuge. Immediately after reading the letter, Issei entered his house to prepare to leave. What's wrong, buddy? Why are you so serious? Drake asked, somewhat worried about Issei's behavior after reading the note. Grafia didn't write me that note. It was someone else, the brown-haired boy responded, surprising the dragon. And how are you so sure of that? Drake had a good point, how did Issei know that letter wasn't from that maid? You saw my memories with her, Drake. There's no need to be so formal. Besides, she's already sent me letters before. The dragon's doubt was answered with another good point from the brunette. The moment he was ready, Issei looked for a moment at Akemi and Yami who were sleeping peacefully in their bed. Are you going to take them with you? Issei had avoided spending more time with them because he felt nervous talking to such pretty girls. The brunette took a deep breath and went over to wake them up. Why not? They will help me if something bad happens, said the brown-haired boy, beginning to gently shake Akemi, managing to wake her up. Issei? Asked the young woman with blue eyes, somewhat sleepy. Yes. Sorry for waking up so late, but I need you to join me. It's a surveillance mission, put on your armor in case something bad happens, said Issei looking out the window. I'll wait for you downstairs. The brunette calmly headed to his bedroom door. Once outside, he quickly went to his front yard and looked around for someone. Drake had told him that they were watching him through the window, but as soon as he left his house and went out into the garden, that presence disappeared, according to the dragon. Issei. What happened? Asked Akemi, who was accompanied by her sister, who had her arms crossed behind her head. How annoying to be awake so late. I'm sleepy, said Yami, obviously annoyed at being awake so late at night. Believe me, I don't like this either, but it's necessary. We'll take a walk and come back before 3, said the brunette, looking at the time on his cell phone and letting that moment pass, although he promised to be more attentive. It would be fine by me. If not, we would have to accompany you to school tomorrow, Yami complained, even though he knew they would try to return as soon as possible. I don't want you to walk me to school yet. I want to spend a little more time alone, Issei replied as he headed to the entrance of his house. Did something in particular happen? Asked Akemi, who was the most understanding in such cases. Nothing in particular. I just have things to think about, and I really don't want to worry you with little things, said Issei, knowing that both Akemi and Yami heard his thoughts when they were with him unconsciously. This made both sisters feel somewhat bad, as they believed Issei didn't trust them enough to tell them what bothered him. Instead, they asked him most of their questions and concerns. Thus began the night of the 3 young men who would dedicate themselves to taking care of some of the city's streets for a very long time. Kuo City. 2 a.m. One of the smallest but most complete stores in the city was having unexpected visitors. 4 individuals were stealing all the merchandise as quietly as possible. Hurry up. We still have to go find more food, whispered a woman with green eyes and long black hair. She was wearing black jeans, a white blouse, and a pale green coat. Asa. Should we take this too? A woman asked, lifting a box with some canned food. This woman had light brown eyes and long hair, and she was wearing a knee-length white skirt, black shoes, and a red shirt with some embroidery. Yes, Aiko. We should bring as much as possible for our family, Asa replied, looking for more canned or non-perishable food. Hideki, did you find the coats? asked a man with blue hair and eyes, dressed in a grey t-shirt and black dress pants, as well as the shoes. I found a few blankets and a coat or two, but nothing else, Hajim, replied another man with white hair and yellow eyes, dressed in blue sweatpants, a black t-shirt, and red sneakers, while holding a box with the aforementioned items. Honey, where is Celine? Aiko asked Hideki, who started looking around somewhat worried. Here I am, Mom. Cried a little girl with blue eyes and long white hair. She came running toward us with a can of candy in her arms. You mustn't shout, daughter. Hideki said, raising his voice a little in his whisper. You're going to share that with the other children, right? Aiko asked, looking at what her daughter was holding. Yes. I'm going to share with Nao-chan and all my friends. Said the little girl, happy to be able to take those sweets. Okay, we should go. We have to leave this and go find another store before dawn, Asa ordered, heading for the back exit, where they had come in, with several bags of food. Hajim and Aiko were the same, Hideki would carry Celine and the box of coats and blankets. When she tried to pick up Celine, the little girl lost her balance and dropped her can of candy to grab onto her father. I'll go get her, said the little girl, separating herself from her father who had frozen in place. The sound of the can falling caught the attention of the others who, upon seeing where the can had gone, also froze to the point of trembling. Celine walked over to where her tin of candy was, but upon seeing it on the ground, she also saw something that scared her. When she looked up, Issei was standing there, staring at her seriously, his arms crossed, leaning against the edge of a wall. Sekiruyute. Was all Asa could say, overcome with fear. The brunette turned his gaze toward the four adults, who were trembling in his presence. Issei could see that, unlike the girl, they had worn dirty clothes, some of which were clearly not their size. Celine was paralyzed in her place, she had recently learned to read the aura of others. And the aura of that boy in front of her caused her fear. Even when the brunette bent down to take the can, she couldn't move and could only stare at him. Issei looked at the can, seeing that it contained gummy bears, which brought a small smile to his face. They were also his favorites. Here. Said the brunette, holding out his hand with the can for the little girl to take. She, terrified beyond belief, reached for the can but was afraid to grab it. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you, Issei said with a calm smile. The girl, more confident, took the can of candy and smiled back at the boy in front of her. With that, all feelings of fear towards him disappeared. After that, he quickly approached his parents, who were still trembling. Issei straightened up again and looked seriously at the adults. I want you to answer me truthfully. Are you the only deserter demons in this city? Asked a brown-haired man without moving from his position and appearing neutral. And no. There's more. They're under our care, Aiko answered nervously, while receiving looks of terror from the other demons for revealing something so important. Will you show me? The brunette asked as calmly as possible. Aiko approached her daughter to pick her up, no longer caring about resources. The other demons also quickly dropped what they were about to take on the ground, assuming they wouldn't be allowed to leave with all that. If you need him, take him. I really don't care, the brunette said, starting to follow Aiko, who was already at the back door. He passed by the deserting demons, who were simply staring at the ground in fear. Once Issei started following Aiko, the others quickly took the resources to follow them closely in case something bad happened. No one said anything along the way, creating a terrifying silence. The only sounds were the sound of footsteps and the bags and boxes containing supplies. The Kemi and Yami were with Issei, as evidenced by the silhouettes of swords on their forearms. Both were waiting expectantly for the wielder's actions, as was Drake, who didn't understand the decisions the brunette had made. The road seemed long to Issei, but when Aiko stopped, he could see a large, abandoned factory. It was noticeable because of the neglected walls and the somewhat macabre appearance it gave off. Aiko approached the factory gate and tapped on it in a pattern. The brunette took this as a sign to open the gate without fear of someone unknown. Aiko-san. I'm glad you're alright, did you get coats? Where are the? The man who said these words couldn't finish speaking when he saw the Sekiruyute behind one of their leaders. Trust me. Don't be afraid, whispered Aiko, who seemed to have some kind of plan. Issei walked past Aiko for the first time that night, entering the factory and examining its surroundings. As soon as he entered, he saw dozens of people running for cover. It was obvious they were afraid of him, but it caught his attention that none of them were using their abilities as demons, which prompted his question. Why didn't you use your powers to take the things from the store? The brunette asked aloud, waiting for an answer from one of the leaders. We don't use our powers because it would be easier for our masters to find us. Hideki replied, leaving the supplies on the factory floor, just like Asa and Hajim. I see. The brown-haired boy replied, creating a small sphere of fire in his right hand and beginning to walk along the edges of the factory. That ball of fire helped him see into the darkest corners of the factory, allowing him to observe several young families of demons, apparently. Some of them had babies a few months old and children who were very young or barely in their teens. Seeing the factory's 3 floors, he assumed there were families there as well. As he tried to go up to the second floor, he was interrupted by a magic circle that had formed in his ear, like a call. "Hello? Issei." Grafia was the one who was addressing Issei at that time of night. The other devils couldn't hear the person behind the call, so they strained to hear the brown-haired boy's words. "Grafia-san." Issei said loudly, scaring the deserter devils who were already fearing their end and knew the person behind the call. It was Grafia Lucifuge, the strongest queen. "Did you receive the letter I sent you? I know you realized I didn't write it, but I had a little problem," the maid explained to the young brunette who sat on one of the steps with a small smile. "Yeah. I thought the way you wrote was a bit strange." "How are you?" the brunette asked, dismissing the detail. "I feel fine, just a little tired." Back to the subject of the letter. "As I assume you're already keeping watch, did you find any deserter or renegade demons?" the maid asked, assuming this because it was strange to hear the brunette so awake late at night. "Any deserter demons?" Issei asked aloud, looking at the 4 leaders seriously. They, upon hearing the words and seeing the Security's gaze, only trembled and lamented for not having been more careful to avoid being discovered. "No, not for now. Not even a rogue demon," Issei replied, drawing the attention of the demons, who didn't believe that the Security was hiding them. "I see. That's something good, go rest, you shouldn't miss classes." "See you later," Grafia said goodbye, feeling very tired. "Good night, Grafia-san." The call ended as the magic circle disappeared. Issei pulled out his phone to check the time, seeing that it was 15 minutes to 3 in the morning. "Okay. I just want a few questions answered," Issei said, standing up and continuing with his goal. Exploring the 3 floors of the building. For their part, the deserters' leaders were very nervous. Their subordinates had the same feeling, which was exacerbated by their fear of him. "Security-sama. See, can I ask you a question?" Aiko took a step forward as she said this. "Sure, but answer my questions first," said Issei as he continued exploring the first floor. "Oh okay," the brown-eyed woman decided to keep quiet and listen. "Anyone can answer, okay, here I go. Do the renegades and the deserters help each other?" Issei was about to go to the second floor when he asked this. "And no. We don't get along. They attack out of pleasure from the great power they've acquired, we prefer to stay hidden," Hideki replied to the brown-haired boy's question. "How did you get here?" Issei continued. "They chased us to the city where we managed to lose them. We hid here and haven't used our powers again since then, so they wouldn't track us. Then more like us came," Asa replied, looking at the Security seriously, trying to hide his fear. "Did they decide to protect them out of obligation or compassion?" The brunette continued, climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor. "They're just like us. We couldn't just leave them there to protect us. We're equals, we won't leave anyone behind," Aiko replied, her words confident. "Well, this is my last question. Why did you decide to abandon your clan?" Issei rested his arms on the railing of the 3rd floor and looked at the demons seriously. "My wife and I ran away when we found out that they would use our future daughter as a bargaining chip for some special deal between clans," Hajim replied, approaching his wife. "Besides, our master was going to add me to his harem by force. And I didn't want that," Asa added, trembling for a moment as he remembered a certain event from his past. "We ran away because our master discovered I was pregnant. He had planned to add me to his son's harem, who was a complete pig. When they found out I was pregnant, they started looking for us to kill us, just because they thought I had cheated on him," Aiko recounted while hugging Celine tightly. "Are you her husband?" asked the brunette, looking at Hideki, who nodded silently. "I know I said it was going to be my last question, but what position did each of you occupy?" Issei began to walk quickly down the stairs to reach the ground floor. "Tower," Asa replied simply. "Sir," Hajim said. "One peace pawn," Hideki replied somewhat sadly. "Mutated peace queen," Aiko replied in a very low but still audible voice. This surprised Issei greatly. He had a few more questions, but he felt like his presence there only made them nervous. "Well, I remember you had a question, what was it?" Issei was already downstairs and was standing in front of Aiko, who was looking at him determinedly. "In exchange for what? Would you be willing to protect us?" At this question, Issei raised an eyebrow and cleared out. Why, you told the strongest queen that you hadn't encountered any deserter demons, you obviously lied to her." "I want to know why, I want to know what you're looking for from us," Aiko asked decisively, almost demanding an answer from the brown-haired young man. "I'm not looking for anything from you. If I told Grafia-san that I hadn't found any deserter demons, it's because in front of me or around me, there are no deserter demons." This surprised the demons, who were speechless. "What I see here are people who put the well-being of their family above the rules. I congratulate them, if they need protection I will give it to them without any problem. Because I believe that people so brave to the point of facing their own leaders to defend their loved ones deserve to live better, said Issei, making the demons in front of him calm down. This is currently my territory. You can use your magic if you wish, but don't make it too flashy. I'm going to rest. I recommend you do the same. Tomorrow I'll come back and we'll formally introduce ourselves, said the brunette, heading for the exit to return home. Sekirute-sama. Aiko called Issei by his title, making him turn to look at her. He had opened the gate and was already on the other side. Thank you. Said Aiko, smiling while crying with happiness and showing a big smile. It's nothing. Relax, replied the brown-haired man who closed the gate. Turning around, he saw someone he hadn't seen in a long time outside. He took on a serious expression and began walking towards where that person was. Wow. I didn't think I'd see you coming out of an abandoned factory. What are you hiding there, Haidu? Asked a young man with blonde hair and gray eyes, displaying a confident mocking smile on his face. Oddly enough, he was dressed in the Kuo Academy boy's uniform. Nothing, Saji. I just heard a noise coming from there and went to investigate. Unlike you, I don't know how to read the demonic aura, replied the brunette, starting to walk towards his house to try to divert Saji from the place. What are you doing here? The brunette asked, trying to get the blonde to focus on something else. My king sent me to help you during your first night watch. Although it seems somewhat unfair to me that a pawn who uses fewer pieces than me can protect all this territory alone, the blonde responded with his arms crossed behind his head in a carefree manner. Do you have any idea how many pieces they used to revive me? By the way, who's your king? The brunette asked, somewhat annoyed with his equal's potion. My king ordered me not to tell you, and by the way, how many did you use? The young man with gray eyes replied and asked. My king told me not to tell you, Issei replied ironically. Well, I don't care either, said Saji, making light of the matter. You should go home, Saji. I'm done for today. Besides, we have classes later. Issei was already getting tired of the blonde boy's behavior and wanted him to leave before starting a pointless argument. How boring you are, replied the other pawn, who directed his gaze towards the brown-haired boy's forearms, seeing two silhouettes of swords on them. Sound Akaichi will scold you if she sees you with those horrible tattoos. And why two swords? A dragon would have looked better. Of course it would look better on me than on you. The brown-haired man stopped walking and inhaled and exhaled deeply before answering. Saji. You better go. I don't want to start a stupid fight with you, the brunette warned as he started walking again, only a couple of blocks left until his house. Yeah, sure, you don't want to start a fight because you'd probably lose. It doesn't matter anyway. See you tomorrow, weakling. The brown-haired boy once again held back his urge to answer the annoying pawn and continued on his way home, where he could finally rest. Haidu residence. Moments later. Issei had finally arrived home and quietly re-entered his room after making sure his parents were still asleep and hadn't noticed his absence. Upon reaching his room, he took off his shirt and put on his pajamas with a spell and lay down on his bed, tired from the night. Why didn't you tell Grafia about the deserter demons you encountered? Just as the brown-haired boy was about to go to sleep, Drake asked this to further understand his wielder's behavior. Issei had already closed his eyes and relaxed his body. He just kept his mind active. Even when he felt Akemi and Yami settle down beside him, he didn't give it much thought. It didn't take long for either of them to fall asleep, even though they had the same doubts as the dragon. Because they just want to live in peace, Drake. If they were there for many years without bothering anyone, why would they do it now? The brown-haired boy replied, downplaying the matter. You are a very kind person, my friend, said the dragon, still having one more doubt. I think I know you well enough to know that you still have something to ask, Drake, Issei said mentally. What are you going to do with them? Are you really going to protect them? Said Drake, removing that doubt. Issei opened his eyes looking at the ceiling seriously before answering. Of course. What kind of dragon with honor wouldn't keep his word? The brown-haired man replied with a confident smile. Ha 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 ha. I think meeting Afasama and Red Sama opened your eyes, my friend. Never change. The dragon said with a certain pride in his voice. At that point, the brown-haired man closed his eyes again, finally sleeping. The next morning, the brown-haired boy and his sisters were beginning to wake up, disturbed by the young man's alarm. It was already 7:30 a.m., they'd barely slept 4 hours, and, like any normal person, they felt like telling whoever was talking to them to go to hell. The brunette stood up and began stretching, trying to rid himself of the lazy feeling in his body, before proceeding to change. For their part, both Akemi and Yami wanted to go back to sleep, but seeing their wearer's naked torso took away all their feelings of tiredness. They felt a great sense of shame, and at the same time, they could tell their faces were burning for some reason. They felt like looking away, but at the same time, they didn't want to. It was strange and unfamiliar to them. Girls, you should take a bath to wake up completely. I'll go first, and I'll get the bath ready for you when I leave, Issei said before leaving his room. He didn't notice the looks Akemi and Yami were giving him, something they were silently grateful for since they thought they looked pathetic. Already showered and changed, Issei, Akemi, and Yami were having breakfast with Kayako and Takeda, who had prepared the breakfast. They chatted about everyday things until late in the morning. Issei stood at the door, being seen off by his parents. He had somehow convinced them to let Akemi and Yami stay home a little longer. His walk to school had been relatively more peaceful. For the first time, he no longer heard as many rumors about him as he had heard in previous days or insults directed at him like yesterday. Upon seeing the entrance of the academy, he could see the ever-present Sona Kaichu watching over the students, ensuring they arrived in the appropriate attire, accompanied by her faithful friend, Tsubaki. "Good morning Kaichu, Fuku Kaichu," Issei greeted with a polite smile. "Good morning Haidu-kun," replied the young black-haired girl with short hair. "Good morning Haidu-san," greeted the young woman with long hair. It was just that. A simple greeting that would soon become an everyday routine. 2 weeks had passed since Issei fought Rainer and the Fallen Angels. Thursday night was when Kalwerner's time limit expired, and the brunette knew it perfectly well. It was something that sometimes kept him awake at night. He knew the results might be a little disappointing, but the intrigue remained latent, and he already wanted to know the results from the blue-haired woman. He hadn't told his parents anything. He didn't want them to worry and decide to accompany him. He planned the same for Akemi and Yami. It's not that he didn't feel confident enough to tell them. He just didn't want them to worry. He hoped it would be quick. It was midnight now, and everyone else was asleep. He, for his part, was finishing getting ready to head to the meeting place. As she put on her shirt, she accidentally bumped her desk chair, which moved until it hit the bed. This made a small noise, enough to wake Akemi. "I say. Where are you going?" With the words of her sister, Yami, who was already somewhat uncomfortable, finished waking up. "Where are you planning on going so late at night?" Although the brown-haired boy's plan was to go and come back quickly without anyone noticing, the fact that Akemi and Yami would wake up because of such a slight sound was something he didn't consider. They had started sleeping with him in the same bed a few nights ago, something he didn't entirely agree with, but he gradually got used to it. He regretted being so careless and making too much noise. "I'm going to go train a little, and I'll also keep an eye on the city for a bit." Issei quickly looked for an excuse, trying to make Akemi and Yami lose interest, failing in the attempt. "Are you sure?" asked Akemi, doubting the words of her bearer, looking at him with a doubtful expression. "Yes, sure," the brunette replied somewhat nervously. He was quite surprised by how quickly they began to forge their personalities, becoming somewhat indecipherable to him. This seemed quite easy at first. But then it became more complicated. "Look me in the eyes." Having spent a lot of time with Kayako, the two blondes learned about Issei's physical peculiarities when lying, among other things. One of those peculiarities was the brunette's inability to maintain direct eye contact with the person he's lying to. And although he did quite well at first, he eventually began to falter and ended up looking away. "You're lying," said Akemi, who was always attentive to the gaze of her wearer. Issei couldn't refute the words of the blue-eyed girl, and only nodded, somewhat embarrassed for having tried to lie so blatantly. "Why yeah. Sorry. I have to go get some papers that a fallen angel would give me on the outskirts of the city." Issei told the truth, knowing that he couldn't try another excuse without them realizing that he had lied to them again. "But Drake-sama told us that the fallen angels, as well as some members of the demons, seek to hunt you down. And now you have to go receive some papers from one of your enemies?" asked Yami, unconvinced by what the brown-haired man said, and with good reason. "Now that you say it like that, it's hard to believe. But it's the truth," Issei said, knowing that both of them had begun to distrust him. Besides, it was a little more complicated to explain. "We'll accompany you, and you better hope what you say is true." Akemi approached Issei, glaring at him menacingly. It was clear she'd had enough of the secrets the brunette was hiding. Issei still didn't believe that the kindest of the sisters was now looking at him in a way that made him feel like an ant compared to her. "And if you refuse, we'll tell your parents right now." With the addition of that threat from the young woman with yellow eyes, Issei found himself between a rock and a hard place. "Oh okay. They just calm down and don't wake them up," said the brown-haired boy, surrendering to the words of both sisters. "Well, what are you waiting for? Take us." With those words, Akemi took her sword form and entered Issei's arm. Her sister imitated her, but with the other arm. The brunette, defeated, began walking toward the exit of his home. The walk to the meeting place had begun completely silently in his head. He understood that this was because Akemi and Yami were upset with him and wouldn't speak to him until they calmed down. He didn't want to think about anything either, because they would hear his thoughts. He had to quickly find a way to solve that. He didn't want to have them both in his head when something important happens. Or when he's in other situations. Although he admitted that the silence in his head, having both swords with him, was somewhat strange. In a way, he didn't want to stop hearing their voices in his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no people on the street, Yami decided to leave Issei's side and walk by his side, although she was clearly still a bit upset. Akemi imitated her sister's gesture, but she was already calmer. Both of them were wearing their armor, as Issei hadn't kept his promise to buy them some clothes yet. Something he regretted now. He had previously carried a piece of Akemi's armor and realized it was quite heavy. "I'm sorry for not telling you the truth, for all the times I hid things from you." Issei began a conversation with them, first trying to apologize. He didn't receive a response from any of them, though. That told him he probably needed to follow up with his apology. "I know you think I don't trust you, but it's quite the opposite. I trust you a lot, and if I don't tell you my problems, it's so you don't worry," continued the brunette, being sincere in front of the blonde sisters and hoping that one of them would answer him. "I know Yami won't admit it, but every time you did that it hurt us. We felt like we didn't inspire confidence. Because of our origins," Akemi spoke with a hurt tone, showing that the brunette's actions had truly hurt her. For her part, Graham had her arms crossed behind her head and looked away. Deep down, she felt the same way as her sister, but she wouldn't admit it. For some reason, she was prouder. The brunette began to feel remorse for his actions. How could he have forgotten that Akemi and Yami learned to feel like everyone else? How had he not realized before that they both cared for him as much as his parents? "Excuse me. I'm really sorry." The brunette couldn't find enough words to apologize for his actions, so he said the first thing that came to mind. "Just try to tell us these things and not hide them from us. Try to trust us a little more," Akemi said with a sad smile, knowing it would be difficult for the brunette to do what she asked. Even so, she held out hope that he would keep that promise. The passage was silent again for a while, long enough for the feelings of the previous situation to gradually subside in each of them. "Did you meet that jerk again?" asked Yami, referring to Saji. "No, although I didn't make an effort to look for him either," admitted the brunette, understanding what Graham meant and remembering that he had found a secret place to have lunch so he wouldn't run into students who still held a grudge against him. "That leads me to ask, how many pieces did you use to revive Issei?" asked Akemi, remembering the conversation her wielder had with the other pawn a few nights ago. "I used 8 pawn pieces, all of them from chess," the brunette replied simply, because he didn't want to remember the brief conversation he had with the blonde. "And if you used them all, why didn't you tell him? Did he also use all 8 pieces?" Yami asked, somewhat annoyed at remembering the insult that stupid blonde gave them. "I didn't say anything to him because I don't care, just like I don't care how many pieces they used on him. Although if it comes to fighting, I assure you that I won't be the one who falls unconscious," Issei replied with a tone between annoyed and mocking. "Are you serious?" Akemi asked, looking at the brunette, somewhat intrigued by the insinuation he made. "The last time we fought together, he was the first to fall unconscious. I had to defeat that rogue demon alone," Issei said, unconsciously remembering the night Asia died. "What did you talk about with the deserters the other night?" Yami asked, remembering that detail, since the brunette didn't bring them with him. By this point, they were already approaching the city's exit. "They told me some details about their escape. Also that there were at least 200 people there. The ones in charge are Asa, Aiko, Hajime, and Hideki. The most important one when it comes to deciding is Asa," Issei commented as they began to enter the forest. "Are they the most powerful?" Akemi asked, intrigued to know that. "The scale goes like this. Aiko, Asa, Hajime and Hideki," the brunette answered, surprising the young women next to him. "And if Aiko is the strongest, why isn't she the one who has the most importance in the decision?" Yami didn't understand why the strongest didn't lead. "Don't get me wrong, the 4 of them are the leaders and make the decisions. But Asa is the one with the most personality to lead," the brunette explained to Yami, who now understood the reasons why Aiko wasn't the main leader. "I had a confrontation with them the other night. I wanted to know how strong they were." This surprised and slightly annoyed the sisters, who glared at Issei. Upon realizing this, he rushed to clarify what had happened. "It was just a warm-up, nothing severe." With this said, the swords relaxed their expressions. "I was surprised because it was like when I faced my clanmates in training. Although they later admitted to me that they had weakened too much over time," Issei explained, slightly admiring the possible maximum potential of those demons. In a way, it reminded him of when he was with Rias, since he remembered that his companions were stronger than him. "They told me they would help me train, so I'll go there from time to time," Issei commented, so they wouldn't worry if I wasn't there one night. "Can we accompany you?" Akemi asked, expectant of her carrier's response. "Sure, I have no problem with that. Besides, I also promised to help them from time to time with the search for food and other resources," Issei said, having already forgotten the delicate matter of Asia. "For the moment. Are you going to steal?" asked Yami. "I don't know. I'll buy whatever I can with what I earn from the contracts and with this new funding for protecting the land." But I also won't do anything in case they need to steal, the brown-haired man explained. Partner. They're here, Drake warned his partner, who still didn't know how to read the aura around him. Apparently she's not alone, said the dragon, alerting Issei of a probable danger. Don't worry. I think with them by my side I'll be able to handle myself, said the brunette, adopting a serious demeanor. Don't be too confident, Issei. Confidence is good, but too much is not, the dragon advised the young brown-haired boy. It took them about 40 minutes before they reached where they were, and they still had a few meters to go. Meeting place. Minutes before, Calwarner, accompanied by 3 people, appeared at the meeting place through a magic circle. Beside him was a man with brown eyes and black hair, dressed in black pants, a white t-shirt and a jacket that matched the pants. A little far away, there was a girl with blue hair and brown eyes dressed in dark blue overalls, and underneath she wore a red blouse. The girl was playing with a boy with black hair and amber eyes. He was wearing green shorts and a blue t-shirt. They both wore white sneakers, which were somewhat dirty from playing in the dirt. Are you sure he's coming? The man asked, looking at Calwarner. Yes, Kay, I'm sure. He's close, and he's not alone, Calwarner replied, starting to get a little scared of the auras that accompanied the Securite. That's it. Kay couldn't believe what he felt. A demonic aura and an angelic aura accompanied that of the Securite. The fact that left him speechless was that those auras were very powerful, to the point of overshadowing that of the dragon itself. Yes, I think I now have one more reason not to disobey your orders, Calwarner said, somewhat fearfully. She had begun stealing information little by little. But the last time she went stealing, she was almost caught by one of their leaders. You should ask her to let you go. What you're doing is very risky, said Kay, looking at his wife with concern. He was worried that something might happen to Calwarner. He didn't want to lose the person he loved most, and he didn't want his children to be left without a mother. It's good to see you, Securite-sama, said Calwarner, making Kay forget her thoughts, tense up, and quickly turn towards where the blue-haired girl was looking. She was also a little nervous seeing him come out from the trees accompanied by 2 girls, but she tried to stay strong and calm. Same here, Calwarner. Although I'd appreciate it if you just called me Issei. There's no need for so much formality, said Issei with a friendly smile, reassuring Calwarner. Kay also relaxed but was still a little nervous. Akemi and Yami turned their gaze towards the children who had recently stopped playing. Here is the information you asked me for, said the blue-haired girl, handing Issei a rather large folder. The brunette accepted it well as he watched Akemi and Yami being observed by the girl. She displayed a curious expression toward them, which softened his gaze, surprising the brunette. After a few seconds they started playing with a little girl, who seemed to be having a lot of fun. It seems like they hit it off instantly, Issei said, somewhat amused, as he began to flip through the folder a bit. The boy, who was behind Kay, ran until he was in front of the brunette, looking at him with an annoyed expression. Issei noticed this, closed the folder, and looked at the boy, expectant of what he would do. Why did you send my mother to be killed? The brunette's serious expression changed to one of total surprise upon hearing the child scream. Calwarner quickly picked up the boy, covering his mouth, and began to apologize repeatedly to Issei. Kay was completely pale from his son's words, afraid that this had upset the young Securite. Please excuse my son's disrespect. He's only 7 years old. Calwarner quickly apologized as she knelt down to beg for mercy. Kay followed suit, but he placed his forehead on the ground, showing that he accepted that he was inferior to the person in front of him. The girl watched this without understanding anything, as did Akemi and Yami. They had all been playing until a moment ago when they heard the boy's cry of complaint. Issei looked at them and shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't understand anything. And in part, it was true. He didn't understand why Calwarner and that man were kneeling before him for something so insignificant. It was just a question. A strong question, but nothing more. He squatted down and looked seriously at the boy, who showed no fear of him. He knew the boy wanted answers, and he would give them, but in a gentle way. By now, and somehow, the little black-haired boy had separated from his mother and was staring at the Securite. I'll tell you, Issei said with a serious face, causing the boy's parents to look up, somewhat scared. Your mother did some bad things for a while that affected me in a certain way. One night I went to visit a friend, and on the way I met some fallen angels who were bad. Your mother was there too. The boy looked at his mother somewhat amazed and afraid of her, as he began to reason the reasons why his mother would be with the bad guys. They sought to kill me to take away something very important to me. I was afraid they were more than me and surely stronger. And I was not mistaken, your mother was one of the strongest, Issei said, looking at Calwarner, who showed tears forming in her eyes, afraid that Issei would tell the whole truth to her little son. I decided not to be afraid, and I managed to defeat 2 of them. I still had 2 more to defeat, including your mother. But I was already too injured to continue fighting, and so was she. That's when one of them escaped, leaving your mother to her fate. But I let your mother live because she did everything she did for you and your sister. For your safety, the brunette said, surprising the little boy, who had stopped understanding what had happened a little while ago with those words. The fallen angel who escaped had threatened your mother, telling her that if she didn't comply with the orders she gave her, she would hurt you all. At these words the child looked sadly at his mother, who was already showing a calm expression. Your mother agreed to give me information about my enemies, including one of the leaders of the fallen angels. She did this to try to make up for the damage she did. But I never thought you'd put yourself at such risk, Calwarner, the brunette finished, looking at Calwarner disapprovingly. I just thought it would be best, said Calwarner, getting up from the ground next to Kay. At that point the girl and the blonde sisters had started playing hide and seek again, but this time. I didn't defeat you that day because you said you wanted to protect your family, but you put yourself in mortal danger for something like this. Anyway, thanks for the information, Issei said, somewhat annoyed by the blue-haired woman's determination. Kay and Calwarner called the little girl home. They had both given up on asking her to break the contract after hearing the last note of her voice. I'll tell you something that I hope will help you later. Never bow your heads like that again or kneel before me or before anyone who doesn't have your respect. You are strong, Calwarner, I remember that well. And you are strong too, you shouldn't be afraid of everything. Both Fallen looked at Issei with gratitude for those words, but they still couldn't hide the sadness of not being able to break the contract. Especially the Fallen one, who still felt strongly about the young Security's claim at his exposure to mortal danger. Calwarner. Never again allow your family to be threatened the way Ella did. You are strong enough to protect your family, but you can be even stronger. Train to achieve it, and if one day you need my help, do not hesitate to ask for it, said the brown-haired man, while looking at the blue-haired woman with a smile. Okay, Issei-sama, thank you very much. I'll see you in 2 weeks, Calwarner said, taking note of Issei's advice. His family gathered and prepared to create a magic circle beneath them that would lead them home. Calwarner. Issei called the Fallen from a considerable distance. You can stop spying on your leaders, live your normal life. And don't forget what I told you. The brown-haired boy raised a hand in farewell, as did Akemi and Yami, who were also saying goodbye to the little girl. And the next time we meet, introduce me properly to your family, the brunette said with a smile. This made Calwarner blush, and she was embarrassed for forgetting that detail. But she wasn't the only one in this mood. The man was too, since he was also the children's father and could introduce himself. Why did you tell him not to bring you more information? Asked Yami, looking at Issei intrigued. If she put herself in danger for this information. I don't want to imagine what other risk she would have exposed herself to just for a couple of papers, the brunette replied, looking at the young woman with amber eyes. By the way, Issei. Who is that friend you visited in your story? Asked Akemi, referring to what the brown-haired boy told the boy. We'll visit her while we're back home, Issei said calmly as he picked a few pretty flowers from the place. Does she know about the supernatural? Yami asked, picking up a red flower from the ground and looking at it in admiration. Akemi did the same, only with a white flower very similar to her sister's. Yes. She helped me for a while, said Issei, already having a few flowers in his hand. The brown-haired boy began walking toward the forest, but this time he headed in the other direction. He walked silently, with Akemi and Yami following behind him, imitating his behavior. The place was quite far from where they were. It took them at least 10 minutes to get there. This is. Issei stopped at the side of a river, where a tree generated a large shadow. However, as if it were the work of heaven, a ray of moonlight made its way between the leaves of the trees, illuminating a place on the ground. In that spot, there was a mossy stone with an Italian engraving on it. Akemi and Yami immediately understood that this place was a grave. The grave of Issei's friend. They were able to clearly understand the name written there, but they couldn't understand what came next. Asia Argento, dear friend. That's what it says, the brunette translated to the two girls who accompanied her. What did he die of? Yami asked, feeling somewhat sad for his carrier, since he had never mentioned anything about it. Nor had he told them why he bore that wound. Drake taught you about what sacred gears are, right? Said the brown-haired boy, looking at the person who asked the previous question, who nodded without taking her eyes off the ground. When a sacred gear is forcibly extracted from its wielder, the wielder will die irremediably. The process of extracting it is tortuous, Issei said, showing a sad face. She died that way. It was a fallen angel named Rainer who killed her, who killed me. And who gave me the wound in my abdomen, continued the brown-haired man, bending down to leave the flowers at the side of the stone. This was our favorite place to spend the afternoons we could see each other. We were secret friends. Since she belonged to the church and well, I'm a demon, Issei said with a sad smile. Did you love her? Akemi's question made Issei think about something he had never done. Loving Asia. How hadn't he asked himself that question before? Did he love Asia? Did she love him? All those questions and many more began to form in his head. I don't know, the brown-haired boy began to touch his head, feeling somewhat sore in that area. He soon began to remember that every time he saw Asia smile, it made him feel happy, but he couldn't focus on a single idea because many memories began to accumulate in his mind. He was glad Asia spent time with him and wished those moments would never end. Kayako-san told us that love was caring about the other person, said Akemi watching as Issei tried to remember. You should be more careful, Issei-san. You're a demon, but that doesn't mean you should do things like that voice echoed in the brunette's head. A sweet voice that mixed sadness and annoyance at the same time, as well as concern. Come on Asia-chan. My greatest achievement would be seeing Murayama Arcadis's big and probably soft breasts. Besides, it wasn't that bad. Ow. Issei heard himself say in his head, but it seemed to be a little more childish. For me, yes. The girl said almost in a whisper. Yes. She told me that love was also about trying to make that person happy when they were sad, Yami commented, looking at Issei, who showed a slight gesture of pain. Look Asia-chan. I'm the Red Power Ranger. Issei shouted as he remembered that he was wearing a motorcycle helmet he found in the trash, a red cape, and an empty water gun. But when he tried to run towards her, he tripped on the cape and fell in a comical way. Haha sorry Issei-san, but you look really funny hahaha. She remembered that after that cute laugh, he just smiled. He didn't care about the pain of the fall at any moment. Asia was very sad for not being able to help him with his demonic problems, and he just wanted to see that beautiful golden-haired nun happy. They told us that love is helping that person change for the better, Akemi continued, waiting for a response from her bearer. Because she, like her sister, didn't know what was going on inside the brunette's head. Issei-san. You should stop spying on the girls while they're changing. You only get hurt and sometimes you don't even achieve what you set out to do. Besides, you could use that time to study or spend time with me, the nun once said, trying to get her friend to change his bad habits. She was healing him after he got beaten up by the girls from the kendo club. Come on Asia. You know I'm not good at studying. She still didn't understand how she responded to that and not to the last thing said by the young nun. I don't like it when they hurt you. I want to see you happy and well. What if one day they really hurt you? He remembered that those words had truly hurt him. Or rather, it hurt him to see Asia almost shed tears of sadness. Over an idiot like him. I won't do it again. Or I'll try not to do it anymore and study more, just don't cry. Okay. He apologized, knowing that he would continue hurting his friend if he didn't stop his habits. Thank you so much, Ice. That smile Asia gave him, and the way she addressed him, warmed his heart. But his heart leaped with joy when he felt the blonde's lips on his cheek. He loved that feeling like no other. Because he loved her, and he loved seeing her happy. Unconsciously, she brought her hand to the cheek where she had received a kiss and gently caressed it while she felt her eyes moisten. Issei. Did you love Asia? The dragon asked, somewhat worried about his partner's lack of reaction, plus he was seeing new memories that he hadn't seen before. Why yes. I loved Asia. And I realized. Too late, said the brown-haired boy shedding tears for realizing that he could not protect the only person who possibly reciprocated his feeling of love. Issei cried silently, being comforted by Akemi and Yami, who tried to understand the feelings of its bearer. Forgive me. Forgive me for not realizing it sooner. Forgive me Asia, please forgive me, Issei said through tears of sadness and pain. The brunette's tears couldn't show all the pain he felt as he held back his tears to try not to upset the girls who were with him. After a while, he recovered and looked sadly at the stone where his beloved's name was engraved. It was moistened by some of her tears. The brown-haired man, now fully recovered, straightened up again, still staring at Asia's name engraved in the stone. He took a deep breath and began walking toward the city to return home. Akemi and Yami looked at each other with some sadness for the brunette and then looked at the stone where the name of the person its bearer loved was engraved. Soon after, they hurried to catch up with Issei. The brown-haired man was reviewing the documents Kalwarner had given him before leaving. He felt calmer now, and for some reason. He felt a measure of peace in his mind and heart. Soon he felt Akemi and Yami running up to him. When they reached his side, neither of them dared to speak about what had happened just now. I know you have your doubts about what happened a moment ago. I'll tell you everything in due time, but let me clarify my ideas, said the brunette, stopping for a moment to look the girls in the eyes. Don't worry, we can't fully understand it. But we'll try, said Yami using a delicate tone of voice for the first time. I just hope it doesn't take you too long to tell us. And if you need someone to listen to your problems, don't hesitate to call us. Akemi smiled tenderly as she said this, spreading that smile to its bearer. Thank you. Really, Issei thanked before returning to focus on the papers Kalwarner gave him. It's incredible that he's gathered so much information. Now I understand why he's risking his life like this. Some of it is important data, some from heaven and some from the demons. But for now, let's look at the part that interests us, the brunette said aloud as he flipped through the pages looking for something in particular. Here it is. He even went to the trouble of dividing the data into sections. Fallen angels. Gremory members. Gremory. What's that? The brunette asked, apparently to no one. The Kemi and Yami were near him, trying to read the data with a little Japanese they had learned from their carrier's parents. That's how the leaders of the fallen angels named their faction. Although this is unofficial, Drake answered so that everyone could hear him. And how do you know that, Drake-sama? Asked a Kemi, curious to know that fact. I discovered it when I still had a physical body, the dragon replied, clearing up the doubt that everyone had. I see, let's see the leaders. Well, the first is Azazel. It says here that he is the most powerful among the Gremory leaders, he is married to the cadre called Penemu, and that he has a daughter. He is the absolute ruler of the fallen angels, and that he only wants peace, and to dedicate himself to studying sacred gear, said Issei, seeing the image of a man below the description he had just read. He had dark hair and violet eyes, and part of his bangs were apparently naturally blonde. He was dressed in black pants and shoes, a white shirt open to the middle of his chest, and a purple trench coat over it. Is that idiot married? And I thought he'd never settle down. Haha. How things change. Drake laughed and spoke in a mocking tone while referring to Azazel, confusing the young people present. What do you mean, Drake? Could you explain it to us? Issei asked, clearly not understanding the reason for his partner's tone, as well as the blondes next to him. Well, what happens is that. While I was alive, I heard that Azazel wasn't one for having a partner. I mean, he went from flower to flower, you understand, right? And knowing that he's married now surprises me too much, the dragon replied, careful with his words. Oh, of course, there's no need to explain it too much, Drake-sama, replied Yami, blushing brightly, just like her sister. The brunette still hadn't understood what her companion was referring to. The young men were already on the streets of Kuo, walking slowly to get home after finishing reading at least the part about the Gremory leaders. Well, then I'll continue. Said the brown-haired man who still didn't understand his partner's reference. Shamhaza is vice-governor of the fallen angels, he is the third strongest of the Gremory leaders, but the second most intelligent after Azazel. In addition to possessing great strategic ability, Issei read seeing a photo where a man with somewhat long and messy black hair appears, violet eyes, a kind look, and who was dressed in a white shirt with 2 buttons unbuttoned at the collar, black pants and matching shoes. He seems like a good person. Akemi said, looking at the photo of the fallen. Issei and Akemi just nodded. Yes, Shamhaza isn't bad. But don't make him angry. You don't want to see him angry, warned Drake. The young people couldn't believe it. Could someone with such a kind look really be so bad when he gets angry that a dragon should warn them? If you say so. Barakiel, Major General of the Fallen Army. He is the 5th strongest of the Gremory leaders, he had a wife named Shuri Himejima, who was murdered one night by members of her own clan. Wait a minute, Himejima. The brown-haired man reread the part where the surname of his clanmate, Akeno Himejima, was mentioned. Yes. So. Akeno is Barakiel's daughter. She's the daughter of a fallen angel, but why is she with the devils? Issei wondered, trying to find an answer to that important question. Who is that Akeno? Asked Yami, somewhat intrigued by the words of her bearer. She's a companion in my entourage. She holds the position of queen, Issei said as he looked at a picture of a man wearing a strange blue armor with some purple and gold details. He had a strict look accompanied by a large beard, and strangely, he didn't show his eyes. He always kept them closed. Maybe it's a question that will be answered with time, Issei. Please continue, said Akemi looking with interest at the document, which she couldn't read completely. Maybe you're right. Penemu, cadre of the Fallen Angels and leader of the Gremory Investigation and Intelligence Directorate. She is the 2nd strongest of the Gremory leaders. As I said before, she is married to Azazel, and they have a daughter together, Issei said while looking at the photo of a woman with purple hair, violet eyes, a very good figure, and who was dressed in an office suit and a doctor's coat over it. She's an attractive woman. With that comment, Yami was stared at by Issei and Akemi in a strange way. This made her uncomfortable and somewhat nervous. See, come on. It was just a compliment, and you have to admit it, the brown-haired boy and the blue-eyed girl looked at Penemu's photo again. You're right. She's very pretty, said Akemi, downplaying the matter. I hope Azazel fell in love with her personality and not her looks, the brunette commented, and both girls agreed with him. The last one is Kakabiel, he is the 4th strongest among the Gremory leaders. He manages the troops together with Barakiel. He was very influential at the time of the battle and has a record of having fought against God and having survived, said Issei as he saw the photo of a man with long black hair, pale-skinned, with pointy ears, has red eyes and was dressed in a strange black suit. I don't like him. Me neither, Akemi and Yami commented respectively. And Issei agreed with that statement. All the Gregory leaders are extremely powerful. Do you think we have any chance, Drake? Issei asked, visibly worried about whether they could win a battle against them. If I'm honest, buddy. I don't know. We haven't used Balance Breaker yet, but I don't know if it will be enough to face them. Not even to face one of them. We'll have to improve a lot physically and especially mentally. Besides, having them here you can practice handling a sword in each hand, said Dre, causing Issei to look at his left arm with some intrigue. Wield both of them at the same time. Issei asked out loud, seriously considering that possibility. Maybe you're right, but now I just want to rest, said Issei, seeing that they were already close to home. Go ahead. I still need to think a little, Issei asked, looking at the girls with a small smile. They knew immediately that their wearer needed to be alone because of what had happened earlier, so they obeyed without complaint. The brown-haired boy didn't go to sleep in his room until after an hour. During all that time Akemi and Yami waited for him, being somewhat worried about him, and that concern disappeared when they saw him enter through the door of the room. I thought you'd be asleep by now, the brunette said, grabbing one of his pajamas. Immediately after this, the girls turned away from him, blushing slightly. We couldn't sleep. Yami answered very nervously. We wanted you to tell us your story. Well, you practically know ours, excused Akemi, who was just like her sister. I think I understand, said the brunette, sitting on the edge of the bed, already changed. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the clock beside his bed, and it read 2 in the morning. I guess we'll stay up tonight. Issei said with an amused smile. Get started, after all it's Friday, and I don't have to go to school tomorrow. I'll be able to rest a little. Issei seemed somewhat happy to share those hours with the girls. For their part, they were also somewhat happy to share something with their carrier other than Japanese or behavior classes. Training and night patrols were a highlight, as was cartoon time. Start by telling us how you became a demon, please, asked Yami, very interested in that topic. The brown-haired man just smiled, already expecting that question to be the first doubt they wanted to clear up. Okay, it all started when a girl. That night passed quickly. The story of its bearer had been very interesting for the young women who never stopped paying attention. When the sun's rays began to peek through the window, the brunette realized he had to stop his story and start preparing for the academy. Leaving the pair of blondes with few doubts, but very satisfied to know most of their bearer's story. That week was going to be the last one in which he attended school without the company of Akemi or Yami. It was part of the agreement he had with his parents to attend only for a couple of days. The fact that they shared much more than before that night was a positive thing in his eyes. He felt much more at ease with them. Before, he'd felt very nervous talking to them about anything. Already at school, the brunette didn't talk to anyone when she entered her classroom, nor did she have anyone to talk to, since Kiryu would be absent that day for a medical checkup, according to her. He went to his seat to read the information Kalwarner had gathered on all the factions. It was covered by a history book about King Arthur, so as not to attract attention. Good morning, Haidu-san. Good morning. Haidu, Issei couldn't help but show a surprised expression at Katis and Murayama's greetings. Especially at the latter's greeting. Good morning. Was the only thing the brunette managed to respond to. At the brunette's reply, the girls went to their seats with a small smile. Apparently they were satisfied with the theory they had proven by greeting him. Good morning, students. Let's start today's class, the teacher on duty greeted those present before starting the class. Ever since Mitsuda and Motohama left for Osaka and Tokyo respectively, Issei had gotten used to eating lunch alone in the middle of the academy's trees. Sona hadn't invited him again, and he didn't have the courage to do so yet. Although they talked a bit the few times they ran into each other in the hallways or at school. He'd bought his lunch on the way to school, where people didn't know him and treated him much more kindly than in his school cafeteria. It was the first time he'd bought one on the way to school, and he had to admit, it was absolutely delicious. Even at lunch, the brunette continued reading the data the blue-haired Full-in-One had compiled. He was about to finish the part about the angel faction and begin the demon faction. Good morning, Haidu. I see you found a nice place to have lunch, those words said by the student council president surprised the brown-haired boy, who became nervous when he was discovered by the president. Asana Kaichu, said the brown-haired boy nervously after being found. I've been going to the old building every day to have lunch and chat with you. But it seems you've been avoiding me for some reason, Sona said seriously as she sat on the floor eating lunch. Oddly enough, Tsubaki wasn't with her this time. I'm sorry. I didn't think you wanted to have lunch with me, although I wonder why. Issei replied, trying to calm down, succeeding little by little. It's nice to have lunch with someone who doesn't always see you as if you were something delicate. The times we chatted in the hallways, you treated me like I was an ordinary person. Like I wasn't the student council president. That's what I liked about you, Sona explained as she began to eat. I guess being treated respectfully all the time has you a little fed up, the brunette commented, imitating the young woman in front of him. He had calmed down now and was grateful he hadn't received a reprimand, as students were prohibited from entering the grove. I know the members of my club do it because I'm their president. But even when we're not fulfilling those duties. For the first time the brunette heard a sad tone in the president of Hierro, something that surprised him too much. But he decided to try to hide his surprise and understand a little about the situation of the first person who understood his feelings about the departure of his friends. I guess. They don't see you as their friend when they stop working at the council, or they're just afraid that you'll reject them. Issei gave his point of view, which caught the attention of the young black-haired woman. She looked at Issei seriously, showing curiosity in her words. Well, then. Maybe you don't act in a way that they can consider you a friend, or they simply have too much respect for you that they consider you to be at their level to talk to you. Like I talk to you, explained Issei, loosening up a little more with Sona. And you? How do you see me? Asked Sona, who, despite asking something important to her, kept looking at Issei seriously, who only smiled at this question. I see you. As a normal person, a student at school who's the student council president and has a normal life outside of school. And I guess she's my only friend, the brunette replied, knowing that was what Sona probably wanted to hear. But other than that, it was what she truly felt. The brunette fell silent and closed her eyes at Issei's words. Thinking about them calmly, when she opened her eyes, she showed a relaxed expression accompanied by a sweet smile for the first time. Thank you Issei-kun, the aforementioned could not help but open his mouth slightly in surprise at the reaction from the young woman with glasses. Now that I'm your friend. Why don't we get to know each other a little better? Said Sona, maintaining a slight smile while raising her index finger to suggest that idea. The brunette didn't find it strange that the young woman with beautiful amethyst eyes wanted to know more about him as her friend. A little hasty and rash, yes. But not strange. Why not? Go ahead, ask whatever you want. Issei replied, looking at Sona with a smile. My favorite color is red, and yours? Sona began a game of questions and answers. It's the yellow one, the brunette answered, making the young woman look at him somewhat surprised. I thought it was red too, the young woman admitted, putting a bite of her food in her mouth. And I thought yours was purple. What's your favorite food? Mine's a hamburger, the brunette continued, playing along with the young brunette. It's pizza. How many languages can you speak? I know Japanese, English, and a little Spanish, Sona said before taking a bite of rice, which got a little bit of rice on her face. I can obviously speak Japanese. I've also learned Spanish, English, and Italian, and I know some French, the brunette replied, greatly surprising the brunette. Ah really? Sona didn't believe what the brown-haired boy had said, but there was a chance he was wrong. Yes. My grandfather was French. He taught it to my mother, and she taught me some. Later, I learned other languages thanks to a friend, Issei said, firmly in his words. Check it out. Tell me something in English first, Sona said, forgetting for a moment about the game they were playing. You have some food here, at what the brunette said, the young black-haired girl was a little embarrassed and quickly wiped her cheek with a handkerchief that the brunette offered her. He, for his part, showed an innocent smile after saying that. Thank you. Now say something in Italian related to this place, thanked Sona, and then asked the brunette to say something in Italian. The brown-haired boy thought for a moment what he could say related to current events. In this quiet place, two happy boys, said Issei looking at Sona, expecting what she would ask him next. What did you say? The young woman asked, somewhat surprised that the brunette apparently didn't lie. In this quiet place, two boys are having lunch, Issei replied, looking at Sona with a small smile. Very well. Now something in French related to your hair, continued Sona, who apparently found this a little amusing, since at no time did she remove the pleasant smile from her face. My hair is very long, I give them a cut. I said my hair is too long and I need to cut it. Issei took a strand of his hair and brought it to the front to see him while saying this. Okay. Last one, say something in Spanish about my eyes. The young black-haired woman was happy to share something with someone who didn't treat her like everyone else. Those red glasses enhance the beauty of your eyes, the brunette said, making Sona blush profusely. Well, as she said before, she knew some Spanish, and she understood that last bit clearly. Thanks. Why you haven't asked a question yet, said the blushing young woman to try to quickly move on from the topic. Although the brunette was also somewhat embarrassed by what he'd said, there was nothing he could do to fix it, or he'd look bad. He just said the first thing that came to mind. How old are you? I'm still 16. I'll be 17 in December. That question lightened the mood a little more, fortunately for both of them. Being in a better environment, the two continued their lunch, getting to know each other a little better, and chatting about trivial things. Having lunch together would quickly become a habit that would rarely be broken, and some of those times Tsubaki would join them. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.